Reborn in Naruto World Chapter 1, a new reality and a simple system. The transition wasn't accompanied by a tunnel of light or the voice of a benevolent deity. It was just a sharp, splitting headache followed by the smell of dust and old ramen. Arthur bolted upright, gasping for air. His heart hammered against a chest that felt far too small, his hands gripping thin, unfamiliar bed sheets. As his breathing slowed, a flood of alien memories slammed into his consciousness, overlapping with his own 24 years of life on Earth. He was still Arthur. But he was also a 12-year-old orphan living in the outskirts of a village that shouldn't exist. He stumbled out of the cramped single bed and moved toward the cracked mirror hanging above a small wash basin. Staring back at him was a young boy with messy brown hair and sharp, observant eyes. He looked entirely unremarkable, which, in a world of gravity-defying silver hair and neon-orange jumpsuits, was practically a death sentence. He walked over to the single window of his dingy apartment and pushed the wooden shutters open. The morning sun hit his face, but his eyes were drawn upward, past the circular, clay-tiled roofs of the bustling village below. There, carved into the massive cliffside, were 4 colossal stone faces. Konoha Gakuer, Arthur whispered, the reality of his situation settling like a stone in his stomach. The Hidden Leaf Village. He wasn't just in an anime, he was in a military dictatorship where children were trained as child soldiers, tasked with assassination, espionage, and warfare. And according to his new memories, he was an academy student. A uniquely terrible one. His chakra reserves were so pitifully low that he couldn't even perform a basic clone jutsu without passing out. Before panic could fully set in, a mechanical, translucent blue screen materialized in his field of vision, accompanied by a soft, melodic chime. System initializing, host identified, Arthur. Binding complete. Welcome to the daily reward system. Arthur blinked, waving a hand through the screen. It didn't disperse. He focused his mind on the text, and the screen shifted seamlessly. The daily reward system is simple. Every day you survive, you will receive a guaranteed permanent increase to your chakra reserves. Occasionally, based on milestones or sheer luck, you will receive additional items, skills, or knowledge. Would you like to claim your first daily reward? A spark of genuine hope ignited in Arthur's chest. In the ninja world, chakra was everything. It was stamina, power, and life force. If he could passively grow his chakra every single day without the brutal, body-breaking physical limits that normal humans faced, he actually had a chance to survive. Claim, Arthur said aloud. Ding! Daily reward claimed, plus 50 chakra capacity. First day bonus reward claimed, skill, perfect shurikenjutsu, basic, dot. A sudden, pleasant warmth bloomed in Arthur's stomach, the seat of the chakra coils. It felt like a small, dormant ember had suddenly been stoked into a steady flame. His previously hollow and weak body felt instantly energized. According to his memories, the average civilian had maybe 10 or 20 points of chakra. An average academy student had 100. He had just jumped from the absolute bottom of the barrel to something resembling mediocrity in a single second. Along with the warmth came a rush of muscle memory. His hands twitched as the knowledge of how to properly grip, throw, and correct the trajectory of a kunai and shuriken burned itself into his mind. He didn't just know the theory, his body knew the feeling. Arthur smiled, a slow, confident grin spreading across his youthful face. Okay. Slow and steady. That's how we play this. He turned away from the window, quickly shedding his sleepwear and pulling on his simple academy attire, a dark blue high-collared shirt and grey pants, wrapping the standard white bandages around his right thigh to hold his weapon pouch. Stepping out of his apartment complex, the sights and sounds of the Hidden Leaf hit him at full force. Merchants were rolling up their awnings, the scent of fresh steamed buns and miso soup filled the air, and ninja leaped silently across the rooftops. Above. As he made his way toward the Shinobi Academy, a commotion broke out near the center of the village. Two Chunin leaped overhead, their faces flushed with anger. "Get back here, you brat," one of them yelled. Arthur followed their gaze toward the Hokage monument. His breath hitched. The pristine stone faces of the four Hokages had been completely vandalized. Red, blue, and yellow paint dripped from the stone features. The first Hokage had a runny nose drawn on, the second had a goatee, the third had a crude symbol plastered on his forehead, and the fourth, well, the fourth was just a mess of colors. And standing atop the third Hokage's stone head, holding a bucket of paint and laughing maniacally, was a short, blonde-haired boy in a bright orange jumpsuit. "Idiots! None of you can do things like this. Only I can. I am the best." Naruto Uzumaki's voice echoed across the village. Arthur stopped in his tracks, leaning against a wooden fence. The timeline clicked perfectly into place. This wasn't just any day. This was the exact day the anime began. Today was the graduation exam. Arthur patted his weapon pouch, feeling the cool metal of the shuriken inside. He had one day of system rewards under his belt, and the greatest, most chaotic story in history was starting right in front of him. He didn't need to be the strongest today. He just needed to pass the exam, survive, and let the system do its work tomorrow. Taking a deep breath of the crisp morning air, Arthur continued his walk to the academy. It was time to go to class. Chapter 2, The Review and the Sexy Jutsu. The Shinobi Academy was louder than Arthur expected. As he slid open the wooden door to his classroom, a wave of chatter, laughter, and the distinct sound of scuffling feet washed over him. He kept his head down, making his way to an empty seat near the middle rows. Sitting down, he took a moment to truly look at his surroundings. To his right, chewing loudly on a bag of potato chips, was Koji Akimichi. A few desks down, Shikamaru Nara was already asleep, his head pillowed on his arms. Across the room, a loud argument was breaking out between Sakura Harano and Ino Yamanaka over who got to sit next to Sasuke Uchiha, who was currently resting his chin on his hands, looking thoroughly bored with existence. Arthur watched them with a quiet intensity. Seeing them on a screen was one thing, but sitting in the same room with them was entirely different. These weren't just quirky kids, they were the heirs to powerful, ancient clans. They had been bred and trained for combat since they could walk. Compared to them, Arthur was a nobody civilian orphan. But as he felt the steady, reassuring warmth of his newly expanded chakra reserves, he knew he wasn't completely helpless anymore. The classroom's chaotic symphony was abruptly cut short by the sound of the door slamming open. Irika Umino, a Chunin instructor with a distinct scar across the bridge of his nose, marched into the room. He looked exhausted, his uniform slightly rumpled, and in his right hand, he held a thick rope. Attached to the other end of that rope, hog-tied and struggling like a caught fish, was Naruto. "Let me go. You can't treat the future Hokage like this!" Naruto yelled, thrashing wildly against the binds. Irika dumped the boy at the front of the class with a heavy sigh. "You're at the end of your rope, Naruto. You've failed the graduation test twice already. Today is the final exam, and instead of studying, you're out vandalizing the Hokage monument." Naruto just huffed, turning his head away with a defiant pout. Irika's eyes twitched. He swept his gaze across the classroom, taking in the snickering students. "Fine. Because Naruto missed the morning exercises, the entire class will review the transformation jutsu." A collective groan echoed through the room. "Come on, Irika-sensei." Kaiba Inyazuka complained, a small white dog barking in agreement from inside his jacket. "We already know how to do that. Line up." Irika roared, his big head jutsu making his face temporarily massive and terrifying. The students scrambled out of their seats, Arthur moving with them. He fell into line near the back, his heart beating a little faster. The transformation jutsu. It was a basic E-rank jutsu that required the user to alter their appearance to match another person or object. It relied heavily on imagination and, more importantly, smooth chakra control. Sakura was the first to step up to the front of the room. She formed the hand seal the ram and focused. With a small puff of white smoke, she transformed into a perfect replica of Irika. Excellent, the real Irika praised, jotting something down on his clipboard. Sakura dropped the jutsu, pumping her fist in the air. Did you see that? Sasuke-kun, she squealed, looking toward the brooding Uchiha. Sasuke didn't even blink. Sasuke was next. He stepped up, barely pausing before forming the seal. Another puff of smoke, another flawless Irika. Good, Irika nodded. Next. Naruto Uzumaki. Irika called out, his tone instantly dipping into exhaustion. Naruto stepped forward, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Shikamaru sighed from the line, muttering about how troublesome this was. Transform! Naruto yelled, slapping his hands together. A massive cloud of smoke erupted. When it cleared, Naruto was gone. In his place stood a beautiful, voluptuous, older woman. She was completely nude, save for a few strategically placed wisps of white smoke, and she blew a seductive kiss right at Irika. Sexy jutsu! Naruto's voice echoed, slightly higher pitched. Arthur watched in deadpan disbelief as Irika's face went completely blank for a split second before a literal geyser of blood erupted from his nose, launching the Chunin instructor backward off his feet. He crashed into the chalkboard with a heavy thud. Naruto dropped the transformation, laughing hysterically and pointing at his unconscious teacher. Gotcha! That's my sexy jutsu! It took Irika a full minute to recover, stuffing tissues up his bleeding nostrils and screaming at Naruto for inventing such an idiotic technique. Slowly, the line dwindled down until it was Arthur's turn. Arthur, Irika called, his voice still a bit nasal from the tissues. Step up. Arthur walked to the center of the room. According to his memories, his predecessor had struggled immensely with this. His chakra had been so low that pulling it from his coils into his pathways felt like trying to suck thick mud through a straw. But now, he had the system's gift. 50 extra points of chakra capacity. It wasn't cage level, but it was more than enough. Arthur closed his eyes and formed the ram seal. He pictured Irika's face, his scar, the standard flak jacket, and the tied-up brown hair. He reached into his stomach, grasping that new, steady flame of energy, and pulled. It flowed like water. The chakra rushed up his pathways, completely unobstructed. Transform! A satisfying poof of smoke engulfed him. He didn't need a mirror to know it had worked, he could feel the physical shift, the change in his center of gravity. Irika looked up from his clipboard, his eyes widening slightly in genuine surprise. He was looking at a mirror image of himself. There were no missing details. No strange proportions. It was a solid, textbook transformation. Very good, Arthur, Irika said, a proud smile breaking through his earlier frustration. You've really improved your control. Pass. Arthur released the jutsu, the smoke clearing as he returned to his normal 12-year-old body. He gave a polite bow and walked back to his seat, hiding the massive grin threatening to break out on his face. The system wasn't just a gimmick. It was real. He could actually do this. Once everyone had finished, Irika stood at the front of the class, his expression turning serious. He pulled the tissues from his nose and straightened his posture. All right, settle down, Irika commanded, the room falling silent. The review is over. It's time for the final exam. When your name is called, proceed to the testing room. Next door. He picked up a fresh clipboard and looked out over the young faces of his students. The subject for the graduation exam will be the clone jutsu. Beside Arthur, Naruto groaned loudly, clutching his hair in despair. It was Naruto's absolute worst subject. Arthur touched his weapon pouch, feeling the adrenaline spike in his veins. The clone jutsu. An illusionary technique that required even finer control than the transformation. Before today, Arthur wouldn't have stood a chance. But now? He was ready to test exactly how far 50 points of chakra could take him. Chapter 3, The Headband and the Swing. The classroom slowly emptied, the names ticking down one by one. The air was thick with a mixture of nervous sweat and anxious anticipation. Every time the door to the testing room opened, a student walked out, some beaming with pride, others fighting back tears of disappointment. Arthur, Irika's voice called out from the doorway. Arthur took a deep breath, patted his weapon pouch out of habit, and stood up. He walked past a visibly vibrating Naruto, who was muttering prayers to Kami under his breath, and stepped into the testing room. The room was Spartan, save for a long wooden desk at the front. Sitting behind it were two Chunin. Irika sat on the left, his clipboard ready. To his right sat Mizuki, a silver-haired instructor with a kind, reassuring smile that made Arthur's skin crawl. Knowing the story meant knowing the monsters hiding in plain sight. Mizuki was a traitor, a man willing to manipulate a child into committing treason just to score a promotion with Orochimaru. Between the two instructors, lined up perfectly on the desk, were the prizes, Konoha forehead protectors. The metal plates gleamed under the harsh overhead lights, the leaf symbol engraved deeply into the steel. "All right, Arthur," Irika said, his tone professional but encouraging. "To pass the exam, you need to produce at least 3 functioning illusionary clones. Whenever you're ready." Mizuki leaned forward, his voice dripping with faux warmth. "Don't be nervous, Arthur. Just focus. You've been doing much better lately." Fake, Arthur thought, keeping his expression neutral. He nodded to both instructors. Focus. The standard clone jutsu Bunshin no Jutsu was notoriously tricky. Unlike the shadow clone jutsu, which created physical copies, this jutsu only created optical illusions. It required precise chakra splitting. If you used too much, the clone would pop. Too little, and it would look like a sickly ghost. Arthur closed his eyes and formed the required hand seals: ram, snake, tiger. He reached into his core. The system granted 50 chakra points thrummed steadily. He didn't just pull the energy, he guided it, carefully splitting the warm current into 3 distinct streams, letting it bleed out of his pores to refract the light around him. Clone jutsu. 3 soft poofs echoed in the small room. Arthur opened his eyes. Standing to his left and right were 3 perfect, identical copies of himself. They didn't cast shadows, and they couldn't interact with the physical world, but they stood tall, completely stable without a single flicker. Irika's eyes widened, a genuine smile breaking across his scarred face. He marked a large, bold check mark on his clipboard. "Outstanding control, Arthur. They aren't wavering at all. You pass." Mizuki clapped his hands softly, though his eyes remained carefully dead. "Well done. Come pick out your headband." Arthur walked forward, his chest swelling with a pride that surprised even him. He dismissed the clones with a thought. Reached out, and picked up a headband with a dark blue cloth. The metal was cool to the touch, heavy with the weight of what it represented. He was officially a shinobi of the leaf. He gave a sharp bow to his instructors and exited through the back door, stepping out into the warm afternoon sun of the academy courtyard. Within an hour, the courtyard was flooded with people. It was a sea of celebratory hugs, proud parents rustling their children's hair, and the excited chatter of newly minted genin comparing their headbands. Arthur stood near the trunk of a large oak tree, tying his headband around his left bicep. He didn't have parents waiting for him. The previous Arthur had been an orphan, a casualty of the Kyuubi attack 12 years ago. His eyes scanned the crowd, finally landing on a sight that always broke his heart through a screen, but felt infinitely heavier in person. Sitting alone on a wooden swing tied to a massive tree was Naruto. His orange jumpsuit stood out like a beacon among the drab colors of the villagers. He had no headband. His hands gripped the ropes of the swing, his head bowed so low that his spiky blonde hair completely shadowed his eyes. The joyous noise of the courtyard seemed to completely bypass the space around the swing. Instead, it was replaced by the venomous whispering of the village women standing nearby. "There you see him? That boy. I heard he's the only one who failed. Humph, serves him right. Imagine if a monster like that became a ninja. SHH, you know we aren't allowed to talk about that." Arthur's jaw clenched. The sheer cruelty of it gossiping about a grieving child who was literally holding a demon in his gut to protect the very people insulting him. Arthur's hand twitched toward his shuriken pouch. The system had given him perfect basic aim today. He could easily clip the earrings off those women without breaking a sweat. No, Arthur told himself, forcing his hand to relax. Don't change the timeline yet. Let the story play out. Right on cue, a figure stepped out from the shadows of the academy building and approached the swing. It was Mizuki. The silver-haired traitor crouched down, placing a seemingly comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. Arthur couldn't hear what was being said, but he knew the script by heart. Mizuki was telling Naruto a secret. He was telling him about a special test, a way to guarantee he could become a genin. All he had to do was break into the Hokage's residence and steal the forbidden scroll of seals. A shiver ran down Arthur's spine. Tonight, Naruto would steal the scroll. Tonight, Iruka would almost die protecting him. And tonight, Naruto would learn the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Arthur leaned back against the rough bark of the tree, looking at the translucent blue screen only he could see. A small timer was counting down at the top right corner. Next daily reward available in 08 hours, 14 minutes. If he stayed in his apartment, he would be safe. The system would grant him more chakra tomorrow, and he could slowly build his strength in the background. But the scroll of seals contained the most powerful jutsu in the village. Arthur looked at his new metal headband, then back to the blonde boy walking away with Mizuki. He was a ninja now. And a ninja didn't ignore a golden opportunity just because it was dangerous. He needed a plan, and he had exactly 8 hours to make one. Chapter 4, The Scroll of Seals and the Midnight Bell. The sun dipped below the Hokage monument, casting long, ominous shadows across the Hidden Leaf village. In his cramped apartment, Arthur sat cross-legged on the floor, the meager contents of his shinobi kit spread out before him. 3 kunai, 5 shuriken, a spool of ninja wire, and a few explosive tags he had managed to scrape together with his meager orphanage stipend. He loaded his holsters with meticulous care. The system granted knowledge of perfect shuriken jutsu, basic, guided his hands, ensuring every weapon was angled for a quick, seamless draw. He didn't plan on fighting Mizuki head-on. The man was a Chunin, physically faster, stronger, and more experienced. But Arthur had the ultimate advantage, he held the script. He knew the battlefield, the players, and the exact moment the villain would strike. A sudden, sharp wail pierced the quiet night. The village alarm. Arthur stood up, walking to his window. In the distance, silhouettes of shinobi flickered across the moonlit rooftops, moving like hornets disturbed from their nest. Lord Hokage! It's an emergency. The scroll of seals has been stolen. The distant shouts confirmed it. The play had begun. Arthur slipped out of his window, landing silently on the clay-tiled roof of his complex. He channeled a sliver of his newly expanded chakra to the solace of his feet, feeling the energy grip the surface. Taking a deep breath, he bounded forward. The sensation was intoxicating, the wind rushing past his ears, the effortless leaps over alleys that would shatter a normal human's legs. He was slow by ninja standards, clumsy even, but to him, it felt like flying. He steered clear of the main ANBU search patterns, heading straight for the dense forest on the northern outskirts of the village. He knew the destination, a small, dilapidated wooden cabin hidden deep within the trees. By the time Arthur reached the edge of the clearing, his lungs were burning, and a thin layer of sweat coated his forehead. He scrambled up a tall oak tree, settling onto a thick branch enveloped in shadows. Below him, sitting cross-legged in the dirt and illuminated by shafts of moonlight, was Naruto. The massive scroll of seals was unrolled across his lap, its ancient parchment covered in complex, sprawling ink. Seals. Let's see. Naruto muttered to himself, scratching his spiky blonde head in frustration. The first one is, the multi-shadow clone jutsu? Oh, come on. Not this again. It's my worst jutsu. Arthur watched intently from the canopy. His eyes strained to read the text on the scroll from this distance, but it was useless. The characters were too small, and the moonlight was too dim. He would have to get closer, but not yet. A quiet chime echoed in his mind. Arthur glanced at the corner of his vision. The countdown had hit 0. It was midnight. Ding! Daily. Reward claimed, plus 50 chakra capacity. The familiar, comforting warmth exploded in his stomach once again. His chakra reserves swelled, doubling his previous capacity. He could feel the pathways in his body stretching, adapting to the sudden influx of energy. The exhaustion from his rooftop sprint vanished instantly. Hidden condition met, first nighttime operation, stealth. Bonus reward claimed, skill, basic chakra concealment. Arthur blinked as a cool sensation washed over his skin. Instinctively, he knew how to draw his chakra inward, suffocating the natural radiation of his energy so that sensory ninja would overlook him. He immediately activated the skill, just in time. A rustle of leaves echoed from the opposite side of the clearing. Irika dropped from the canopy, chest heaving, his face a mask of anger and relief. It's all over, Naruto, he shouted. Naruto looked up, his face breaking into a massive, goofy grin. Gotcha! You found me! I only had time to learn one jutsu. Irika froze, the anger draining from his face, replaced by utter confusion. You learned a jutsu? Naruto, what are you doing out here? I was training. Mizuki-sensei told me about this place, and the scroll. He said if I learned a jutsu from it, you'd have to pass me. Naruto stood up, hoisting the massive scroll onto his back with a proud laugh. Arthur watched from the branches, his muscles tensing. Irika's eyes widened as the horrifying realization set in. He realized he wasn't looking at a malicious thief, he was looking at a manipulated child. Mizuki told you. Irika whispered. Swish! 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 The sound of slicing air cut through the clearing. Arthur's enhanced eyesight caught the glint of steel hurtling out of the darkness. A barrage of kunai was flying straight for Naruto's back. Naruto, get down! Irika roared. The Chunin instructor threw himself forward, shoving the boy out of the way. The sharp thwack of metal tearing into flesh echoed through the woods. Irika grunted heavily, pinned against the wooden wall of the cabin behind them, a kunai buried deep in his right thigh and another grazing his shoulder. Naruto scrambled back, his eyes wide with horror as he stared at his bleeding teacher. Irika-sensei. Well, well. I'm surprised you found him before I did, Irika, a cold, mocking voice drifted down from the trees. Sitting on a thick branch directly across from Arthur's hiding spot was Mizuki. He was no longer wearing his kind smile. His face was twisted into a cruel sneer, and strapped to his back were two massive, lethal Fuma shuriken. Hand over the scroll, Naruto, Mizuki demanded, extending a hand. Naruto. Don't let him have it. Iruka yelled, wincing as he pulled the kunai from his leg. That scroll contains dangerous forbidden jutsu. Mizuki used you to steal it for himself. Naruto looked wildly between the two men, panic setting in. What? Mizuki-sensei. Iruka's just afraid of you, Naruto, Mizuki purred, his voice dripping with venom. He's afraid of what you really are. Do you want to know why everyone in the village hates you? Stop it, Mizuki. It's forbidden. Iruka screamed, desperate to silence the traitor. Arthur narrowed his eyes, sliding his hand into his right thigh pouch. His fingers wrapped around the cold, ringed handle of a standard kunai. The system had given him perfect aim. He had doubled his chakra. He had concealed his presence. Mizuki stood up on the branch, pointing an accusing finger at the terrified blonde boy. 12 years ago, the nine-tailed fox attacked our village. But it wasn't killed. It was sealed away. Inside you, Naruto. Naruto froze, the color draining completely from his face. The words hit him like a physical blow, shattering his world into a million pieces. Mizuki unhooked one of the massive Fuma shuriken from his back, spinning it effortlessly on his fingertips. The razor-sharp blades hummed dangerously in the quiet night. You're the demon fox. And now, you're going to die like one. Mizuki threw the massive weapon. It tore through the air, spinning like a buzzsaw straight toward the paralyzed Naruto. Iruka lunged forward, throwing his body over the boy to take the lethal hit. But before the blades could reach them, a sharp clink rang out. A single, standard kunai shot out from the shadows of the canopy, striking the center ring of the Fuma shuriken with pinpoint, perfect accuracy. The impact wasn't enough to stop the heavy weapon, but it was enough to knock its trajectory slightly off course. The Fuma shuriken slammed violently into the dirt inches from Iruka's head, burying itself halfway into the soil. Silence descended on the clearing. Mizuki's smirk vanished. Iruka blinked in shock. Naruto gasped for air. Who's there? Mizuki barked, drawing his second Fuma shuriken and glaring into the dark trees. Arthur stepped out from the shadows of the oak tree, dropping gracefully into the clearing. He landed between the fallen instructor and the traitor, the moonlight catching the newly polished metal of his leaf headband. You talk too much, Mizuki-sensei, Arthur said calmly, drawing two more shuriken from his pouch. It ruins the pacing of a good story. Chapter 5, The Deflection and the Thousand Shadows. Arthur. Mizuki's voice was laced with equal parts confusion and disdain. He stared down from the branch, squinting at the brown-haired boy standing between him and his prize. The academy dead last? How did you even find this place? I took a walk, Arthur replied evenly, keeping his eyes locked on the Chunin. His heart was hammering against his ribs, a frantic, primal rhythm, but his hands were perfectly still. You'd be surprised what you hear when people think no one is listening. Iruka coughed, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Arthur, get out of here. He's a Chunin. You can't fight him. Probably not, Arthur agreed, not looking back. But I don't have to beat him, Iruka-sensei. I just have to stall him. Mizuki threw his head back and laughed, a cruel, grating sound that echoed through the dark woods. Stall me? You? A kid who barely managed to pass the clone jutsu today? You're nothing but a bug, Arthur. And I'm going to squash you. With a flick of his wrists, Mizuki launched a volley of 6 kunai. They ripped through the air in a spread formation, aimed directly at Arthur's vital points. Time seemed to slow down for Arthur. The system's perfect shuriken jutsu, basic, didn't just give him aim, it gave him an innate understanding of trajectory and velocity. He saw the path of each incoming blade like a glowing red line in his mind. He didn't panic. He dipped into his newly doubled chakra reserves, letting the energy flood his limbs. He drew 3 shuriken in a fluid, blindingly fast motion and hurled them. Clang! 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 Sparks rained down over the clearing as Arthur's shuriken collided perfectly with 3 of Mizuki's kunai in midair, knocking them off course. Arthur ducked beneath the 4th, twisted his torso to avoid the 5th, and caught the ring of the 6th kunai with his bare finger as it passed, spinning its momentum to redirect it straight back at Mizuki. Mizuki's eyes widened in shock. He barely managed to tilt his head as his own kunai whistled past his ear, slicing off a few strands of silver hair. Since when? Mizuki snarled, jumping down from the branch and landing heavily in the dirt. He drew a kunai of his own, his face contorted in rage. Since when do you have aim like that? I've been practicing, Arthur said, shifting into a basic defensive stance. Mizuki dashed forward, closing the distance in a fraction of a second. Chunin's physical speed was terrifying up close. Arthur barely brought up a kunai to block a vicious downward slash aimed at his chest. The impact sent a shockwave up Arthur's arm, his knees buckling slightly under the sheer force. You're out of your league, brat! Mizuki yelled, throwing a heavy kick toward Arthur's ribs. Arthur gritted his teeth, channeling chakra into his feet to slide backward, but the edge of Mizuki's boot still clipped his side. Pain flared hot and sharp, stealing the breath from his lungs. He tumbled into the dirt, rolling quickly to avoid a follow-up strike. Arthur! Naruto finally screamed, his voice cracking. The blonde boy was still clutching the giant scroll, tears streaming down his face. Stop it! Why are you protecting me? I'm a monster. I'm the demon fox. Mizuki stalked toward Arthur, who was struggling to his feet, panting heavily. Listen to the demon, Arthur. He knows what he is. He's the beast that killed your parents. Shut up! Irika roared from the cabin wall, using the wood to push himself upright. He glared at Mizuki with a fierce, unwavering intensity. The Nine Tails is a monster. But Naruto is not. Naruto gasped, his wide blue eyes locking onto his wounded teacher. Naruto is nothing like that fox, Irika continued, blood dripping from his chin, his voice echoing with absolute conviction. He works hard. He puts his whole heart into everything he does. He messes up, and he makes us all crazy, but he knows what pain is. He is Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village. And he is my student. The silence that followed was deafening. The cruel, suffocating weight that had crushed Naruto moments ago shattered. Hot, heavy tears poured down his cheeks, but this time, they weren't tears of despair. Mizuki sneered, entirely unmoved. Touching. Truly. But you're all still going to die. He raised his kunai, preparing to plunge it into Arthur's chest. Hey! The voice was low, vibrating with a dark, heavy energy that made the hairs on Arthur's arms stand up. Arthur looked past Mizuki. Naruto was standing. The massive scroll of seals was strapped securely to his back. His head was bowed, but a swirling, visible aura of dense blue chakra tinged with the faintest, most terrifying hint of crimson was beginning to whip the dirt and leaves into a frenzy around him. Mizuki turned, pausing his attack on Arthur. What are you going to do, demon? Naruto slowly raised his head. His bright blue eyes were hard, focused, and burning, with an absolute promise of violence. He raised his hands, crossing his index and middle fingers in a cross-shaped hand seal. If you lay a hand on my sensei, or my friend. Naruto growled, the chakra pressure in the clearing spiking to an oppressive level. I'll kill you. Try it. Mizuki challenged, lunging toward the blonde boy. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Poof. 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 The sound was like a chain of rapid fire. Explosions. Massive clouds of dense white smoke erupted from the ground, filling the entire clearing, spilling into the trees, and blotting out the moonlight. Arthur scrambled backward, covering his face as the smoke washed over him. When the air finally cleared, he could only stare in sheer, unadulterated awe. The clearing was gone. It was replaced by a sea of orange. Hundreds, no, over 1,000 perfect, solid copies of Naruto Uzumaki stood shoulder to shoulder. They hung from the branches, sat on the cabin roof, and completely surrounded Mizuki in an impenetrable wall of angry blonde clones. Mizuki dropped his kunao, his mouth hanging open in absolute terror as he spun around, finding no avenue of escape. What is this? What's wrong, Mizuki-sensei? 1,000 Narutos asked in perfect unison, cracking their knuckles with a thunderous rhythm. If you're not going to come to us, we're going to come to you. The beatdown that followed wasn't a fight, it was a stampede. Arthur watched from the sidelines as the wave of clones descended on the traitorous Chunin. Screams, thuds, and the continuous sound of fists meeting flesh echoed through the woods. Arthur sat against the base of a tree, letting out a long, shuddering breath. He pressed a hand against his aching ribs. He had survived his first real combat encounter. He hadn't won, but he had held the line. Eventually, the clones dispersed with a chorus of soft pops, leaving the real Naruto standing over a severely bruised, battered, and unconscious Mizuki. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, letting out a nervous, goofy laugh as he looked at Irika and Arthur. I think I overdid it a little bit. Irika chuckled warmly, though he winced from the pain in his shoulder. Naruto, come here. Naruto trotted over, looking down at his teacher with a mixture of guilt and concern. Irika-sensei. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Close your eyes, Irika interrupted gently. Naruto blinked, confused, but did as he was told. Arthur watched with a soft smile as Irika reached up, undoing his own forehead protector. With shaking hands, the instructor tied the metal plate around Naruto's forehead. All right, Irika said softly. You can open them. Naruto opened his eyes, feeling the cold metal resting against his skin. Congratulations on graduating, Naruto, Irika smiled, pride shining in his eyes. And to celebrate, how about I treat you to some ramen? Naruto's eyes watered again, and he threw himself at Irika, tackling him in a tearful hug that made the injured Chunin shout in pain. Arthur laughed quietly, pushing himself up from the dirt. As he stood, a familiar chime echoed in his mind, and the translucent blue screen materialized in his vision. Ding! Hidden! Milestone achieved, survived an encounter with a superior rank, Chunin. Bonus reward claimed, skill, chakra control, intermediate. A sudden, sharp clarity rushed into Arthur's mind. The feeling of his chakra, which had been like a steady flame, suddenly felt like an extension of his own limbs. It was perfectly obedient, ready to be molded and shaped at a moment's notice. Arthur looked at his hands, then up at the moon hanging over the hidden leaf. The first night was over. Tomorrow, the real ninja world would begin. Chapter 6, The Registration and the Honored Grandson. The morning light filtering through the cracked wooden shutters felt different today. It felt earned. Arthur lay in his small bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the familiar sounds of the hidden leaf village waking up. The dull ache in his ribs from Mizuki's kick was a stark reminder of last night's reality, but it was overshadowed by a profound sense of accomplishment. He was alive, he was a genin, and he hadn't broken the timeline. Right on cue, the translucent blue screen materialized above his face, accompanied by its melodic chime. Ding! Daily. Reward claimed, plus 50 chakra capacity. The warm, heavy sensation flooded his stomach. Once again. That made 100 bonus points in total, stacked on top of his naturally small reserves. He could physically feel the difference now. Before, his chakra felt like a shallow puddle, now, it was a steady, flowing stream. Arthur sat up and decided to test his newest prize, Chakra Control, Intermediate. He picked up a kunai from his bedside table. Focusing on the blade, he channeled a tiny sliver of chakra into his index finger. He didn't just push the energy out, he molded it, making it sticky, and pressed his fingertip against the flat metal of the handle. He slowly let go with his other hand. The heavy iron kunai remained perfectly suspended, hanging off the tip of his finger as if superglued. Arthur grinned. Excellent. Intermediate control meant he wouldn't waste a single drop of his growing reserves. In the ninja world, efficiency was the difference between life and death. After a quick breakfast of steamed rice and leftover fish, Arthur dressed in his standard blue shirt and grey pants, firmly tying his new leaf headband around his left arm. Today was registration day. Every newly graduated genin had to submit their official ninja profile to the Hokage. The Hokage Tower was the bureaucratic heart of the village. As Arthur walked down the wide, curved corridors toward the Hokage's office, he could hear the unmistakable sound of an argument echoing from the double doors ahead. For the last time, Naruto. You cannot use this as your official registration photo. Arthur stepped into the large, circular office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind a massive desk stacked high with paperwork, rubbing his temples in exhaustion. Standing defiantly in front of the desk was Naruto. Arthur peered over Naruto's shoulder to look at the photo resting on the Hokage's desk. It was a masterpiece of absurdity. Naruto had painted his face with intricate, garish kabuki makeup, squinting his eyes and crossing his arms. To look as intimidating as a 12-year-old in an orange jumpsuit possibly could. Why not? Naruto complained, crossing his arms in real life to mimic the photo. It took me 3 hours to get the paint right. It shows my fierce ninja spirit. It shows that you are an idiot, the Hokage sighed, taking a long drag from his pipe. This photo will go into the bingo books if you ever become a high-level target. Do you really want enemy assassins looking for a clown? I'm not a clown, I'm the future Hokage. Before Hiruzen could respond, the heavy wooden doors to the office flew open, slamming against the walls with a thunderous crash. I've got you now, old man, a high-pitched voice yelled. A tiny boy, wearing an oversized blue helmet and an absurdly long yellow scarf, charged into the room wielding a wooden shuriken. He took exactly 3 steps before the tail of his own scarf tangled perfectly around his ankles. With a yelp, the boy pitched forward, face planting spectacularly onto the hardwood floor. His wooden shuriken clattered uselessly under the Hokage's desk. Arthur blinked, watching the scene unfold with deadpan fascination. Konohamaru Sarutobi. The anime really hadn't exaggerated the kid's entrance. A split second later, a jounin with dark sunglasses and a strict, unyielding expression rushed into the room, his face pale with panic. Honored grandson! Are you hurt? Ebisu cried out, dropping to his knees beside the groaning child. Konohamaru rubbed his bruised nose, looking around wildly until his eyes locked onto Naruto, who was staring down at him in total confusion. You! Konohamaru pointed a trembling finger at the blond boy. You tripped me. You set a trap for me, didn't you? Naruto's eyes narrowed. What are you talking about, you little brat? You tripped over your own stupid scarf. Don't lie to me. You're an assassin trying to stop me from taking the title of Hokage. Naruto didn't hesitate. He reached down, grabbed the front of Konohamaru's shirt, and hoisted the flailing kid into the air. "Listen here, pipsqueak. I don't care who you are, but I'm going to be Hokage, not you." "Stop!" Ebisu shrieked, waving his arms frantically. "Unhand him at once. Do you have any idea who that is?" "That is the honorable grandson of the third Hokage." Naruto paused, glancing over at Hiruzen, who simply watched the exchange with a tired, long-suffering expression. Naruto looked back at the terrified Konohamaru. "I don't care if he's the Hokage's grandmother!" Naruto yelled, pulling his fist back. Smack! Naruto delivered a solid punch right to the top of Konohamaru's oversized helmet, sending the kid tumbling back onto the floor. Ebisu gasped, clutching his chest as if he had been the one hit. You struck the honored grandson. Lord Hokage, do you see this insolence?" "Naruto, that's enough," Hiruzen said firmly, finally stepping in. He stood up from his desk, projecting an aura of absolute authority. "You will show respect in this office, and you will retake your photo. Understand?" Naruto smirked, placing his hands on his hips. "You think you can boss me around just because you're the Hokage, old man? Well, take a look at this. Ninja art." Poof! A thick cloud of white smoke enveloped Naruto. Arthur didn't even need to look, he already knew what was coming. When the smoke cleared, the blonde boy was gone, replaced by a stunningly beautiful, completely naked blonde woman, surrounded by strategically placed wisps of mist. She struck a seductive pose, blowing a kiss directly at the aged Hokage. Sexy Jutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the god of Shinobi, the man who had mastered all 5 chakra natures and survived 3 great ninja wars, instantly froze. His eyes bulged out of his skull. A literal fountain of blood erupted from his nose with such force that it launched him backward over his desk, sending paperwork flying like a snowstorm. "Lord Hokage!" Ebisu screamed, practically tearing his hair out. "Wow!" Konohamaru whispered from the floor, his eyes wide with starry-eyed admiration. "That was amazing! Teach me, boss!" Naruto dropped the transformation, laughing hysterically. He grabbed his kabuki photo off the desk and bolted out the door, with Konohamaru eagerly chasing after him, leaving a frantic Ebisu to tend to the unconscious leader of the village. Silence slowly returned to the office, save for the gentle fluttering of falling documents. Arthur stood near the doorway, holding his perfectly filled-out registration form. He looked at the unconscious Hokage on the floor, then at the frantic Jounin trying to stem the bleeding with a handkerchief. With a quiet sigh, Arthur walked forward, carefully stepping over Hiruzen's legs. He placed his standard, impeccably normal photograph and paperwork on the edge of the desk, right next to the puddle of nosebleed blood. "I'll just leave this here," Arthur said politely. He turned and walked out of the office. The ninja world was absolutely insane, but with his chakra growing every day, he felt oddly ready for it. Tomorrow was the team assignment, and he needed to mentally prepare himself to find out whose squad he'd be stuck in. Chapter 7, The Kiss and the Odd Number. The morning of the team assignments brought a palpable shift in the air of the village. The carefree days of the academy were officially over. From today onward, they were active shinobi, bound to the military structure of Konoha. Arthur stood in front of his cracked mirror, securing his headband around his left arm. Right on schedule, the translucent blue screen faded into his vision. Ding! Daily reward claimed, plus 50 chakra capacity. Milestone achieved, host's total chakra reserves have officially surpassed the civilian threshold. Current classification, low genin. Arthur smiled, clenching his fist. The warmth in his core wasn't just a flicker anymore, it was a small, steady furnace. In a world where Prodigies like Sasuke Uchiha were born with monstrous reserves and inherited Kekkei Genkai. Arthur was painfully average. But his power grew passively, inevitably, every single day. He just had to stay alive long enough to let the math do its work. When he arrived at the academy, the classroom was already buzzing with nervous energy. The newly minted genin were showing off their headbands, clustering into groups, and gossiping about who their jonin instructors might be. Arthur took a seat near the back, leaning against the window to observe the chaos. Down in the front row, the drama was already unfolding. Sakura and Ino were locked in. A fierce, petty battle over who got to sit next to Sasuke. Sasuke, true to form, sat with his hands steepled over his mouth, glaring at his desk as if it had personally insulted his clan. Then, Naruto walked in. The blonde boy, proudly wearing his new headband, immediately zeroed in on Sasuke. Ignoring the shrieking Fang girls, Naruto hopped up onto Sasuke's desk and crouched down, placing his face mere inches from the brooding Uchihas. Sparks practically flew between them as they locked eyes in an intense, wordless glare down. Naruto! Stop glaring at Sasuke-kun! Sakura shrieked, raising a fist. Arthur leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand. Here it comes! Sitting behind Naruto, a random student casually leaned back in his chair. The chair bumped the desk. The student's elbow slipped, bumping squarely into Naruto's back. Naruto pitched forward. Sasuke's eyes went wide. Their lips smashed together in a picture-perfect, deeply traumatizing kiss. The entire classroom descended into a sudden, horrifying silence. You could hear a pin drop. Arthur slapped a hand over his mouth to stifle a laugh, his shoulders shaking as both boys violently recoiled, gagging and spitting in absolute disgust. My mouth is rotting. Naruto choked out, clutching his throat. Sasuke looked like he wanted to activate a Sharingan purely to wipe the memory from his own brain. The silence was quickly shattered by a dark, murderous aura radiating from the girls in the room. Sakura cracked her knuckles, her eyes shadowed with demonic rage. Naruto, you are dead. Wait. It was an accident. Naruto screamed, scrambling backward as the mob of furious 12-year-old girls descended upon him. Arthur simply watched the comedic beatdown from the safety of the back row. This was the legendary Team 7 in its rawest, most dysfunctional form. A few minutes later, Iruka walked into the room, holding his signature clipboard. The class quickly scrambled to their seats, Naruto sporting a fresh array of comical lumps on his head. Quiet down! Iruka commanded, his voice carrying the authority of an instructor saying his final goodbyes. As of today, you are all official ninjas. To get here, you faced difficult trials and hardships. But that's nothing. What comes next is the real work. He looked across the room, his eyes softening slightly. You will be grouped into 3-man squads, guided by a Jonin instructor. You will follow their orders, complete missions for the village, and support one another. A murmur of excitement rippled through the room. Because of an unusually high pass rate this year. Iruka continued, glancing at his notes, we have an odd number of graduates. Therefore, one team will operate as a 4-man cell. Arthur raised an eyebrow. That was a deviation from the standard anime lore, but it made perfect logistical sense. He wondered which poor background characters would be lumped into the experimental squad. I will now announce the squads, Iruka said. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kaiba Inyazuka, and Shino Abarame. Arthur nodded. Standard tracking team. Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Koji Akimichi. The classic Ino Shikacho formation. Perfect teamwork out of the box. Team 7, Iruka called out, his voice turning incredibly serious. Naruto. Uzumaki. Sakura Harano. Naruto leaped out of his chair, cheering wildly, while Sakura slumped her head onto her desk in utter despair. Sasuke Uchiha. The roles instantly reversed. Sakura jumped up, cheering in victory, while Naruto groaned, clutching his hair. Sasuke just sighed, muttering about how troublesome it was going to be. And, Iruka raised his voice to cut through their noise, because of the odd number, Team 7 will be our 4-man cell. The final member is Arthur. Arthur froze. His hand, which had been idly spinning a kunai, stopped dead. He slowly looked up. Down in the front row, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke all turned to look at him. Naruto looked slightly confused but gave a thumbs up. Sakura looked completely indifferent. Sasuke didn't even blink. Me? Arthur thought, his mind racing. They put me on Team 7? It was tactical suicide, but strategically brilliant from the Hokage's perspective. Team 7 was a powder keg. You had the demon container, the last Uchiha, and a civilian fangirl with zero combat instincts. Putting Arthur, a civilian orphan with perfectly average scores and no clan baggage, into the mix was likely Hiruzen's way of adding a neutral grounding element to the chaos. Iruka-sensei! Naruto shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Sasuke. Why does a great ninja like me have to be in the same group as a slug like Sasuke? Iruka's eye twitched. Sasuke had the best scores of all the graduating students, Naruto. You had the worst. To create a balanced team, we put the best student with the worst student. Naruto grumbled, crossing his arms. And what about Arthur? Sakura asked, glancing back at him. Why does he have to be with us? Iruka looked at Arthur, a hint of genuine respect in his eyes. Arthur's scores were exactly in the middle. His practical execution during the exams showed remarkable stability. He is the anchor to balance your team's extreme personalities. Sasuke scoffed quietly. Just don't get in my way. Arthur didn't reply. He simply offered a polite, non-committal nod and leaned back in his chair. He was going to be on the front line of the most dangerous, unhinged, and targeted shinobi squad in the history of the elemental nations. He would be fighting Zabuza, facing Orochimaru, and dealing with Akatsuki members. He looked at the translucent system interface hovering out of sight. He needed a lot more than low genin chakra. After lunch, Iruka concluded, you will meet your new Jonin teachers. Class dismissed. As the room emptied, Arthur stayed in his seat for a moment longer. He was terrified, yes, but beneath the fear, a spark of pure, unadulterated excitement ignited in his chest. He was officially on Team 7. And he was going to make sure they survived. Chapter 8, The Eraser and the Copy Ninja. The afternoon sun slowly crept across the wooden floor of the academy classroom, stretching the shadows of 4 very impatient genin. It had been over 2 hours since Iruka had dismissed them. Every other team had been picked up by their respective Jonin instructors long ago. Team 8 left with Kurane, Team 10 departed with Asuma, and even the random background teams had vanished. Now, only Team 7 remained in the deafeningly quiet room. Arthur sat in his usual spot near the back, his eyes closed. He wasn't sleeping, he was actively practicing. Thanks to his chakra control, intermediate, skill, he was currently balancing a shuriken on the tip of his index finger, using only a microscopic layer of chakra to keep the heavy, 4-pronged weapon spinning flawlessly like a top. It was a mundane exercise, but it kept him sharp. He's late! Naruto suddenly screamed, shattering the quiet. The blonde boy leaped onto a desk, pointing an accusing finger at the classroom clock. Sakura sighed, resting her head on her arms. We know, Naruto. Yelling won't make him get here any faster. Sasuke didn't say a word, keeping his hands steepled in front of his face, though his right foot tapped out a steady, irritated rhythm against the floorboards. Naruto, entirely incapable of sitting still, hopped off the desk and grabbed a chalk-dusted wooden eraser from the blackboard. He dragged a chair to the sliding door, climbed up, and carefully wedged the eraser into the gap at the top of the door frame. That's what he gets for keeping Team 7 waiting. Naruto snickered, hopping down. Naruto! Sakura scolded, placing her hands on her hips. Our sensei is a jonin, an elite ninja. Do you really think he's going to fall for a booby trap meant for kindergartners? A jonin wouldn't be caught dead by something so pathetic, Sasuke scoffed, finally speaking up. Arthur stopped his spinning shuriken, slipping it back into his pouch. I don't know, he said casually, leaning forward. Sometimes the most highly trained people overlook the simplest things because they expect complex traps. Or, they just don't care. Right on cue, the sound of slow, lazy footsteps echoed from the hallway. The shadows beneath the door shifted. Everyone held their breath. A pale hand reached out and gripped the edge of the door. The door slid open. A tall man with silver, gravity-defying hair stepped into the doorway. He wore the standard jonin flak jacket, his forehead protector pulled down to completely cover his left eye, and a dark mask obscured the lower half of his face. Thwack! The wooden eraser dropped perfectly onto his head, bouncing off with a dull thud and leaving a comical cloud of white chalk dust in his silver hair. Silence descended upon the room. Naruto burst into hysterical laughter, clutching his stomach. Sakura immediately started backpedaling, waving her hands defensively. I'm sorry, sensei. I told him not to do it, but he wouldn't listen. Sasuke simply stared, a look of profound disappointment crossing his features. This was the elite ninja meant to train him? Arthur, however, was looking at the man's posture. Kakashi Hataki's muscles were completely relaxed. There was no flinch, no surprise. Arthur reached out with his senses, trying to feel the jonin's chakra. It was like staring into a black hole. Arthur couldn't sense a single drop of energy from the man. Kakashi's chakra concealment was so absolute that, to Arthur's newly awakened senses, the jonin didn't even exist. It was a terrifying reminder of the gap between them. Kakashi slowly reached up, plucking the eraser from his head. He looked at the four genin, his visible dark eye curving into a lazy, unimpressed crescent. How can I put this? Kakashi drawled, his voice muffled slightly by his mask. My first impression of this group, you're a bunch of idiots. Naruto's laughter instantly died, replaced by a deep pout. Sakura slumped in defeat. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes, Kakashi instructed, and with a swirl of leaves, he vanished via the body flicker technique. 5 minutes later, the four genin sat on the stone steps of the academy roof. The wind ruffled their hair as Kakashi leaned against the railing, reading a small, orange book that Arthur immediately recognized as Jiraiya's make-out tactics. Kakashi snapped the book shut and slipped it into his pouch. All right. Let's start with some introductions. Just tell me your likes, your dislikes, your dreams for the future, things like that. Hey, before we do that, why don't you introduce yourself first? Naruto asked, crossing his arms. You know, so we can see how it's done. Kakashi pointed to himself. Me? I'm Kakashi Hatake. Things I like and things I hate. I don't feel like telling you that. My dreams for the future. Never really thought about it. As for my hobbies. I have lots of hobbies. Sakura's sweat dropped. That was totally useless. All he told us was his name. Okay, your turn, Kakashi pointed at Naruto. You on the right, you first. Naruto tugged on his headband, a massive grin breaking across his face. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like instant ramen in a cup, and I really like the ramen Irika-sensei bought me at Ichiraku. I hate the 3 minutes you have to wait after you pour the water in. My hobby is eating different kinds of ramen and comparing them. And my future dream is to be the greatest Hokage. Then the whole village will stop disrespecting me and start treating me like I'm somebody important. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. He's grown up in interesting ways. Next. Sakura sat up straighter, her cheeks immediately flushing. I'm Sakura. Harano. What I like. I mean, the person I like is. She stole a glance at Sasuke and giggled. My hobby is. Another glance at Sasuke, another giggle. My dream for the future is. She squealed, burying her face in her hands. Kakashi sighed. And what do you hate? Naruto, she yelled without hesitation. Naruto whimpered, clutching his chest as if he'd been stabbed. Kakashi shook his head. Girls her age are more interested in boys than ninja training. Next, Kakashi said, looking at the brooding boy. Sasuke leaned his chin on his hands, his eyes dark and cold. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I hate a lot of things, and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan, and destroy a certain someone. The wind seemed to chill at his words. Naruto looked nervously at Sasuke, hoping he wasn't the certain someone. Sakura just stared at him, entranced by his dark, mysterious aura. Kakashi's lone visible eye narrowed slightly. Just as I thought. And finally, Kakashi shifted his gaze to the fourth member, the anomaly. You. Arthur met the Jonin's gaze evenly. He didn't have a tragic backstory, a tailed beast, or a burning desire for revenge. But he did have a system, and he had a goal. My name is Arthur, he said, his voice calm and steady. I like predictability, quiet mornings, and perfectly cooked fish. I dislike unnecessary risks, betrayals, and loud noises. My hobby is throwing things at targets. And my dream is to survive long enough to die peacefully of old age in a comfortable bed. Kakashi blinked, genuinely surprised by the mundane, remarkably pragmatic answer. It was the absolute antithesis of standard shinobi ambition, yet in a world where ninja rarely lived to see 30, it was profoundly practical. Well, you are all unique, and you have your own ideas, Kakashi said, pushing off the railing. We're going to have our first mission tomorrow. What kind of mission, sensei? Naruto asked excitedly. It's a task the 5 of us will do together, Kakashi replied, a dark chuckle escaping his throat. A survival exercise. Survival exercise. Sakura echoed, confused. I thought we were supposed to have a real mission. We already did. Survival exercises in the academy. That's how we graduated. Kakashi began to laugh. It wasn't a warm laugh, it was a low, intimidating chuckle that made the hairs on Arthur's neck stand up. If I tell you the answer, you're not going to like it, Kakashi warned. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a serious, heavy register. Of the 28 graduates who passed the academy test, only 9 or 10 will actually be accepted as genin. The other 18 will be weeded out and sent back to the academy. In other words, this is a make-or-break, pass-fail test. And the chance of failing is at least 66%. Naruto's jaw dropped. Sakura went pale. Sasuke's eyes narrowed into slits. See? Didn't I tell you you wouldn't like it? Kakashi said cheerily. That's it for today. Meet me at the designated training ground at 5 AM tomorrow. Bring your ninja gear. Kakashi turned to leave, but paused, looking over his shoulder. Oh, one more thing. Skip breakfast tomorrow. You'll just throw it up. With another swirl of leaves, the Jonin was gone. Naruto and Sakura looked absolutely terrified. Arthur just stared at the spot where Kakashi had been standing. Skip breakfast? Not a chance. Tomorrow was the bell test, a grueling exercise in teamwork against a man who could flatten them without blinking. Arthur touched his stomach, feeling the familiar warmth of his expanding chakra reserves. He was going to need every ounce of energy he had, and a heavy, protein-rich breakfast was exactly what he was going to eat. The system was great, but basic. Nutrition still mattered. Well, guys, Arthur said, standing up and stretching his legs. Get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to hurt. Chapter 9, The Three Bells and the Heavy Breakfast. The alarm clock on Arthur's nightstand read 4 a.m. Outside, the Hidden Leaf village was submerged in the quiet, inky blackness of pre-dawn. Arthur didn't groan or smash the snooze button. He simply sat up, turning off the alarm before it could ring. A familiar, welcoming chime echoed in his head, cutting through the silence of his apartment. Ding! Daily reward claimed, plus 50 chakra capacity. Milestone, 7 days survived in the Shinobi world. Bonus reward claimed, skill, basic taijutsu. Academy mastery, ... The surge of warmth in his stomach was becoming a comforting morning ritual. His chakra reserves expanded once more, pushing him solidly into the mid-genin range. But it was the bonus reward that made Arthur pause. A sudden influx of physical knowledge flooded his muscles. The basic stances, blocks, and strikes he had clumsily learned from his predecessor's memories snapped into sharp, perfect focus. He didn't become a martial arts god overnight, but his body now intimately knew how to execute the standard academy style without a single wasted movement or loss of balance. Arthur threw a few test punches in the dark. Snap! Snap! His fists cut through the air crisply. It wasn't the Uchiha Interceptor Fist or the Hyuga Gentle Fist, but it was a solid foundation. He walked into his small kitchen and immediately broke Kakashi's single rule for the day. He cooked. Arthur fried 3 eggs, grilled a thick fillet of salted salmon, and steamed a large bowl of rice, washing it all down with hot green tea. He knew exactly what the bell test entailed. It was a grueling, hours-long exercise in futility against a man who could fight them in his sleep. Going into that on an empty stomach was just asking for a one-way ticket to passing out. By 4:45 a.m., Arthur was fully equipped, fed, and stepping out into the cool morning air. Training Ground 3 was a sprawling expanse of grassy fields, surrounded by dense forest and a wide river. In the center of the field stood 3 thick, wooden memorial posts. When Arthur arrived, his 3 teammates were already there. They looked absolutely miserable. Naruto was sitting cross-legged on the grass, his eyes half closed and his stomach emitting a low, pathetic rumble. Sakura was leaning against one of the posts, shivering slightly in the morning chill, looking like she hadn't slept a wink. Even Sasuke, who was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, looked paler than usual, his jaw tight. Morning, Arthur greeted, doing a few light stretches to keep his blood flowing. Naruto groaned, grabbing his stomach. Arthur, how are you so energetic? I'm starving. You didn't eat? Arthur asked smoothly, feigning innocence. Kakashi-sensei told us not to. Sakura snapped, her fatigue making her irritable. If we throw up, it's an automatic fail. Didn't you listen? Arthur shrugged, pulling a kunai and twirling it expertly around his index finger. A ninja must read underneath the underneath. An army marches on its stomach. If I'm going into a survival exercise, I'm not going in hungry. Sasuke opened one eye, glaring at Arthur. Idiot! If you fail because you barfed up your breakfast, don't come crying to us. I'll keep that in mind, Arthur replied with a mild smile. And so, the waiting began. 5 a.m. turned into 6 a.m. The sun crested the horizon, casting long shadows across the training ground. 7 a.m. The birds started singing. 8 a.m. Naruto fell asleep on the grass, drooling slightly. 9 a.m. Sakura sat down next to Naruto, complaining to the empty air about how unfair this was. Sasuke was practically vibrating with silent annoyance. Finally, at exactly 10 a.m., a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, and Kakashi Hatake materialized in a swirl of leaves, reading his orange book. "Morning, everyone. Ready for your first day?" Kakashi asked cheerily. "You're late." Naruto and Sakura screamed in unison, launching themselves to their feet. "Well, a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way," Kakashi offered, his lone eye curving into a smile. The excuse was so blatantly fake that even Sasuke's eye twitched. Kakashi strolled over to the wooden posts and set an alarm clock on top of the middle one. He clicked the dial, setting it to noon. Then, he reached into his flak jacket and pulled out a small string. Attached to the string were 3 small, silver bells. They jingled softly in the quiet morning air. "Your assignment is very simple," Kakashi explained, holding the bells up. "You just have to take these bells from me. That's all there is to it. If you can't get them by noon, you go without lunch. You'll be tied to those posts, and you'll watch me eat my lunch. In front of you." Naruto's stomach growled so loudly it sounded like a dying bear. Sakura clutched her own midsection in horror. Sasuke finally realized why Arthur had eaten, shooting a quick, annoyed glance at the brown-haired boy. "Wait a minute," Sakura realized, pointing at the Jonin's hand. "There are 4 of us. But there are only 3 bells." Kakashi's eye crinkled again, but this time, the amusement didn't reach it. "Very observant, Sakura. Yes, there are only 3 bells. That means at least one of you will definitely end up tied to a post, and ultimately disqualified for failing the mission. That person goes back to the academy." The atmosphere in the clearing instantly dropped 10 degrees. The exhaustion vanished, replaced by a tense, suffocating paranoia. Arthur watched the realization hit his teammates. It was a brilliant psychological trap. By introducing scarcity, Kakashi was actively destroying any chance of them working together. Why help your teammate if it meant you were the one going back to the academy? "You can use any weapons, including shuriken," Kakashi continued. "If you're not prepared to kill me, you won't be able to take the bells. Those weapons are too dangerous, sensei." Sakura protested. "Yeah, especially since you couldn't even dodge an eraser." Naruto laughed, whipping a kunai out of his holster. "I'll get a bell right now." Naruto charged forward, thrusting the kunai straight at Kakashi's chest. It happened so fast that even Arthur, with his enhanced chakra, barely registered the movement. 1 second Naruto was attacking, and the next, Kakashi was standing behind him. Kakashi had forced Naruto's arm back, pinning the boy's own kunai against the back of his neck. "Don't be in such a hurry," Kakashi said lazily. "I didn't say start yet." A cold sweat broke out on Sasuke's forehead. Sakura gasped, taking a step back. The sheer, overwhelming gap in speed was terrifying. Arthur didn't move. He kept his breathing steady, analyzing Kakashi's stance. The man hadn't even dropped his orange book. Kakashi released Naruto, stepping back to the center of the clearing. He looked at the 4 tense genin, his demeanor shifting from lazy instructor to deadly predator. "But, you came at me with the intent to kill," Kakashi noted softly. "So, I'm actually starting to like you guys." He raised a hand. "Ready? Start?" The response was instantaneous. Sasuke and Sakura leaped backward, launching themselves into the dense foliage of the surrounding forest to hide their presence. Arthur didn't hesitate either. He channeled his chakra, utilizing his basic chakra concealment skill, and vanished into the brush on the opposite side of the clearing. He dropped low into the bushes, completely erasing his physical and energetic footprint. Silence descended on the training ground. From his hiding spot, Arthur peeked through the leaves. Everyone had successfully hidden themselves, exactly as a ninja should. Everyone, except one. Standing dead center in the middle of the field, completely exposed and pointing a finger directly at the elite Jonin, was Naruto. You and me. Right now. Fair and square. Let's go. Naruto shouted. Kakashi sighed, finally looking up from his book. You know, compared to the others, you're a little bit weird. Arthur pinched the bridge of his nose from the bushes. He had an hour and a half to figure out how to force 3 violently antisocial, terrified 12-year-olds to cooperate against a man who could read their every move. All right, system, Arthur thought, drawing 2 shuriken. Let's see what a mid-genin can really do. Chapter 10, The Secret Technique and the Hidden Variable. From the safety of the dense foliage, Arthur watched the train wreck unfold. Naruto charged across the open field, a war cry tearing from his throat. He threw a wild, telegraphed punch aimed straight for Kakashi's face. The Jonin didn't even look up. He casually sidestepped, letting Naruto's momentum carry him forward, all while turning a page of his orange book. Shinobi Battle Skill, Part 1, Kakashi lectured lazily, his eyes still glued to the smutty novel. Taijutsu. The physical arts. Naruto spun around, throwing a rapid succession of kicks and punches. It was like watching a toddler try to fight the wind. Kakashi ducked, swayed, and weaved through the barrage with infuriating ease, never once closing his book or breaking his relaxed posture. Frustrated, Naruto crouched low, trying to sweep the Jonin's legs. Kakashi hopped lightly over the extended leg, vanishing from Naruto's line of sight in a blur of speed. Don't let your enemy get behind you, Kakashi's voice floated from directly behind the blonde boy. Naruto froze. Arthur, watching from the bushes, winced, knowing exactly what was coming. Kakashi was crouching behind Naruto, both hands clasped together in the symbol of the tiger. His visible eye was curved in a dark, mocking crescent. Sakura gasped from her hiding spot across the clearing. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief from the branches above. Was he going to use a fire jutsu on his own student? Leaf Village Secret Finger Jutsu. Kakashi declared, thrusting his clasped hands upward with devastating precision. 1,000 years of death. Smack. Naruto let out a sound that transcended human language, a high-pitched squeak of ultimate violation and agony. He shot into the sky like a launched torpedo, soaring over the clearing before plummeting straight into the nearby river with a massive splash. Arthur closed his eyes, shuddering. Seeing it animated was funny. Seeing it in real life is just psychologically scarring. Kakashi sighed, returning to his book. Idiots. A moment later, the surface of the river erupted. Naruto burst from the water, coughing and glaring at the Jonin with pure, unadulterated fury. 2 shuriken flew from the water, spinning rapidly toward Kakashi's head. The Jonin simply caught them both with his index and middle fingers, not even looking away from his page. What are you doing? Kakashi taunted. You won't get lunch if you don't get a bell before noon. I know that. Naruto yelled, pulling himself onto the muddy bank. He crossed his fingers into his signature seal. You think you're so tough? Take this. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Poof. 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 7 solid, physical copies of Naruto materialized from the smoke. Kakashi's single eye finally flicked away from his book, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his features. Physical clones? Not just illusions. And he can maintain 7 of them? Great technique, right? All 7 Narutos yelled in unison. Let's go! The clones rushed Kakashi, tackling him from every direction. It was a chaotic dogpile of orange jumpsuits and flying fists. From Arthur's vantage point, it looked like Naruto had actually managed to overwhelm the Jonin through sheer numbers. One of the Narutos reared back and threw a heavy punch. I got you! The punch connected with a sickening crunch. But it wasn't Kakashi who took the hit. It was another Naruto. Hey! Why did you hit me? The punched clone yelled, clutching his swelling cheek. You're Kakashi-sensei. You transformed into me, the first clone accused. Instantly, the clones turned on each other, a massive brawl erupting as they desperately tried to find the disguised Jonin among themselves. Arthur shook his head. Kakashi had simply used the substitution jutsu the moment they dogpiled him, swapping places with a clone and letting Naruto's own paranoia do the rest of the work. With a series of soft pops, the clones dispelled themselves in confusion, leaving the real Naruto sitting bruised and alone in the dirt. But then, Naruto spotted something. Sitting perfectly innocent in the grass near the edge of the trees was a small, silver bell. He dropped a bell. Naruto cheered, his bruises instantly forgotten as he sprinted toward the prize. Naruto, don't! Arthur hissed under his breath. Naruto lunged for the bell, his fingers wrapping around the cool metal. A sharp snap echoed from the tree canopy. Before Naruto could even blink, a hidden rope snare whipped around his ankle, jerking him violently upside down. He shrieked as he was hoisted into the air, left dangling helplessly from a thick oak branch. Kakashi walked out from behind a nearby tree, picking up the bell from the ground. Shinobi Battle Skill, Part 3, he drawled, looking up at the swinging boy. Ninjutsu. And a lesson in traps. Think before you act, Naruto. You fell for the most obvious bait imaginable. Suddenly, the distinct swish of tearing air pierced the clearing. Several shuriken and kunai shot from the dense branches of a nearby pine tree, arcing perfectly toward Kakashi's blind spots. Sasuke! Kakashi didn't even turn around. In a blur of motion, the weapons struck home, burying themselves deeply into the Jonin's chest and neck. Naruto screamed in horror as Kakashi collapsed into a lifeless heap. But a split second later, the body turned to smoke, revealing a splintered wooden log riddled with Sasuke's weapons. Another substitution. Arthur watched Sasuke's hiding spot carefully. The Uchiha was fast, his aim was deadly, and his tactical sense was light years ahead of Naruto and Sakura. But against a Jonin, it wasn't enough. Kakashi was just playing with them, testing their individual limits before crushing them. If I don't move soon, Arthur thought, analyzing the layout of the training ground, Sasuke is going to end up buried up to his neck, Sakura is going to faint from a genjutsu, and we all fail. Arthur closed his eyes and activated his basic chakra concealment. The warm, thrumming energy in his coils slowed, dimming until his presence blended perfectly with the ambient natural energy of the forest. He dropped silently from his hiding spot, moving through the underbrush with the grace of his system-granted basic taijutsu mastery. He didn't head toward Kakashi. He headed toward Sasuke. It took him 2 minutes to navigate the perimeter of the clearing. Slipping past the area where Kakashi had likely set up perimeter tripwires, he found Sasuke crouching on a thick branch near the center of the treeline, his dark eyes scanning the clearing below like a hawk looking for a mouse. Arthur climbed the trunk of the tree with deliberate slowness, making sure not to rustle a single leaf. He stopped one branch directly beneath the brooding Uchiha. "You're looking in the wrong place," Arthur whispered. Sasuke violently flinched, spinning around with a kunai drawn, his eyes wide with shock. He thrust the blade downward, stopping mere inches from Arthur's nose. Sasuke's breathing hitched. How? I didn't hear him. I didn't sense him. How long has he been there? Arthur didn't flinch. He just calmly looked at the razor-sharp edge of the kunai, then back up to Sasuke's dark eyes. Put it away, Uchiha. I'm not the enemy, Arthur said softly, his tone pragmatic and steady. How did you sneak up on me? Sasuke hissed, his pride clearly stung. He reluctantly lowered the weapon but kept his muscles coiled. It doesn't matter. What matters is that we have less than an hour, and Kakashi is picking us apart one by one, Arthur replied, shifting his weight on the branch. Naruto is currently playing piñata, and Sakura is probably paralyzed with fear. If you go out there alone, he's going to put you in the dirt. Literally. Sasuke scowled, his grip tightening on his kunai. I'm not like them. I almost had him. You hit a log, Arthur corrected flatly. You didn't almost have him. He let you think you almost had him so you would reveal your position. He's a jonin. We're genin. The math doesn't work in a one-on-one. Sasuke gritted his teeth. He hated it, but the logic was inescapable. The gap in power was a chasm. So what? You want to team up? I want a bell, Arthur said smoothly. And I have a plan to get one. I need your speed and your fire jutsu. In exchange, I'll provide the distraction and the opening. Sasuke stared at the utterly unremarkable, brown-haired orphan. Up until yesterday, Arthur had been the quietest, most average kid in the academy. Now, he was masking his chakra like an ANBU black OP and talking strategy. Sasuke glanced at the sky. The sun was rising higher. Time was running out. Fine, Sasuke whispered, his dark eyes narrowing. What's the plan? Arthur smiled, slipping a hand into his weapon pouch and drawing a spool of standard ninja wire. The system had given him the tools. Now, it was time to put them to work. Chapter 11, The Fireball and the Buried Prodigy. The plan was simple, suicidal, and relied entirely on Kakashi's overwhelming arrogance. Arthur crouched at the edge of the treeline, watching the silver-haired jonin read his book in the center of the clearing. Off to the side, Naruto was still dangling from the oak tree, swearing colorfully as he tried to saw through the rope with a kunai he could barely reach. Somewhere in the distance, a high-pitched, blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. It was Sakura. Genjutsu, Arthur muttered under his breath. Kakashi had likely just subjected her to a horrific illusion of Sasuke dying. That meant the board was completely clear. It was just the two of them now. Arthur took a deep breath, feeling the steady burn of his chakra, and stepped out of the bushes. He didn't mask his approach. He walked directly toward the center of the training ground. Kakashi turned a page of his orange book, not even bothering to look up. Giving up already? Or did you just come to keep Naruto company? Neither, Arthur replied calmly. He stopped 10 paces away, adopting the perfect, textbook academy stance his system had ingrained in him. I'm here for a bell. Kakashi finally raised his lone eye, looking Arthur up and down. He noted the flawless stance, the lack of wasted movement. It was remarkably solid for a civilian orphan, but ultimately, it was still just academy basics. Well, let's see what you've got, Kakashi challenged lazily. Arthur moved. He didn't launch a wild haymaker like Naruto, he closed the distance with a quick, calculated burst of speed, leading with a sharp jab toward Kakashi's jaw. Kakashi leaned back, letting the fist slice through empty air. Arthur instantly pivoted, bringing his leg around in a sweeping roundhouse kick. Kakashi casually blocked it with his forearm, not even dropping his book. He's like a brick wall, Arthur thought, feeling the shockwave of the impact rattle up his shin. Arthur unleashed a flurry of strikes, punches, elbows, low sweeps. The system's basic taijutsu. Mastery meant his technique was technically flawless, but Kakashi was simply too fast. The Jonin deflected every single blow with minimal effort, reading Arthur's movements before they even happened. "Your form is good," Kakashi noted, sounding genuinely bored. "But you lack power and speed. You're too predictable." Arthur gritted his teeth, stepping back to create space. He whipped 3 shuriken from his pouch and hurled them. At the exact same time, he channeled a surge of chakra into his legs and dashed to the left. Kakashi easily dodged the shuriken with a tilt of his head, but his eye narrowed. He noticed the faint glint of sunlight catching on thin, nearly invisible wires attached to the throwing stars. With a sharp tug, Arthur yanked the ninja wire. The shuriken reversed their trajectory, looping around a wooden post and flying directly at Kakashi's back. "Clever," Kakashi murmured. He ducked, letting the wired shuriken embed themselves into the dirt in front of him. But Arthur wasn't trying to hit him. He was trying to hurt him. Kakashi's dodge placed him perfectly in the shadow of a massive oak tree. The exact spot Arthur had designated. From the branches above, a dark blur dropped with blinding speed. Sasuke Uchiha descended, a kunai drawn end, aimed directly at the back of Kakashi's neck. Kakashi's eye widened marginally. He spun around, catching Sasuke's wrist just inches from his skin. But Sasuke was entirely different from Naruto or Arthur. The Uchiha prodigy twisted his wrist, breaking the hold with a burst of agility, and launched a fierce, relentless barrage of high-level taijutsu. Punches and kicks rained down in a blur. Kakashi was actually forced to close his book and slip it into his pouch, using both hands to block the Uchiha's fierce assault. "Now!" Sasuke yelled. Arthur sprinted forward. From Kakashi's blind spot, diving for the Jonin's waist. Kakashi realized the pincer attack a fraction of a second too late. He parried Sasuke's kick, but Arthur's outstretched fingers brushed against the cool metal of a silver bell. Jingle! The sound echoed loudly, but before Arthur could close his fist, Kakashi vanished in a blur of pure speed. Arthur tumbled into the dirt, grabbing nothing but air. He rolled back onto his feet, panting heavily. Sasuke landed beside him, his chest heaving, his Sharingan-less eyes scanning the clearing. "Where did he go?" Sasuke hissed. "Above," Arthur warned. Kakashi was standing on the branch Sasuke had just vacated. He looked down at the 2 genin, his lazy demeanor replaced by a look of mild, genuine acknowledgement. "Coordinated attacks, diversions, and you actually managed to make me close my book," Kakashi said. "Not bad. But it's not enough." Sasuke scowled, his pride wounded that they hadn't secured the bell. He formed a hand seal, his chakra flaring violently. "I'm not done." Sasuke leaped backward, rapidly cycling through hand signs that Arthur recognized instantly: serpent, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Kakashi's eye widened in sheer disbelief. Those signs? No way! A genin shouldn't have the chakra capacity to perform that jutsu. Sasuke inhaled deeply, his chest expanding. "Fire style, grand fireball technique." He exhaled, blowing a massive, roaring sphere of superheated fire from his mouth. The flames consumed the air, scorching the grass and illuminating the entire clearing in a blinding orange glow. The heat washed over Arthur, forcing him to shield his face. The fireball engulfed the branch where Kakashi stood, vaporizing the leaves and leaving a charred, smoking crater in the wood. Sasuke dropped to one knee, panting heavily, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "Got him." "Don't be an idiot," Arthur snapped, scanning the ground. "He's a jonin. He didn't just stand there and burn." A hand suddenly shot out of the solid earth beneath Sasuke's feet, grabbing the Uchiha firmly by the ankle. Sasuke's smirk vanished. What? Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. Kakashi's muffled voice echoed from beneath the soil. With a violent yank, Sasuke was pulled straight down into the dirt. The earth swallowed him. Instantly, leaving only his head resting above the surface like a morbid, brooding cabbage. Arthur drew a kunai, preparing to defend himself, but Kakashi erupted from the ground behind him. Before Arthur could even turn, a firm, heavy finger flicked him squarely on the forehead. The impact wasn't lethal, but the sheer force behind it sent Arthur sprawling onto his back, his vision swimming with stars. Kakashi stood over them, dusting off his flak jacket. He didn't look angry, he just looked tired. Sasuke, your ninjutsu is impressive, but you're too eager to prove yourself, Kakashi lectured. Looking at the buried prodigy. And Arthur. You have a good head on your shoulders, and you clearly orchestrated that trap. But you only used Sasuke. You completely ignored Sakura and Naruto. Arthur sat up, rubbing his throbbing forehead. Naruto was dangling from a tree, and Sakura was screaming in a genjutsu. They weren't exactly tactically viable. Kakashi crouched down, his single eye locking onto Arthur's with an intense, unyielding gaze. A team isn't about using the strongest pieces and discarding the weak ones. If this were a real battlefield, abandoning half your squad for an opening would have gotten them killed. Before Arthur could reply, a sharp, metallic ringing pierced the quiet morning air. Rioting! 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 The alarm clock on the center post vibrated violently. It was exactly noon. Kakashi sighed, standing up and pulling his orange book back out. Time's up, the jonin announced, his tone utterly devoid of warmth. Game over. All of you, meet me at the memorial stones in 10 minutes. I'll dig you out, Sasuke. As Kakashi walked away, Arthur let his head fall back against the grass, staring up at the bright blue sky. They had failed. He knew they were going to fail, but the absolute ease with which Kakashi had dismantled their best, most coordinated effort was deeply humbling. The system was a crutch, a tool for growth. But out here, against monsters like Kakashi, he realized just how long the road ahead truly was. And worst of all, now he had to sit through a lecture while his stomach finally decided to remind him that throwing up breakfast might have been preferable to what came next. Chapter 12, The Bento Box and the Rule Breakers. The mood at the memorial stone was incredibly bleak. The afternoon sun beat down relentlessly on the 4 genin. Naruto was tightly bound to the center wooden post with thick ninja wire, his stomach emitting a constant, pitiful groan. Sitting on the grass in front of him were Arthur, Sasuke, and Sakura. Placed agonizingly out of Naruto's reach were 3 pristine, delicious-smelling bento boxes. Kakashi leaned against the memorial stone, his arms crossed, projecting an aura of absolute disappointment. Your stomachs are growling, Kakashi noted dryly. By the way, about this exercise. I've decided none of you need to go back to the academy. Naruto's head snapped up, his eyes widening with desperate hope. Really? You mean, we passed? Sakura gasped, a wide smile breaking across her face. All I did was faint and fall for a genjutsu, but we passed. No, Kakashi said, his voice dropping into a cold, terrifying register. I mean all 4 of you should be dropped from the ninja program completely. You should never be allowed to be shinobi. The silence that followed was deafening. Sasuke's eyes snapped open, furious. He lunged forward, drawing a kunai and aiming a deadly strike at Kakashi. But in a blur of motion, Kakashi was behind him, pinning Sasuke face down in the dirt with a knee to his back, twisting his arm to a painful angle. Don't move, Kakashi warned softly. You don't get it. You don't understand what it means to be a ninja. You think it's a game? He glared down at the remaining three. Why do you think we put you in squads? Have any of you even considered the actual purpose of this test? Arthur met the Jonin's gaze. He knew the answer, of course, but it wasn't his place to steal the moment. This was a lesson Team 7 desperately needed to hear. Teamwork, Arthur said quietly. Kakashi's eye flicked to him, holding the stare for a long moment. Exactly. Teamwork. If all four of you had come at me together, you might have actually taken a bell. But what did you do? Kakashi applied a fraction more pressure to Sasuke's back, making the boy wince. Sakura. You ignored Naruto completely and only cared about Sasuke, who was nowhere near you. Naruto. You just charged in alone like a fool. Sasuke. You thought the others were beneath you, too weak to help, so you went solo. Kakashi finally looked back at Arthur. And you, Arthur? You understood coordination, but only when it suited you. You used Sasuke as a weapon and completely discarded Sakura and Naruto. A ninja must see through deception. In a real mission, abandoning your teammates to create an opening will lead to their deaths. Kakashi let go of Sasuke, allowing the brooding boy to scramble back to his feet, rubbing his shoulder. The Jonin walked over to the memorial stone, running a gloved hand gently over the engraved names. They. Anger in his voice faded, replaced by a profound, heavy sorrow. Look at this stone. The names carved into it, Kakashi said softly. These are ninja who are honored as heroes in the Hidden Leaf Village. But they aren't normal heroes. They are heroes who were killed in the line of duty. My best friends' names are engraved here. The sheer weight of Kakashi's words crushed whatever rebellion was left in the genin. Even Naruto stopped struggling against his ropes, looking down at the dirt. The reality of their chosen profession hung over them like a dark cloud. Death wasn't just a concept, it was a guarantee. Kakashi turned back around, his expression hardening once more. I'll give you one last chance, he declared. After lunch, we will try again. But it will be much harder. You three eat the lunches. But do not give any to Naruto. What? Naruto yelled, his stomach punctuating his outrage with another loud rumble. It's his punishment for trying to steal the food earlier, Kakashi stated flatly. If anyone gives him food, that person will immediately fail and be permanently dropped from the program. I make the rules. Understand? Kakashi didn't wait for an answer. With a swirl of leaves, he vanished, leaving them alone in the quiet clearing. Arthur reached forward and picked up his bento box. He popped the lid off, revealing perfectly cooked rice, steamed vegetables, and fried chicken. Next to him, Sasuke and Sakura did the same. Naruto turned his head away, squeezing his eyes shut. I don't need food. I'm fine. I can go days without eating. I'm gonna be a ninja. Immediately, his stomach betrayed him with a roar that sounded physically painful. Arthur looked at his bento, then over at Sasuke. The Uchiha was staring at his rice, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He looked at the woods, checking to see if Kakashi was watching, then let out a frustrated sigh. Sasuke picked up a piece of chicken with his chopsticks and held it out toward Naruto. Here, Sasuke muttered, not looking at him. Sakura gasped. Sasuke-kun. What are you doing? Sensei said you'll fail if you feed him. Kakashi is gone, Sasuke replied coldly. We have to get the bells together. If Naruto is starving and weak, he'll just be a liability. He'll drag us down. Eat it, loser. Naruto's eyes watered. He opened his mouth, but because his hands were tied, he couldn't take the food. Arthur smiled slightly. He didn't hesitate. He scooped a large portion of rice and vegetables from his own box and held it up to Naruto's mouth. Eat, Naruto, Arthur said calmly. Arthur, not you two. Sakura panicked, clutching her hair. We're all going to be sent back to the academy. Sakura, Arthur said, his voice steady and grounding. Look at the situation. The four of us are a team. We survive together, or we fail together. I had a heavy breakfast this morning anyway. I don't need this as much as he does. Feed him, before Kakashi gets back. Sakura looked at Arthur's calm face, then at Sasuke's determined expression, and finally at Naruto's tear-filled eyes. The rules of the academy had been drilled into her head for years, always obey orders. But Arthur and Sasuke were right. Slowly, Sakura picked up a piece of food from her own box and held it out. Hurry up and eat it, Naruto. Before I change my mind. Naruto sniffled, leaning forward and taking the bite from Sakura, then from Arthur, and finally from Sasuke. Thanks, guys, Naruto mumbled through a mouthful of rice, genuine gratitude shining in his blue eyes. Suddenly, the wind stopped. The bright, sunny sky instantly darkened. Heavy, ominous clouds rolled in at unnatural speeds, and a terrifying, oppressive blast of chakra slammed into the clearing. Arthur tensed, dropping his chopsticks. Even knowing it was a theatrical entrance, the sheer pressure of Kakashi's raw chakra was suffocating. Boom! Kakashi erupted from the ground in front of them, surrounded by swirling winds and crackling lightning. His lone eye was wide and filled with fury. You! Kakashi roared, his voice echoing like thunder. Sakura screamed. Sasuke grabbed his kunai. Arthur braced himself, shielding Naruto with his body. You broke the rules! Kakashi yelled, stepping menacingly toward them. Do you have anything to say? For yourselves! Naruto squeezed his eyes shut but yelled right back, we're a team. All four of us. That's what you said. We do it together. Yet. Sakura chimed in, terrified but standing her ground. We're a four-man squad. Sasuke nodded sharply. We're in this together. Kakashi stopped. He looked at the four of them. United against him, standing shoulder to shoulder to protect their bound teammate. The heavy, suffocating chakra vanished in an instant. The dark clouds parted, letting the warm afternoon sun bathe the clearing once more. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled into a warm, genuine smile. You pass, Kakashi said softly. Naruto blinked, completely thrown off by the sudden shift in tone. Hey? What do you mean, we pass? You're the first squad to ever pass my test, Kakashi explained, his voice filled with pride. Every other team just blindly followed my orders. They let their teammates suffer to protect themselves. A ninja must see underneath the underneath. He turned and looked up at the blue sky. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum. That's true. Kakashi looked back at them, his gaze lingering on each of their faces. But those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. The words hung in the air, washing away all the tension, fear, and exhaustion of the day. Naruto's eyes welled up with happy tears. Sakura let out a massive sigh of relief. Sasuke actually smiled, a tiny, barely noticeable curve of his lips. Arthur leaned back against the grass, a profound sense of satisfaction settling deep in his chest. They did it. They survived the test, and they were officially a team. Ding! Hidden milestone achieved, officially became a genin of the hidden leaf. Bonus reward claimed, Jutsu, body replacement technique, perfected. Arthur smiled at the translucent blue text. The body replacement jutsu, the substitution perfected, meant no hand seals, just pure reflex. It was the ultimate lifeline. The exercise is over, Kakashi announced, pulling out a kunai and cutting Naruto's bindings. Team 7 starts its first real mission tomorrow. Let's go home. Chapter 13, The Demon Cat and the Drunken Builder. The first week of being a true genin of the Hidden Leaf Village was not filled with epic clashes, forbidden jutsu, or life or death struggles. It was filled with garbage. Literally. Arthur stood in his apartment, tying his headband around his bicep. As the morning sun filtered through his window, the familiar blue screen materialized with its comforting chime. Ding! Daily. Reward claimed, plus 50 chakra capacity. Arthur exhaled, feeling the warm energy settle into his core. It had been 7 days since the bell test. 7 days of steady, uninterrupted growth. He was comfortably sitting at the level of a mid to high genin in terms of raw reserves. But it was the reward from passing the bell test that truly changed the game. Arthur looked at a wooden chair sitting in the corner of his small room. He didn't form a single hand seal. He didn't even move his arms. He simply willed his chakra to flare, targeting the object with his mind. Poof! In a fraction of a second, the world shifted. Arthur was suddenly standing in the corner of the room, and the wooden chair was resting perfectly on the spot where he had just been standing. Arthur grinned. Body replacement technique, perfected. The standard substitution jutsu usually required a hand seal, a split second of preparation, and a nearby object. Arthur's perfected version bypassed the seals entirely. It was a reflex, an instantaneous swap driven purely by intent and chakra. In the lethal, high-speed world of shinobi combat, shaving off that half-second of casting time was the ultimate trump card. He grabbed his weapon pouch and headed out the door. It was time for another grueling, spirit-crushing day of being a glorious ninja. Training Ground 20 was a muddy, weed-infested nightmare. Hey! You're pulling up the medicinal herbs, you idiot! Sakura's voice shrilled across the field. Arthur sighed, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow as he carefully extracted a dandelion by its roots. A few yards away, Sakura was aggressively shaking Naruto, who was holding a fistful of very rare, very ruined medicinal plants. Sasuke was on the other side of the field, picking weeds with a look of murderous, brooding intensity, as if the dandelions had personally slaughtered his clan. This was the reality of D-rank missions. They were chores. Babysitting, grocery shopping, painting fences, and weeding gardens. For Naruto and Sasuke, it was torture. They wanted to prove themselves, to fight and grow stronger. But for Arthur, it was a godsend. Every day spent pulling weeds was another day the system passively injected 50 points of chakra into his coils. He was getting stronger by doing absolutely nothing dangerous. It was the perfect exploit. 2 hours later, Kakashi's voice crackled to life through the cheap, static-filled earpieces they had been issued for their next mission. Target has moved to Point B. What's your status? Arthur crouched on the branch of a low-hanging tree, his eyes locked on a fat, brown cat with a red ribbon tied around its right ear. The beast was currently licking its paw, entirely unaware of the 4 trained assassins closing in on it. Arthur, in position, he whispered into his mic. Sasuke, in position. Sakura, I'm in position. Naruto. I'm in position too, believe it. All right, Kakashi instructed lazily from somewhere far away. The target is Tora. Capture on my mark. 3, 2, 1, go. 4 shadows descended upon the unsuspecting feline. Sasuke blocked the front exit, Sakura covered the rear, and Arthur sealed off the vertical escape route, dropping perfectly behind the cat. Tora shrieked, its fur puffing up as it realized it was trapped. It darted to the left, straight toward the weakest link. I gotcha! Naruto yelled, diving forward and wrapping his arms tightly around the screeching animal. Instantly, a whirlwind of claws, teeth, and orange fabric erupted in the dirt. Tora went absolutely feral, tearing into Naruto's face with the wrath of a miniature tiger. Gah! Let go! Bad kitty! Ah, my eyes! Naruto screamed, rolling around in the dirt while refusing to let go of the squirming cat. Does the target have a ribbon on its right ear? Kakashi asked over the radio, completely ignoring his students' screams of agony. Target confirmed, Sasuke sighed, rubbing his temples. Good. Mission complete. Bring it back to the tower. Arthur hopped down from his branch, watching Naruto try to pry the cat's claws out of his cheek. The system hadn't given him a reward for catching a cat, but the comedic value was almost worth the effort. The Hokage's office was suffocatingly perfumed. Oh, my sweet, precious little Tora. Mommy was so worried. Madame Shijimai, the immensely wealthy and incredibly rotund wife of the fire daimyo, was currently crushing the life out of the poor cat, burying its face in her massive bosom. Tora looked like it was praying for the sweet release of death. Arthur stood in line with his team, hands clasped behind his back. Naruto's face was covered in a comical amount of scratch marks, but he was grinning viciously. Stupid cat deserves it, Naruto muttered, crossing his arms. Sitting behind his massive desk, the third Hokage chuckled softly, taking a drag from his pipe. Iruka sat next to him, sorting through a stack of mission scrolls. Now then, Hiruzen said, adjusting his cage hat. For Team 7's next mission, we have several available tasks. You can babysit the chief counselor's 3-year-old boy, help his wife with the grocery shopping, or dig up potatoes at the No. Naruto stepped forward, crossing his arms into a giant X. His bright blue eyes burned with absolute defiance. No way! I want to do a real mission. Something exciting. Not this boring kid stuff. I'm a ninja, not a maid. Naruto. Iruka slammed his hands on the desk, standing up furiously. You are a brand new genin. Everyone starts with simple D-rank missions to build experience and teamwork. But Iruka-sensei. Naruto whined, pointing at his scratched face. We've been doing the dumbest chores all week. I'm ready to prove myself. Kakashi, who was leaning against the wall reading his orange book, reached out and casually chopped Naruto on the back of the head. Quiet down, idiot. Arthur stayed perfectly still, but internally, his heart rate spiked. Here we go. The tutorial is over. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed deeply, placing his pipe on the desk. He looked at Naruto with the tired, grandfatherly expression he reserved solely for the blonde nuisance. Naruto. It seems you do not understand how this village operates, the Hokage began, his voice carrying the weight of a seasoned leader. Every day, the Leaf Village receives countless requests. Babysitting, assassinations, guarding caravans. These requests are categorized by difficulty, A, B, C, and D. He gestured to the 4 genin. You are genin, the lowest rank. Therefore, you are only authorized to handle D-rank missions. As you successfully complete these tasks, you prove your reliability to the village and our clients. That is how a shinobi builds trust. Naruto wasn't listening. He had turned his back to the Hokage and was whispering loudly to Sasuke and Sakura. So anyway, I had the pork ramen yesterday, but today I'm really feeling the miso broth. What do you guys think? Listen to me. Hiruzen roared, his patience finally snapping. Kakashi sighed, grabbing Naruto by the collar and hoisting him into the air. Sorry, Lord Hokage. Naruto crossed his arms, dangling from Kakashi's grip, but glaring fiercely at the old man. You always lecture me like you're my grandfather. But I'm not the little prankster kid who used to paint the monument anymore. I'm a ninja, and I want a mission that proves it. The room fell silent. Iruka opened his mouth to scold him again, but Hiruzen raised a hand, stopping him. The third Hokage looked deeply at Naruto. He saw the fire, the determination, and the desperate need to be acknowledged. He then looked at Sasuke, whose dark eyes mirrored that same impatience. He looked at Sakura, who seemed terrified but eager to impress Sasuke. And finally, he looked at Arthur. The brown-haired boy was standing perfectly still, his breathing completely regulated, his eyes calm and intensely observant. Team 7, Hiruzen thought. Kakashi passed them for a reason. Perhaps it's time to test the waters. Very well, Hiruzen smiled slightly, picking up his pipe. If you are that determined, Naruto, I will give you a C-rank mission. Naruto's eyes lit up like fireworks. Sakura gasped. Even Sasuke leaned forward slightly, his brooding facade cracking just a fraction. You will be acting as bodyguards for a very important individual, the Hokage announced. Really? Naruto cheered, punching the air. Who is it? A princess? A feudal lord? Some super cool VIP? Bring him in, Hiruzen called out toward the double doors. The heavy wooden doors creaked open. The sharp, pungent stench of cheap sake flooded the office instantly. Standing in the doorway was an older man with a grey beard, wearing a sleeveless V-neck shirt, a simple towel wrapped around his neck, and a conical straw hat. In his right hand, he held a large bottle of liquor. His eyes were half closed, bleary with intoxication. He took a long swig from the bottle, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand as he stared at the 4 children standing in front of him. What the hell is this? The man slurred, his voice rough and grating. A bunch of snot-nosed little kids. Naruto blinked. Hey! The man stumbled forward, pointing a calloused finger at the group. And the little one with the idiot look on his face. You really expect me to believe you're a ninja? Naruto laughed, looking left and right at his teammates. Who's the little one with the idiot look on his face? Sasuke stood tall. Sakura straightened her posture. Arthur, knowing exactly what was coming, took half a step back. Naruto suddenly realized he was, in fact, the shortest person in the room. I'll kill him! Naruto screamed, lunging for the drunk man. Kakashi barely managed to snag him by the back of his collar again, holding the violently flailing genin in mid-air. You can't kill the client, Naruto, Kakashi sighed, sounding profoundly exhausted. The man scoffed, taking another drink. I am Tajuna, the master bridge builder of the Land of Waves. I need to return to my country to finish building a bridge that will change the world. And I expect you to get me there safely, even if it costs you your lives. Arthur looked at Tajuna, his mind rapidly processing the tactical situation. This wasn't a C-rank mission. It was a lie. Tajuna was being hunted by Gato, a ruthless shipping magnate who had hired rogue ninja to kill the builder. They were going to face Chunin-level assassins almost immediately, followed by Zabuza Momokai, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Arthur glanced at his translucent blue system screen, which had remained dormant since the morning. I've got perfected substitution, intermediate chakra control, and the physical stats of a mid-genin, Arthur calculated. Is it enough? Kakashi dropped Naruto back onto the floor and offered Tajuna a polite, if lazy, nod. We'll depart in an hour. Pack your gear. Everyone. We're going for a long walk. As Team 7 filed out of the office, Arthur's hand instinctively drifted to the weapon pouch strapped to his thigh. The quiet days of weeding and catching cats were officially over. Blood was going to spill, and Arthur needed to make sure it wasn't his. Chapter 14, The Puddle and the Poisoned Claw. The massive, towering green gates of Konoha loomed overhead, casting a long shadow over the dirt path leading out into the wider world. For Arthur, walking through those gates felt like crossing the Rubicon. Inside the walls, despite the harsh training and the looming threat of future invasions, there was a safety net. Out there, the training wheels came off. The people they would meet wouldn't be instructors teaching them a lesson, they would be killers aiming for the throat. As soon as Arthur's foot crossed the threshold, the familiar blue screen materialized in his vision. Ding! Hidden. Milestone achieved, left the boundaries of Konohagakure for the first time. Bonus reward claimed, skill, danger intuition, basic, ... Arthur blinked as a strange, tingling sensation washed over the back of his neck. It wasn't a sudden influx of knowledge or a surge of power like his previous rewards. Instead, his senses felt sharper, the ambient noises of the forest suddenly distinct and clear. It was a primal, gut-level instinct, like the feeling of being watched in an empty room, dialed up to a tangible metric. All right! Naruto cheered, practically vibrating with excitement. He sprinted a few yards ahead, looking left and right at the dense, towering trees of the surrounding forest. This is it. I'm really outside the village. I've never left Konoha before. Tajuna took a long swig from his bottle of sake, wiping his mouth with a grunt. He glared at the blond boy with open disdain. Am I really supposed to trust my life to this screaming little runt? He looks like a complete idiot. Naruto spun around, his fist raised. Hey! Don't insult a ninja, old man. I'm the greatest ninja ever, and someday I'm going to be the Hokage. You'll be bowing to me. Hokage are powerful and wise, Tajuna scoffed, adjusting his straw hat. You're just a loudmouth brat. I wouldn't bow to you if you were the last man on earth. I'll kill you! Naruto screamed, lunging forward. Kakashi grabbed the back of Naruto's collar with a tired sigh, easily holding him back. I told you, Naruto. You can't kill the client. It's bad for business. Kakashi then looked over his shoulder at Tajuna, offering a lazy eye smile. Don't worry, Mr. Tajuna. I'm a jonin. I'll make sure you get home safely. The group settled into a steady walking pace. The weather was perfect, a clear, sunny day with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Birds chirped happily from the canopy above. It was peaceful. Too peaceful. Arthur walked near the back of the formation, his hand resting casually near his weapon pouch. The tingling sensation on the back of his neck, gifted by his new danger intuition, was humming like a low-voltage electrical wire. He scanned the dirt road ahead. About 20 yards in front of them, resting completely innocuously in the middle of the dry, dusty path, was a puddle of water. Arthur's eyes narrowed. It hadn't rained in a week. The air was dry, and the sun was beating down directly on the road. A puddle had no physical reason to exist. There. Kakashi walked right past it, not even glancing down from his orange book. He knows, Arthur realized. He's testing us. As the group passed the puddle, Arthur slowed his pace slightly, making sure he was positioned between Naruto and Tajuna. Suddenly, the hum at the back of Arthur's neck spiked into a violently sharp needle of pure dread. The puddle didn't just ripple, it exploded. Two massive figures clad in dark cloaks erupted from the water, droplets flying in every direction. They wore gas masks outfitted with metal breathing tubes, and their forehead protectors bore the symbol of the hidden mist, a deep horizontal scratch cutting right through the emblem. Rogue Ninja. Before anyone could even blink, the two assassins whipped their arms outward. A thick, heavy chain lined with razor-sharp, jagged metal claws flew through the air, wrapping tightly around Kakashi. One down, the demon brothers hissed in unison. With a vicious, synchronized pull, they yanked the chain. Ryeb. Blood sprayed across the dirt road in a gruesome, crimson fan. The sharp chains tore directly through Kakashi's body, shredding the elite jonin into absolute pieces. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura screamed, her voice cracking in sheer terror. Naruto froze. The anime had made it look like a quick, clean action sequence, but standing 10 feet away from a man being ripped to shreds was paralyzing. Naruto's eyes went wide, his breathing completely stopped, his mind utterly unable to process the horrific violence unfolding right in front of him. 2 down! The assassins shouted, turning their masked faces toward the paralyzed blonde boy. They detached the chain connecting their gauntlets and charged at Naruto from opposite sides, their poisoned claws raised for the kill. Move! Arthur's mind screamed. But Sasuke was faster. The Uchiha prodigy didn't freeze. He leaped into the air with a fluid, lethal grace, pulling a shuriken and a kunai from his pouches. He hurled the shuriken first, pinning the loose chain to the trunk of a nearby tree, and slammed the kunai directly into the center ring of the shuriken to anchor it completely. The demon brothers jerked backward, their forward momentum violently halted as their weapons were pinned. Sasuke landed perfectly on their outstretched gauntlets. He used their own arms as a springboard, delivering a brutal, dual-legged kick directly into their masked faces. The brothers grunted, stumbling backward. Realizing they were pinned, they immediately unlatched their gauntlets, abandoning the chained weapons. They split up. Gozu charged straight for Tashuna, his spare claw gleaming in the sun. Miyazu turned back toward the still paralyzed Naruto, raising his poisoned gauntlet to slash the boy's throat. "Stay back!" Sakura yelled, drawing a kunai and throwing herself directly in front of Tashuna, her hands shaking wildly but her stance firm. Sasuke landed and immediately sprinted to back her up. But no one was close enough to Naruto. Miyazu's claw descended in a deadly arc. Arthur didn't think, he reacted. He let his instincts take over. He didn't reach for a weapon, and he didn't try to block a Chunin-level strike with his bare hands. He focused all his intent on the space right next to Naruto and the massive fallen branch resting by the side of the road. He grabbed Naruto's jacket. Body replacement technique. Poof! A split. Second before the metal claws tore through Naruto's flesh, the world shifted. Arthur and Naruto vanished in a puff of white smoke, instantly materializing 5 feet to the left. Thwack! Miyazu's poisoned claws buried themselves deep into the thick, solid wood of the substituted log. Wood splinters flew through the air. Miyazu's eyes widened behind his mask. He whipped his head around, staring at Arthur. "What? No hand seals? I didn't even see him mold." Chakra! Arthur didn't give the assassin time to recover. Utilizing his basic taijutsu, academy mastery, Arthur pivoted on his heel, channeling his mid-genin chakra into his fist. He drove a heavy, textbook-perfect cross straight into the side of Miyazu's gas mask. The impact cracked the glass lens of the mask, making Miyazu stumble a half-step backward. It wasn't nearly enough to knock out an experienced killer, but in a ninja battle, a half-step was an eternity. Miyazu snarled, raising his claw to rip Arthur open. Before the strike could land, a hand clamped down onto the back of Miyazu's neck like an iron vice. At the exact same moment, another hand clamped down on the back of Gozu's neck, mere inches from Sakura's face. Kakashi Hatake stood between them, holding both full-grown assassins off the ground by their necks, his lone eye curved in a thoroughly unimpressed crescent. "Hi," Kakashi said casually. Naruto, still on the ground, gasped for air. He looked at the mangled chunks of flesh lying in the dirt where Kakashi had been killed. With a soft pop, the chunks of meat transformed back into chopped-up pieces of a wooden log. "Substitution," Sakura breathed out, her legs trembling so hard she almost collapsed. Kakashi squeezed the necks of the demon brothers, applying just enough pressure to render them instantly unconscious. He dropped their limp bodies into the dirt. "Good job, Sasuke. Very smooth, Kakashi praised, turning to his students. Sakura, excellent work prioritizing the client. And Arthur. Kakashi looked at the brown-haired boy, his eye narrowing slightly in genuine analytical assessment. A seal-less substitution executed in a fraction of a second, followed immediately by a counter-strike to stagger the opponent. Your reaction time saved Naruto's life. Outstanding. Arthur breathed out a long, shaky breath, rubbing his knuckles. Thanks, sensei. Naruto sat in the dirt, completely silent. He looked at Sasuke, who had fought back. Immediately, he looked at Sakura, who had stood her ground to protect the client. And he looked at Arthur, who had flawlessly ripped him out of the jaws of death. Then, Naruto looked at his own shaking hands. He hadn't done anything. He had frozen. A deep, burning shame settled into his chest. Sasuke, Sakura, Arthur, Kakashi continued, his tone shifting into something far more serious. You handled yourselves like true genin. But we have a bigger problem now. Kakashi turned his gaze to the terrified bridge builder. Tajuna was sweating profusely, gripping his bottle of sake like a lifeline. Kakashi walked over to the unconscious bodies of the demon brothers, nudging one of their headbands with his boot. These are Chunin from the Hidden Mist Village. They are known for fighting regardless of the cost. They don't target poor civilians. Kakashi slowly raised his head, his dark, visible eye piercing right through Tajuna's soul. Mr. Tajuna, Kakashi said, his voice dangerously low. A mission involving combat with enemy shinobi is classified as a B-rank or A-rank mission. You requested a D-rank bodyguard detail, claiming you only feared gangs and thieves. But you lied. You are being targeted by highly trained, lethal ninja. The wind swept through the trees, completely silent. This is no longer a C-rank mission, Kakashi declared. And Team 7 is officially out of its depth. We need to talk. Chapter 15, The Oath of Pain and the Fog of War. Kakashi didn't yell. He didn't have to. The sheer, terrifying weight of his Jonin presence was more than enough to make the bridge builder shrink back in fear. With practiced, ruthless efficiency, Kakashi dragged the unconscious demon brothers to a nearby tree, binding them tightly with heavy steel wire. He confiscated their poisoned gauntlets and slapped a basic suppression seal on the ropes for good measure. Arthur watched from a few paces away, his heart rate finally returning to a normal rhythm. We are Konoha shinobi, Kakashi said, turning his back to the tied-up assassins to face Tajuna. Our duties are dictated by rank and transparency. You requested protection from street thugs. These are elite rogue ninja. That makes this a B-rank mission, bordering on A rank. We are a team of genin fresh out of the academy. This is entirely outside our jurisdiction. Tajuna looked at the ground, his grip tightening around his bottle of sake. He didn't argue. He knew he was caught. We're dropping the mission, Sakura agreed immediately, her voice still trembling from the adrenaline crash. We need to go back to the village. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto is hurt. Those claws were poisoned. Arthur looked over at the blonde boy. Naruto was clutching his left hand, his face pale and covered in a sheen of cold sweat. A shallow but nasty gash ran across the back of his palm, right where Mizu's claw had grazed him before Arthur had substituted them away. The veins around the wound were already beginning to turn a sickly, bruised purple. Kakashi sighed, walking over to Naruto and inspecting the wound. Sakura is right. The claws were coated in a heavy neurotoxin. We need to open the wound to bleed the poison out, and get him back to the village for proper medical treatment. Immediately. The mission is over. Wait. Tajuna cried out, dropping to his knees. The proud, abrasive drunk was suddenly gone, replaced by a desperate, broken old man. Please. If you leave me now, I'm a dead man. Sasuke crossed his arms, his dark eyes narrowing. Then tell us the truth. Who is trying to kill you? Tajuna swallowed hard, staring at the dirt. His name is Gato. Of Gato Transport. Kakashi's lone eye widened slightly. Gato? You mean one of the wealthiest shipping magnates in the world? That Gato? Yes, Tajuna nodded grimly. But that's just his public face. Underneath, he runs the black market. He uses gangs and rogue ninja to take over businesses and countries. A year ago, he set his sights on the land of waves. With his wealth, he completely monopolized our shipping routes. In an island nation, whoever controls the sea controls the food, the economy, the very life of the people. Tajuna looked up, tears welling in his aged eyes. The only thing he fears is the bridge. If we finish the bridge connecting our island to the mainland, his monopoly breaks. The people will be free. That's why he hired those ninja to kill me. I'm the master bridge builder. Without me, the bridge falls. The silence on the dirt road was heavy. I couldn't afford a B-rank mission, Tajuna confessed softly. Gato took all our money. The village is starving. If you abandon me, I will be killed before I reach the shore. But I understand. I lied to you. When I die, my 10-year-old grandson will cry for days. My daughter will live the rest of her life hating the ninja of the hidden leaf for abandoning her father. But it's fine. Don't worry about it. Sakura's sweat dropped, the sheer weight of the guilt trip completely crushing her resolve. He's totally making us feel guilty on purpose. Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck, clearly torn between protocol and his own morals. Arthur looked at a new translucent blue screen hovering in his peripheral vision. Ding! Dynamic. Mission system triggered. Condition: the host is presented with a choice to retreat or engage in a mission exceeding their current rank, a rank threat detected. Option 1, retreat. Reward, safety. Penalty, failure of canon timeline. Option 2, proceed. Reward, high tier skill unlock. Penalty, high risk of death. Arthur didn't even need to think about it. He closed the screen. If they went back to the village, the timeline would shatter. Team 7 would miss out on the crucible that forged them into real shinobi. It doesn't matter what the client wants, Sasuke said suddenly, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I say we keep going. I want to see what these assassins are made of. Sasuke-kun, are you crazy? Sakura gasped. Did you see what just happened? And Naruto is poisoned. He's just going to be a burden. Naruto flinched. The word burden hit him harder than the poisoned claw. He looked down at his shaking, purple-veined hand. He had frozen. When the enemy attacked, Sasuke had fought like a hero, Sakura had protected the client, and Arthur had moved faster than he could even blink to save his life. Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who claimed he was going to be Hokage, had done absolutely nothing. No, Naruto thought, his teeth grinding together. Never again. Without a word, Naruto reached into his leg pouch with his good hand. He drew a sharp kunai. Naruto, what are you doing? Arthur asked, though he already knew. Naruto didn't answer. He raised the kunai, flipped it downward, and violently drove the blade straight into the back of his poisoned left hand. Blood sprayed onto the dirt. Sakura screamed in horror. Kakashi stepped forward, his eye wide in shock. Naruto pulled the blade out, gritting his teeth against the searing agony. Dark, poisoned blood poured freely from the self-inflicted wound, dripping steadily onto the dusty road. Naruto! Are you insane? Sakura shrieked. Why am I always so different? Naruto growled. his voice trembling not from pain, but from absolute, raw determination. He slowly stood up, holding his bleeding hand out, his bright blue eyes burning with a fierce, unwavering fire. I worked so hard. I practiced for hours, but when the time came, I was the only one who froze. Naruto yelled, glaring at the sky. He tightly gripped the bloody kunai in his right hand. I promise. I won't freeze again. I won't need someone to save me. I won't lose to Sasuke, and I won't hide behind Arthur. I swear it by the pain in my left hand. I will protect this old man with my life. He turned to Kakashi, flashing a massive, confident grin despite his pale face. The mission continues, Kakashi-sensei. I bled the poison out. I'm good to go. Arthur watched the blonde boy with genuine respect. It was one thing to see the scene on a television screen, it was entirely different to witness a 12-year-old child stab himself through the hand just to prove he wasn't going to back down from his dream. That was the will of fire. Kakashi stared at Naruto for a long moment, the shock fading into a soft, proud smile beneath his mask. That was a very cool speech, Naruto, Kakashi said casually. And it was very brave of you to bleed the poison out. But if you lose any more blood, you're going to die. Naruto's heroic grin instantly vanished. He looked down at his hand. The blood was pouring out in a steady, terrifying stream. Ah! No, no, no. I don't want to die. Help me. Stop the bleeding. Naruto screamed, flailing his arms around in an absolute panic. Kakashi sighed, pulling a roll of bandages from his pouch and walking over. Show me your hand, idiot. As Kakashi wrapped the wound, Arthur focused his chakra, utilizing his newly heightened senses. He watched Kakashi's lone eye narrow as the Jonin inspected the gash. Arthur couldn't see it clearly, but he knew what Kakashi was looking at. The wound was already closing. The demonic, red chakra of the Nine Tails was burning away the remaining poison and forcefully knitting the boy's flesh back together at an impossible speed. The Kyuubi's healing factor, Arthur noted. Good. That means he'll be at 100% when things go wrong. Kakashi finished tying off the bandage, his expression carefully neutral. All right. The bleeding has stopped. Mr. Tajuna. Team 7 will see you to the land of waves. Tajuna let out a long, shuddering breath, fresh tears leaking from his eyes. Thank you. Thank you all. The journey to the coast was uneventful, but the atmosphere had permanently shifted. The carefree chatter was gone, replaced by the tense, focused silence of an active war zone. By mid-afternoon, they reached the coastline. Hidden in the thick reeds was a small, motorized wooden skiff driven by an old associate of Tajuna's. They piled into the small boat, and the driver immediately cut the engine, relying on a single wooden oar to row them across the water in absolute silence. The sun began to set, casting long, eerie shadows across the sea. But as they approached the land of waves, the sky disappeared entirely. A thick, suffocating white mist rolled over the water, swallowing the boat whole. It was so dense that Arthur could barely see Sasuke, who was sitting only 3 feet across from him. The air was damp and bitterly cold. This fog is unnatural, Sakura whispered, shivering in her jacket. Keep your voices down, the boatman hissed quietly from the back. If they hear us, we're dead. Suddenly, the mist parted slightly. Looming out of the white void, directly above them, was the massive, incomplete structure of the Great Naruto Bridge. Massive stone pillars rose from the dark water, supporting a sprawling steel framework that stretched toward the unseen island ahead. It was a monument to human defiance, standing tall in a land ruled by despair. As the boat slowly glided past the pillars toward the hidden docks, the tingling sensation on the back of Arthur's neck returned. It wasn't a sharp needle like before, it was a slow, heavy, suffocating pressure. Ding! Warning, S-class threat detected in proximity. Arthur's hand slowly gripped the handle of his kunai. The mist wasn't just weather. It was chakra. The demon of the hidden mist is here, Arthur thought, his eyes scanning the impenetrable white fog. Zabuza Mamakai. Chapter 16, The Snow Rabbit and the Demon of the Mist. The wooden skiff bumped softly against the hidden docks, the sound barely carrying through the suffocating fog. "This is as far as I go," the boatman whispered, his eyes darting nervously toward the impenetrable white mist. "Good luck, Tajuna." "I owe you my life," Tajuna replied sincerely as the old man pushed the skiff back into the water, quickly disappearing into the fog without looking back. Team 7 and the bridge builders stepped onto the muddy shores of the Land of Waves. The atmosphere was vastly different from the lush, vibrant forests of Konoha. Here, the trees were twisted and dark, the ground was soggy, and an oppressive, heavy gloom seemed to hang over everything. This was a land completely crushed by poverty and fear. "All right, Mr. Tajuna," Kakashi said, his voice cutting through the quiet. "Take us to your home. We'll secure the perimeter once we arrive." As they began their trek into the dense woods, the formation was tight. Kakashi led the way, Tajuna walked in the center, and the genin flanked them. Naruto, however, was practically vibrating with nervous energy. The self-inflicted stab wound on his left hand was securely bandaged, but the mental scar from freezing during the demon brother's attack was clearly still fresh. He darted his head back and forth, his blue eyes wide, treating every shifting shadow and rustling leaf like a lethal threat. Suddenly, Naruto leaped forward, whipping a kunai from his holster. "There!" Naruto yelled, hurling the blade into a patch of tall bushes on their right. Sakura jumped, letting out a startled shriek, while Sasuke immediately dropped into a defensive stance. Arthur just watched the bushes, his danger intuition completely silent. Silence followed the throw. "Naruto! What are you doing?" Sakura screamed, marching over and punching him squarely on the top of the head. "Don't scare us like that. I sensed a shadow." Naruto defended himself, rubbing the new bump on his head. "I swear, an assassin was hiding in there." Kakashi sighed, walking over and parting the bushes. "Naruto, don't use kunai so recklessly. They are dangerous weapons, and you're going to end up hurting someone." Kakashi reached into the brush and pulled the kunai out of a tree trunk. Resting perfectly still on the ground below it, trembling violently in absolute terror, was a small, fluffy snow rabbit. The kunai had missed its head by mere inches. "Ah! I'm so sorry, little bunny!" Naruto cried, dropping to his knees and scooping the terrified animal into his arms, nuzzling his cheek against its soft white fur. "You idiot!" Sakura groaned. "You almost killed a helpless animal." Arthur didn't laugh. He stared at the rabbit in Naruto's arms. It was completely white. "Kakashi-sensei," Arthur said quietly, stepping closer to the jonin. "It's the middle of spring. The days are getting longer, and there's no snow on the ground." Kakashi's lone eye narrowed slightly, completely abandoning its usual lazy curve. He looked at the brown-haired boy, giving a microscopic nod of acknowledgement. "Yet," Kakashi murmured, his voice dropping an octave. "Rabbits only have white fur in the winter, when the days are short. If a rabbit has white fur in the spring, it means it was raised indoors, kept away from the sunlight." Sasuke caught the change in tone immediately. "Raised indoors? Why?" "For a substitution jutsu," Arthur finished, his hand instinctively gripping the handle of a kunai in his pouch. Before anyone could process the words, the tingling sensation on the back of Arthur's neck erupted into a Violent, screaming alarm. It felt as though a block of pure ice had been dropped down his spine. Warning! S-class lethal intent detected. Everyone, get down! Kakashi roared. Arthur didn't hesitate. He dropped to the muddy ground, throwing his left arm out to grab Tajuna's leg and violently yanking the old man down into the dirt with him. The sound of tearing air roared above them like a helicopter blade spinning wildly out of control. A massive, absurdly huge broadsword the size of a grown man flew directly over their heads in a spinning arc. The physical wind generated by the blade ruffled Arthur's hair. It sliced cleanly through the trunks of two nearby pine trees before slamming blade first into the thick trunk of a massive oak tree with a deafening thwack. For a split second, the woods were dead silent. Then, a heavy thud echoed from the tree. Standing horizontally on the hilt of the embedded broadsword, his back to the trunk, was a tall, heavily muscled man. He wore striped arm warmers, baggy camouflage pants, and his face from the nose down was wrapped tightly in dirty white bandages. His forehead protector sat sideways on his head, the emblem of the hidden mist clearly visible. He exuded a killing intent so thick, so suffocating, that it felt like physical gravity. Sakura gasped for air. Sasuke's hands began to visibly shake. Even Naruto, who had just sworn on his blood to never freeze again, was paralyzed by the sheer, primal terror radiating from the man. Arthur gritted his teeth, forcing himself to breathe. Zabuza Mamakai! The demon of the hidden mist. Well, well, Zabuza's voice was deep, raspy, and devoid of any warmth. If it isn't Kakashi of the Sharingan, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised the demon brothers failed, considering who they were up against. Sasuke's head snapped up. Sharingan? The word echoed in the Uchiha's mind like a gunshot. Did this rogue ninja just say Sharingan? But that was a Kekkei Genkai exclusive to the Uchiha clan. Sasuke was the last Uchiha alive. How could Kakashi have the Sharingan? Kakashi slowly stood up, placing himself directly between the seven swordsmen and his genin squad. His posture was no longer relaxed, it was completely, lethally coiled. Zabuza Mamakai, Kakashi stated casually, though his tone carried a deadly edge. Rogue ninja of the Hidden Mist Village. Listed in the bingo book as an S-class criminal. Flattery will get you nowhere, Zabuza sneered behind his bandages. Hand over the old man, Kakashi. My fight is not with you. I'm just here to collect my paycheck. Kakashi didn't move. Sorry, Zabuza. But this old man is my client. And as a Konoha shinobi, I have a job to do. Is that so? Zabuza chuckled darkly, shifting his weight on the sword handle. What a shame. I was hoping to avoid a difficult fight. But if you insist on standing in my way, I'll just have to cut you down first. Zabuza slowly raised his hand, his fingers forming a single half-seal. Instantly, the mist rolling off the nearby water began to thicken, rapidly. Creeping into the forest. The white fog became denser, heavier, swallowing the trees and shrinking their field of vision to less than 20 feet. Get in formation! Kakashi barked, his voice slicing through the rising panic. Protect the bridge builder. Do not enter this fight. That is an order. Arthur immediately scrambled to his feet, pulling a kunai and taking his position at the rear right of the diamond formation around Tajuna. Sasuke and Sakura quickly followed suit, drawing their weapons and boxing the old man in. Naruto, snapping out of his terror, took the front position, his hands shaking but his grip on his kunai tight. You're in the way, Kakashi, Zabuza's voice echoed from all directions, seemingly bouncing off the thick fog itself. I wanted to kill the old man quickly. But now, it seems I'll have to deal with you first. Kakashi reached up with his left hand, his fingers hooking onto the edge of his headband. I've heard the rumors, Zabuza continued, his voice mocking. The copy ninja, Kakashi. The man who has copied over 1,000 jutsu. I never thought I'd get to see it in person. Sasuke watched intently, his heart pounding against his ribs. Copy ninja? Sharingan? Show me. With a swift, deliberate motion, Kakashi pulled his forehead protector up, revealing the eye he had kept hidden since the day they met. There, sitting perfectly in Kakashi's left socket, was a crimson eye. 3 black tomos spun lazily around the pupil, radiating an aura of ancient, powerful chakra. The Sharingan. Arthur watched the reveal, his danger intuition humming steadily. He knew the lore. He knew Kakashi wasn't an Uchiha, and he knew the tremendous toll using that eye took on the Jonin's chakra reserves. Kakashi couldn't afford a protracted battle. He had to end this quickly, or they were all going to die. Looks like I don't have a choice, Kakashi said softly, his Sharingan locking onto Zabuza through the thick mist. If you're my opponent, I'm going to have to go all out. Zabuza let out a low, rumbling laugh that chilled the genin to the bone. An honor, Zabuza sneered. Now, let the slaughter begin. The thick white mist completely swallowed Zabuza's figure, leaving Kakashi and Team 7 standing alone in a suffocating cloud of white, waiting for the demon to strike. Chapter 17, The 8 Targets and the Water Prison. The mist was no longer just a weather phenomenon, it was a physical weight. It thickened rapidly, turning from a light, translucent fog into a suffocating, milky white wall that swallowed the trees, the river, and finally, Kakashi himself. Arthur stood at his post in the diamond formation, his kunai drawn, his eyes straining against the white void. The silence was absolute. Not a single bird chirped. Not a single leaf rustled. 8 points, a voice echoed. It didn't come from a specific direction, it seemed to vibrate directly from the fog itself, low, raspy, and dripping with malice. Sasuke tightened his grip on his kunai, his dark eyes darting wildly. What? Larynx. Spine. Lungs. Liver. Jugular. Subclavian artery. Kidneys. Heart. Zabuza's voice recited methodically. 8 fatal points. Now, which one should I choose? The killer intent hit them like a physical shockwave. It was so potent, so concentrated, that Arthur felt the air completely leave his lungs. His danger intuition wasn't just humming, it was screaming in his mind like a blaring siren, overwhelming his senses with the absolute, undeniable promise of death. Arthur gritted his teeth, forcing his newly expanded mid-genin chakra to circulate aggressively through his pathways, fighting off the paralysis. He glanced to his left. Sasuke was breaking. The Uchiha prodigy was shaking so violently that his kunai was rattling. The sheer psychological pressure of facing an S-class assassin was snapping his nerves. Sasuke slowly turned his kunai inward, aiming the sharp tip at his own stomach. I can't take this, Sasuke's panicked expression seemed to say. If I kill myself, the fear will stop. Sasuke. Kakashi's voice cut through the suffocating terror like a warm knife. The mist parted slightly, revealing the Jonin standing tall, his crimson Sharingan glowing ominously in the fog. He looked back at his terrified students, his visible eye curving into a reassuring smile. Calm down, Kakashi said softly. I will protect you with my life. All of you. I don't let my comrades die. Sasuke gasped, the tension in his arms breaking as Kakashi's words anchored him back to reality. But the moment of relief was a fatal trap. I wouldn't be so sure. The voice didn't come from the fog. It came from directly inside their formation. Zabuza materialized between Arthur and Naruto, his massive Kyubikaribasho raised high. The sheer speed of his silent killing technique was incomprehensible. Arthur's eyes widened. He hadn't heard a footstep. He hadn't felt a shift in the air. Zabuza swung the massive blade down, aiming to cleave Naruto and the bridge builder in half with a single strike. Clang! Kakashi was there. He intercepted the strike, driving his kunai deep into Zabuza's abdomen while simultaneously blocking the flat of the giant sword with his forearm. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura screamed. Zabuza looked down at the kunai buried in his gut. He didn't scream. He didn't even flinch. Instead of blood, clear water poured from the wound. A water clone. Arthur realized, his eyes widening. Die, the real Zabuza whispered from behind Kakashi. The real Zabuza swung his blade horizontally, slicing Kakashi completely in half at the waist. But just like Zabuza, Kakashi's body burst into a splash of clear water. The copy ninja had copied the water clone jutsu in the middle of the mist. Don't move, Kakashi commanded. Zabuza froze. Kakashi was standing directly behind him, a kunai pressed firmly against the assassin's throat. It's over, Kakashi declared, his Sharingan glaring into the back of Zabuza's head. Naruto let out a massive cheer, his knees almost buckling in relief. Sakura let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. But Arthur's danger intuition hadn't stopped screaming. The siren in his head was louder than ever. Over. Zabuza chuckled darkly, his body vibrating with suppressed amusement. You don't get it, do you? You can't defeat me with cheap imitations. I am the demon of the hidden mist. Zabuza's body dissolved into a puddle of water. Kakashi's eye widened in shock. Another clone. Behind you! Naruto screamed. The real Zabuza swung his massive sword with terrifying speed. Kakashi barely managed to duck, the blade slicing through the air where his head had been a fraction of a second before. The momentum of the swing carried the heavy blade downward, embedding it into the muddy ground. Zabuza didn't try to pull it out. He used the handle as a pivot, swinging his entire body forward and delivering a devastating, chakra-enhanced kick squarely into Kakashi's chest. The Jonin was launched backward like a cannonball, skipping across the surface of the nearby lake before finally crashing into the water with a massive splash. Zabuza yanked his sword from the mud and sprinted across the surface of the water, chasing Kakashi down. Arthur watched in horror as the Jonin surfaced, gasping for air. But something was wrong. Kakashi wasn't swimming away, he was struggling. The water, it's heavy. Kakashi choked out, realizing his mistake too late. Fool, Zabuza sneered, standing on the water directly above Kakashi. He rapidly wove a series of hand seals. Water style, water prison jutsu. A sphere of incredibly dense, rapidly swirling water erupted around Kakashi, completely trapping him inside. Kakashi pushed against the walls of the sphere, but it was like pushing against solid steel. He was completely immobilized, trapped in an airtight globe of water, while Zabuza stood casually outside it, keeping his right arm submerged inside the sphere to maintain the jutsu. The genin stood frozen on the shore, the bridge builder trembling violently behind them. The invincible Kakashi, the elite Jonin, had been captured. Zabuza laughed, a cruel, echoing sound that carried across the lake. Now I have you, Kakashi. You can't move, and you can't breathe. But before I deal with you, I need to finish my job. Zabuza raised his free left hand, forming a single half-seal. A mass of water rose from the surface of the lake, morphing and shifting until it took the exact shape and form of Zabuza Mamakai. The water clone stepped off the lake and onto the muddy shore, staring down the terrified genin. Run! Kakashi yelled from inside the prison, his voice muffled and desperate. Take the bridge builder and run. You can't beat him. As long as I'm trapped in this prison, his real body can't move. The clone can't go far from the real body. Just run. Naruto took a step back, his blue eyes wide with sheer terror. Sakura grabbed Tajuna's arm, ready to drag the old man back into the woods. Even Sasuke looked like he was calculating the fastest escape route. The water clone chuckled, hoisting its own watery replica of the Kyubikaribasho onto its shoulder. Run? I'd like to see you try. Arthur stood his ground. He didn't take a step back. He looked at the translucent blue screen hovering in his vision. The dynamic mission system was still active. Option 1, retreat. Option 2, proceed. If they ran, Zabuza's clone would hunt them down one by one. Even if they somehow escaped the clone's range, Kakashi would drown in that sphere. And without Kakashi, Team 7 would never survive the rest of the shinobi world. Arthur reached into his weapon pouch, his fingers wrapping around the cold steel of a kunai. The fear was there, clawing at his chest, but his system-enhanced mind forced it down into a tight, manageable box. We don't run, Arthur said, his voice completely calm, cutting through the panic like a blade. Sasuke snapped his head toward Arthur, his Sharingan-less eyes wide. Are you insane? He's an S-class criminal. Kakashi said run. Kakashi is drowning, Arthur replied flatly, his eyes locked on the water clone. If we run, he dies. If he dies, Zabuza finishes his contract. Tracks us down, and we die. Running just changes the location of our graves. Naruto looked at Arthur, then down at his bandaged left hand. The oath he made on his own blood roared back to the forefront of his mind. I won't run. I won't freeze. Naruto gritted his teeth, a fierce scowl replacing his terror. He reached up and pulled his leaf headband tight. Arthur's right. I'm not running away anymore. The water clone laughed. Brave words for a bunch of brats. Let's see how long that bravery lasts when I start cutting you to pieces. The clone dashed forward, its massive sword raised to strike. Arthur didn't flinch. He tightened his grip on his kunai, feeling the steady thrum of his mid-genin chakra coils. They were just genin. But they were genin who knew exactly what they had to do. Sasuke, Naruto, Arthur called out, shifting into his basic taijutsu stance. We don't have to beat him. We just have to make him let go of Kakashi. Chapter 18, The Demon Wind and the Hidden Shadow. The water clone didn't just run, it surged forward with the unstoppable momentum of a tidal wave. Sasuke was the first to react. His pride, wounded by his earlier panic, demanded action. He channeled his chakra, dashing toward the clone with a flurry of shuriken. The clone didn't even bother dodging. It swung the massive, watery Kyubikaribasho like a baseball bat, swatting the projectiles out of the air with a deafening clang before continuing its charge. Sasuke drew a kunai, leaping into the air for a downward strike. But the gap in physical strength was an abyss. The clone casually grabbed Sasuke by the throat mid-air, completely choking off his attack. With a brutal, dismissive flick of its wrist, it slammed the Uchiha prodigy into the dirt. Sasuke gasped, the wind knocked completely out of his lungs. The clone raised its giant sword, bringing it down to cleave the boy in two. Body replacement technique. Poof! The heavy, watery blade cleaved cleanly through a thick wooden log, sending splinters flying. Arthur materialized 5 feet away, dragging a coughing Sasuke by the collar of his shirt. Arthur's perfected, seal-less substitution had just shaved off the half-second that would have cost the Uchiha his life. Don't fight him head-on! Arthur barked, tossing Sasuke behind him. It's a clone, but it still has a tenth of Zabuza's physical power. We have to bypass it. Right! Naruto yelled. He crossed his fingers, his chakra flaring to life. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Over 24 physical copies of Naruto erupted into the clearing. With a collective battle cry, the orange-clad army swarmed the water clone. They grabbed its arms, its legs, and its massive sword, piling onto the watery construct in a chaotic, desperate dogpile. For a brief, tantalizing second, it looked like it was working. Then, the clone flexed. With a devastating roar, the water clone swung its sword in a massive horizontal arc. The sheer force of the swing sent Naruto's clones flying through the air like discarded ragdolls, popping out of existence one by one in rapid clouds of white smoke. The real Naruto tumbled backward across the dirt, panting heavily. The gap in power was absolute. Physical attacks and numbers were useless. But as Naruto hit the ground, his eyes darted toward the real Zabuza, who was still standing casually on the water, his arm submerged in the water. Prison holding Kakashi. Arthur's right, Naruto realized, a brilliant, desperate plan forming in his mind. We don't need to beat the clone. We just need to wake up the real one. Naruto reached into the oversized holster strapped to his back and pulled out a massive, folded, four-pronged weapon. He flicked his wrist, and the blade snapped open with a sharp, intimidating metallic ring. Afuma Shuriken, the Demon Wind Shuriken. Sasuke! Naruto yelled, throwing the heavy, spinning weapon directly at the Uchiha. Sasuke caught the center ring flawlessly. He didn't need Naruto to explain the plan. The moment his fingers wrapped around the metal, Sasuke's tactical genius clicked the puzzle pieces together. He saw exactly what Naruto was aiming for. Arthur saw it too. It was the legendary Shadow Shuriken maneuver. But Arthur also noticed something else. The water clone was recovering from its swing and was already shifting its stance to intercept Sasuke's throw. Not on my watch, Arthur thought. Arthur dug his heels into the mud and sprinted straight at the water clone. He drew 3 kunai, his perfect shuriken jutsu, basic, guiding his hands. He didn't aim for the clone's vital organs. Water didn't have organs. He aimed for its joints. He hurled the kunai with blinding speed. They sank deeply into the watery construct's right shoulder and knee, disrupting the flow of chakra, holding the shape together just long enough to make the clone stagger. Sasuke, now! Arthur shouted, sliding into the mud to avoid a retaliatory backhand from the towering clone. Sasuke didn't hesitate. He channeled his chakra into his legs, leaping high into the air. Demon Wind Shuriken, Windmill of Shadows! Sasuke roared. He hurled the massive weapon with everything he had. But he didn't aim it at the clone. He aimed it over the clone's head, sending the spinning buzzsaw of death arcing out over the lake, straight toward the real Zabuza. Zabuza watched the incoming weapon with profound boredom. A shuriken? You think a toy like that can touch me? Because Zabuza had to keep his right arm submerged to maintain Kakashi's prison, he only had his left arm free. He casually reached out and caught the spinning Demon Wind Shuriken by the center ring, stopping its deadly momentum instantly. Pathetic, Zabuza sneered. But Sasuke was smirking. A second, identical Demon Wind Shuriken suddenly materialized from the shadow of the first one. It was the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu hiding a second projectile in the blind spot of the first. And it was hurtling straight for Zabuza's face. Zabuza's eyes widened marginally. He couldn't catch it. His left hand was full, and his right was maintaining the prison. With a frustrated grunt, Zabuza simply ducked, letting the second massive shuriken sail harmlessly over his head. Got you, Zabuza laughed. Poof! The second shuriken didn't just fly away. It exploded in a cloud of white smoke. Hanging in midair directly behind Zabuza's head was Naruto Uzumaki. He had transformed into the second shuriken, using Sasuke to launch him past the water clone and directly into the real Zabuza's blind spot. Eat this! Naruto screamed, drawing a kunai and violently thrusting it toward Zabuza's neck. Zabuza was an S-class assassin for a reason. Even caught completely off guard, his reflexes were monstrous. He ripped his right arm out of the water sphere, throwing his body backward to avoid Naruto's lethal strike. The kunai barely grazed Zabuza's cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Naruto splashed into the lake, completely exhausted but grinning triumphantly. Splash! The sphere of dense water surrounding Kakashi instantly destabilized and collapsed. The prison was broken. Zabuza landed on the water a few yards away, his face twisting into an ugly mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He reached up, touching the small cut on his cheek. He looked at the orange-clad genin struggling to tread water. "I'm going to kill you, you little brat!" Zabuza roared. He grabbed his massive sword with both hands, spinning it like a windmill as he prepared to cleave Naruto into a bloody mist. Before the blade could fall, a hand reached out of the water and gripped the edge of Zabuza's sword with terrifying strength, stopping the massive weapon dead in its tracks. The mist around them began to violently swirl, pushed back by an overwhelming, suffocating surge of deep blue chakra. Kakashi Hatake stood on the surface of the water between Zabuza and Naruto. His flak jacket was soaked, his silver hair was plastered to his forehead, but his crimson Sharingan was blazing with a furious, lethal intensity. "Kakashi-sensei!" Sakura cheered from the shoreline. Arthur let out a long, shuddering breath, lowering his stance. They had done it. Naruto. Excellent plan. Great execution, Kakashi praised, his eyes never leaving Zabuza. Sasuke, Arthur, flawless support. You've all grown. Now, get back to the shore. I'll take it from here. Zabuza pulled his sword back, gritting his teeth. You think you can beat me, Kakashi? I've seen through your little tricks. Kakashi slowly raised his hands, bringing them together. You forced me into the water, Zabuza. I admit, that was a good plan. But now... Kakashi's lone eye narrowed into a deadly crescent. I'm going to show you why I'm known as the man who copied 1,000 jutsu. On the shore, the translucent blue screen materialized in Arthur's vision. Ding! Dynamic. Mission condition met, supported the release of an allied Jonin against an S-class threat. Bonus reward claimed, skill, Chakra nature transformation, water, basic, dot. Arthur blinked as a sudden, cooling sensation washed over his chakra pathways. He didn't just understand how to use water jutsu, he felt an innate, conceptual connection to the moisture in the air and the lake beside them. It was a terrifyingly potent reward, perfectly timed for a battle in the land of waves. Arthur looked out at the water, where the two elite ninja were facing off. The real battle was just about to begin, but this time, Team 7 had secured a front row seat to watch a legend go to work. Chapter 19, The Copy Ninja and the Hunter in the Mist. Arthur stood on the muddy bank, his eyes locked on the surface of the lake. It was a bizarre, entirely alien sensation. Thanks to the system's chakra nature transformation, water, basic, he didn't just see the water anymore, he felt it. He could sense the density of the lake, the moisture suspended in the dense fog, and the heavy, saturated chakra bleeding from the two elite jonin standing on the water's surface. Kakashi, Zabuza growled, his voice vibrating with a mixture of rage and disbelief. You think copying my jutsu makes you my equal? You're just a cheap imitation. Zabuza didn't wait for a response. His hands blurred into motion, forming a dizzying, complex sequence of hand seals. Ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, bird, ox, horse. Bird, rat. It was a 44 seal jutsu. Arthur watched in awe. With his newly granted water affinity, he could physically feel the lake responding to Zabuza's chakra, the water groaning and shifting beneath the assassin's feet as pressure built to a terrifying crescendo. But Kakashi wasn't just standing there. His crimson Sharingan spun furiously, capturing every microscopic twitch of Zabuza's muscles. Kakashi's hands moved in absolute, flawless synchronization. Ox, monkey, hare, rat. They were a mirror image. Water style, water dragon jutsu, both men roared at the exact same millisecond. The lake erupted. Two colossal, serpentine dragons forged from incredibly dense, swirling water exploded from the surface, roaring with a deafening, thunderous crash. They coiled into the air, their watery jaws snapping wildly, before lunging at one another. The impact was like a bomb going off. Millions of gallons of water collided in mid-air, creating a shockwave that ripped the remaining mist to shreds. A localized hurricane of rain and wind washed over the shore. Arthur instantly channeled chakra to the solace of his feet, anchoring himself to the mud while grabbing Sakura's jacket to keep the lighter girl from being blown backward. Sasuke shielded his eyes against the torrential downpour, his Sharingan-less eyes wide with sheer, burning envy. So fast! I can't even track their hands. Is this what the Sharingan can do? As the water from the destroyed dragons rained down, Zabuza dashed forward through the spray, swinging his massive Kyubikaribasho in a deadly horizontal arc. Kakashi parried with a kunao, the spark of metal cutting through the gloom. The two men engaged in a blindingly fast melee exchange across the surface of the water, trading lethal blows that would have instantly killed any of the genin watching. But Zabuza was losing his composure. Kakashi wasn't just matching his physical speed, he was inside Zabuza's head. Kakashi broke the lock, putting a few yards between them. Zabuza glared at him, panting heavily. But as Zabuza raised his sword, Kakashi raised a kunao in the exact same stance. When Zabuza shifted his weight, Kakashi shifted his weight perfectly in tandem. What are you doing? Zabuza shouted, his eyes wide behind his bandages. What's wrong? Kakashi's voice echoed back, but it wasn't just Kakashi speaking. Kakashi's mouth moved, but Zabuza's voice came out at the exact same time. Are you reading my mind? Zabuza froze. The psychological pressure of the Sharingan's hypnotic genjutsu was shattering his focus. Kakashi was utilizing micro-observations to predict and perfectly mirror Zabuza, making the assassin believe the copy ninja could literally see the future. All you're doing is copying me! Zabuza screamed, his hands flying together to form the seals for his ultimate technique. But Kakashi didn't mirror him this time. Kakashi moved faster. Before Zabuza could finish his seals, Kakashi's hands blurred, completing the sequence ahead of the assassin. Water style, giant vortex jutsu! Kakashi declared. Arthur's eyes widened. He could feel the monstrous amount of chakra Kakashi dumped into the lake. It wasn't just a jutsu, it was a localized natural disaster. The water behind Kakashi swelled into a massive, rotating tsunami. It crashed forward with apocalyptic force, completely swallowing Zabuza. The rogue ninja screamed as he was swept up in the crushing, grinding vortex of heavy water, helpless against the sheer current. The massive wave slammed into the shoreline, ripping trees from their roots and flooding the woods. Arthur, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura scrambled up the muddy embankment, dragging Tajuna to higher ground to avoid being swept away by the deluge. When the water finally receded, the landscape was completely devastated. Zabuza Mamakai, the terrifying demon of the mist, was pinned helplessly against the trunk of a massive pine tree, completely battered and unable to move his limbs. Kakashi stood on a thick branch directly above him, looking down with cold, detached finality. A kunao was drawn and ready in Kakashi's hand. You're finished, Kakashi said softly. Zabuza coughed up a mouthful of water, glaring up at the jonin. How can you see the future? I don't have to, Kakashi replied, his Sharingan spinning. I just see your death. Kakashi raised the kunai to deliver the fatal blow. Thwib! Thwib! Two sharp, whistling sounds cut through the air. Before Kakashi could strike, two long, silver senbon needles buried themselves deep into the side of Zabuza's neck. Zabuza's eyes went wide, his body giving a violent spasm before he went completely limp. The fearsome S-class assassin crashed face first into the mud, dead. Kakashi immediately dropped from the branch, landing next to the body. He pressed two fingers to Zabuza's neck. No pulse. A gentle breeze swept through the devastated clearing, carrying the scent of pine and ozone. Standing on a high branch across from them was a slender figure wearing a green kimono and a white, porcelain mask marked with the symbol of the hidden mist tracker ninja. You are correct, a soft, androgynous voice called down from the tree. He is dead. Naruto took a step forward, his fists clenched tight. Who are you? I am a tracker ninja from the hidden mist village, the masked figure replied. With a polite bow. My duty is to hunt down rogue ninja and destroy their bodies to protect our village's secrets. I have been tracking Zabuza for a long time. Thank you, Kakashi. You made my job much easier. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his hands shaking in frustration. That kid, he's no older than me. But he took down Zabuza in a single strike? What have I been doing all this time? Arthur watched the tracker ninja carefully. He recognized the mask. He recognized the green kimono. It was Haku. Arthur knew Zabuza wasn't dead. The senbon had hit a precise pressure point to induce a temporary state of suspended animation, a fake death. Haku was Zabuza's loyal subordinate, here to rescue him under the guise of an execution. Arthur's hand hovered over his weapon pouch. If he threw a kunai right now and yelled out the truth, he could expose the lie. He could end the threat of Zabuza Mamakai right here and now. But Arthur's pragmatism, fueled by his danger intuition, quickly ran the math. Kakashi was heavily panting, his chakra reserves completely bottomed out from overusing the Sharingan. Haku was incredibly fast, faster than Sasuke, faster than Arthur. Haku possessed the ice release Kekkei Genkai, an incredibly lethal bloodline limit. If Arthur blew Haku's cover, Haku wouldn't run. He would fight to protect Zabuza's body. And a fully fresh, Jonin-level combatant like Haku would easily slaughter a drained Kakashi and 4 genin in a matter of seconds. No, Arthur decided, lowering his hand. Let the story play out. Surviving today is enough. Haku flickered out of the tree with a speed that left after images in the air. He appeared next to Zabuza's body, hoisting the massive, heavy man onto his slender shoulders with impossible ease. Your struggles are over, Haku whispered softly to the body. Then, looking back at Kakashi, he gave a final bow. Excuse me. I must dispose of this corpse immediately. With a swirl of leaves and mist, Haku vanished, taking Zabuza and the giant sword with him. The oppressive, heavy atmosphere of the clearing instantly lifted. The mist dissipated completely, allowing the warm afternoon sun to finally break through the clouds. Naruto stared at the empty spot where Zabuza had been, completely overwhelmed. He's just gone. That kid, he was my size, and he just killed that monster like it was nothing. What are we even doing here? Kakashi walked over, placing a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. In this world, Naruto, there are kids younger than you who are stronger than me. It's a harsh reality. But you all did well today. You survived. Kakashi smiled beneath his mask, reaching up to pull his forehead protector down over his Sharingan. All right, Mr. Tajuna, Kakashi said, turning to the bridge builder. Let's get you home so we can. Kakashi stopped mid-sentence. His lone visible eye rolled to the back of his head, and he collapsed forward like a puppet with its strings cut. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura screamed, rushing forward. Arthur was closer. He dashed forward, catching the Jonin's heavy, limp body before Kakashi's face could hit the mud. Arthur grunted under the weight, carefully lowering his teacher to the ground. "He's not dead," Arthur announced, checking Kakashi's pulse. "His chakra coils are completely empty. He suffered a massive case of chakra exhaustion. Using that Sharingan drained everything he had." Sasuke let out a frustrated sigh, sheathing his kunai. "Great! Our elite Jonin is out cold in enemy territory." Tajuna stepped forward, adjusting his straw hat. He looked at the four genin, profound gratitude in his aged eyes. "My house isn't far from here. We can carry him there. It's safe." Arthur hoisted Kakashi's left arm over his shoulder, and Sasuke quickly grabbed the right. Together, the two boys lifted their unconscious sensei. As they began the slow walk toward Tajuna's home, the translucent blue screen chimed in Arthur's vision. Ding! Major! Milestone achieved, survived an S-class encounter. Protected a high-value VIP. Bonus reward claimed, plus 100 chakra capacity. Bonus reward claimed, skill, medical ninjutsu. Basic first aid and diagnosis. Arthur smiled tiredly, feeling a massive surge of warmth flood his exhausted core. 100 points of chakra was a monumental leap, securely planting him at the high genin tier. And basic medical ninjutsu? That was a game changer. They had won the battle, but Arthur knew the war was just beginning. Zabuza would wake up in a few days. And when he did, he wouldn't underestimate them again. Team 7 needed to get stronger, and fast. Fortunately, Arthur finally had the perfect environment to train. Chapter 20, The Senbon and the Boy Who Lost Hope. Tajuna's home was a sturdy, two-story wooden structure built on thick stilts near the water's edge. It was humble, practical, and a welcome sight after the sheer devastation of the battlefield. As they approached the front door, it slid open, revealing a young woman with kind eyes and dark blue hair tied back beneath a simple kerchief. "Tsunami, Tajuna's daughter," gasped, dropping the wet laundry she had been carrying. "Father," she cried, rushing forward. She looked wildly at the four battered, dirt-covered children and the unconscious, silver-haired man slung between two of them. "What happened? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, Tsunami. I'm fine," Tajuna reassured her, letting out a weary sigh. "These young ninja protected me. But their leader collapsed. We need a place for him to rest." "Of course. Bring him inside, quickly." Arthur and Sasuke hauled Kakashi up the wooden steps, grunting under the dead weight of the fully grown Jonin. Tsunami led them to a spare room on the second floor, quickly rolling out a thick, comfortable futon onto the tatami mats. They carefully lowered Kakashi onto the bedding, Sakura rushing in immediately after to arrange a pillow under his head. "He's burning up," Sakura noted, placing a hand against Kakashi's masked forehead. "His fever is really high." Arthur knelt beside the futon. He looked at the translucent blue screen hovering in his mind, focusing on his newest reward, medical ninjutsu, basic first aid and diagnosis. "Let me look," Arthur said calmly. Sakura stepped back, confused. "Arthur? You know medical jutsu?" "Just the basics," Arthur lied smoothly. He didn't form any hand seals. He simply closed his eyes, channeling his chakra into his hands. A very faint, soft green aura enveloped his palms, the signature light of the mystical palm technique, scaled down to a purely diagnostic level. He hovered his hands over Kakashi's chest. Instantly, a wealth of physiological information flooded his mind. He could feel the erratic heartbeat, the strained muscles, and most importantly, the chakra pathway system. Kakashi's coils weren't just empty. They were completely parched, like a riverbed that had been baked by the sun. The Sharingan had drained him down to his literal life force. His vitals are stable, Arthur announced, letting the green aura fade. It's severe chakra exhaustion. His body is spiking a fever to force him into a coma-like state so his coils can passively regenerate. He just needs a lot of sleep and water. Sasuke watched Arthur with a narrowed, calculating gaze. First, he perfectly counters the water clone. Then he pulls off a seal-less substitution. Now he has medical ninjutsu. How is a civilian orphan hiding so many skills? Sakura let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I was so worried. They left Kakashi to rest, heading downstairs to the small dining room where Tsunami had prepared hot tea and a simple meal of rice and fish. The warm food felt like a miracle. For the first time since the puddle ambush, the adrenaline completely flushed out of Arthur's system, leaving behind a deep, bone-aching fatigue. A few hours later, Kakashi finally stirred. Team 7 gathered in the upstairs bedroom. Watching as their Jonin instructor slowly forced his lone visible eye open. Kakashi let out a long, painful groan, trying to sit up, but his arms immediately gave out. Don't push it, Sensei, Arthur advised, sitting cross-legged near the window. Your coils are still practically empty. You'll be bedridden for at least a week. Kakashi rested his head back on the pillow, staring at the wooden ceiling. My body feels like it's made of lead. That Sharingan takes a terrible toll. But you beat him. Naruto cheered, sitting at the foot of the futon. You completely crushed that Zabuza guy. And then that cool masked kid finished him off. We won. Kakashi was silent. His brow furrowed in deep thought. The image of the tracker ninja, the Senbon needles, the lack of blood. The pieces of the puzzle were shifting in his mind, and the picture they formed was terrifying. Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked, noticing the sudden tension in the room. What's wrong? There's something that's been bothering me, Kakashi said slowly, his voice completely devoid of its usual lazy cheer. Tracker ninja usually dispose of a rogue ninja's body on the spot. They destroy everything to prevent the corpse's secrets from falling into enemy hands. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. But that kid didn't destroy the body. He took it with him. Exactly, Kakashi nodded. And consider the weapons he used. Senbon needles. They have very low lethality unless they hit a vital organ with absolute precision. They are primarily used by acupuncturists to target pressure points. The room went completely silent as the horrific realization dawned on them. Wait. Naruto stammered, pointing a shaking finger. Are you saying Zabuza isn't dead? Arthur finished, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Everyone snapped their heads toward Arthur. The brown-haired boy didn't look surprised. He was leaning against the wall, his arms crossed. Arthur is right, Kakashi confirmed grimly. That tracker ninja didn't kill Zabuza. He hit a precise pressure point to put Zabuza into a temporary state of suspended animation. It was a rescue mission, perfectly disguised as an execution. Zabuza Momokai is still alive. What? Naruto and Sakura screamed in unison. But you checked his pulse. Sakura panicked, grabbing her hair. You said his heart stopped. Suspended animation slows the heart rate to an undetectable level, Arthur explained, recalling the anime's lore perfectly. It's a medical parlor trick. And the fact that the kid carried a 200-pound man and a massive iron sword into the trees means he wasn't just some standard genin. He's an elite. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his hands clenching into tight fists. Alive. He's still alive. And that kid, they played us. So what do we do? Naruto yelled, pacing the small room. If he's alive, he's gonna come back and finish the job. And sensei can't even move. Calm down, Kakashi ordered softly. It takes a massive toll on the body to enter suspended animation. Zabuza will need time to recover. We probably have about a week before he can move normally again. Kakashi looked at his four genin, his lone eye filled with a fierce, unwavering resolve. And in that week, I am going to train you. All of you. Sakura blinked. Train us? Sensei, no offense, but a little bit of training isn't going to help us beat an S-class assassin. Sakura's right, Sasuke added, though he hated to admit it. We're just genin. The gap in power is too wide to cross in a week. You're forgetting something, Kakashi chuckled weakly. Naruto, you came up with the plan to break the water prison. Sasuke. Arthur, you executed it perfectly. And Sakura, you protected the client. You are growing at an incredible rate. A ninja's true potential unlocks in the face of death. Before Kakashi could continue, the sliding door to the bedroom was violently shoved open. Standing in the doorway was a young boy, no older than 8. He wore a green bucket hat, a pair of oversized overalls, and carried a completely defeated, cynical scowl on his face. Inari. Tajuna smiled, walking over to the boy. Where have you been? Come say hello to the ninja who protected your grandpa. Inari looked at the battered, bruised leaf ninja. He didn't smile. He didn't offer a word of thanks. His eyes simply filled with a cold, hollow pity. Why did you bring them here, Grandpa? Inari asked, his voice monotone. They're just going to die. Naruto's jaw dropped. What did you just say, you little brat? Inari looked directly at Naruto. You can't beat Gato. Nobody can beat Gato. He has an army, and he has monsters. If you stay here, they'll just kill you. You should go home before you end up dead. Listen here, pipsqueak. Naruto yelled, marching right up to the boy and pointing a thumb at his own chest. I'm a super ninja. I'm going to be a hero, and someday I'm going to be the Hokage. A guy like Gato is nothing to me. Inari scoffed, looking at Naruto as if he were an idiot. A hero? There's no such thing as a hero. You're just a kid who doesn't know anything about how the real world works. You don't know what it means to suffer. If you think you can win, you're just stupid. Naruto's blue eyes widened in shock, but before he could shout back, Inari turned and walked away, his small footsteps echoing down the wooden hallway. I apologize for my grandson, Tajuna sighed, looking deeply ashamed. He wasn't always like this. He used to be a happy boy. But a man named Kaiza, a true hero to this village. Gato had him executed in front of everyone. Since then, Inari lost all his hope. The room fell silent. The psychological toll of Gato's reign of terror was suddenly very real, painted vividly on the face of an 8-year-old boy. Arthur looked out the window at the setting sun. The land of waves was broken, suffocating under a blanket of despair. Naruto would eventually fix Inari, using his own tragic backstory as a battering ram to break through the kid's cynical shell. That was the protagonist's job. Arthur's job was entirely different. Tomorrow, Kakashi would take them into the woods to teach them chakra control, the legendary tree climbing exercise. It was the fundamental technique that separated true ninja from academy graduates. Arthur felt the warmth of his newly acquired plus 100 chakra capacity settling into his coils. He had the reserves. He had the chakra control, intermediate, skill. Tomorrow, he was going to master tree climbing, and he was going to make sure he was ready when the Demon of the Mist returned. Chapter 21, The Bark and the Perfect Control. The morning sun cast long, golden rays through the window of the guest room, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Arthur woke up early, the wooden floorboards creaking slightly as he sat up on his futon. He stretched his arms over his head, feeling the dull ache in his muscles from yesterday's battle slowly fading away. Right on cue, the melodic chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Daily. Reward claimed, plus 50 chakra capacity. The warm, familiar rush of energy expanded in his stomach. Arthur closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation. With his newly granted plus 100 capacity from surviving Zabuza, plus today's daily addition, his reserves felt robust. He was no longer scraping the bottom of the barrel. He had the chakra of a veteran genin, maybe even a fresh Chunin. But having the fuel didn't mean anything if you didn't know how to drive the car. An hour later, Team 7 stood in a quiet, secluded forest clearing a short walk from Tajuna's house. The towering trees stretched dozens of feet into the air, their thick canopies blocking out most of the sunlight. Kakashi stood before them, leaning heavily on a pair of wooden crutches Tsunami had found. He still looked pale, but his lone eye was sharp and focused. "All right," Kakashi began, his voice echoing in the quiet woods. "We have a week before Zabuza fully recovers. Starting today, we are going to undertake some intense training." Naruto grinned, slamming his fists together. "Awesome! What are we doing? Some super cool forbidden jutsu? A massive fireball? A dragon?" "No," Kakashi replied dryly. "We are going to do something much more fundamental. Right now, you three most of you don't even know how to properly use the chakra you have. You waste it." Sasuke crossed his arms, frowning. "We know how to use chakra. We wouldn't have been able to pass the academy or fight the demon brothers if we didn't." Kakashi chuckled softly. "You know how to draw it out, yes. But your control is terrible. Imagine your chakra is a pool of water. Right now, when you want a glass of water, you're throwing a massive boulder into the pool and trying to catch the splash. You're wasting energy, and you're exhausting yourselves prematurely." Kakashi tapped one of his crutches against the thick trunk of a massive pine tree. "To fight an opponent like Zabuza, you need perfect control. You need to be able to channel the exact right amount of chakra to any part of your body, instantly, without thinking. So, today's training is tree climbing." "Tree climbing?" Sakura repeated, visibly disappointed. "Sensei, we already know how to climb trees." "Not like this," Kakashi said. He formed a single hand seal. Slowly, Kakashi lifted a crutch and placed his foot against the vertical trunk of the tree. He didn't grab a branch. He just stepped up. Then, he took another step. And another. Team 7 watched in awe as their injured Jonin instructor casually walked up the side of the tree, completely defying gravity. He walked until he reached a high branch, then stepped off the trunk and stood upside down beneath the branch, hanging by his feet as if the world had simply flipped. "Whoa!" Naruto gasped, his eyes shining with starry-eyed wonder. "He's like a bug." "You focus a precise amount of chakra into the soles of your feet," Kakashi explained. From above, his voice carrying down to the clearing. "It acts like a magnet, sticking you to the bark. If you use too little chakra, the connection is too weak, and you'll fall. If you use too much chakra, the energy will repel you, and you'll blow the bark off the tree." Kakashi tossed 4 kunai down into the dirt at their feet. "Use these to mark the highest point you can reach before you fall. Then, try to push past that mark on your next attempt. Run at the tree to build momentum. Go!" Naruto snatched his kunai from the dirt, a fierce, competitive grin spreading across his face. He looked over at Sasuke, who was staring at the tree with intense, burning focus. "I'm gonna reach the top on my first try," Naruto declared, channeling chakra to his feet and sprinting full speed at his chosen tree. He slammed his foot onto the trunk, taking 2 rapid steps upward. On the 3rd step, his foot slipped. Whoa! Naruto yelped, pitching backward and landing flat on his back in the dirt with a heavy thud. He rubbed his head, groaning. Used too little. A few yards away, Sasuke took a deep breath. He ran at his tree, taking a much more measured approach. He stepped onto the bark 1 step, 2 steps, 3, 4. Crack! A loud, splintering sound echoed through the woods. Sasuke had pumped far too much chakra into his feet. The sheer force blasted the bark right off the tree, creating a small explosion of wood splinters that sent the Uchiha violently tumbling backward. Sasuke managed to flip in mid-air, landing gracefully on his feet, but he glared at the crater he had left in the tree in profound frustration. It seems you two have a lot of work to do, Kakashi noted dryly from above. Hey, look at me. This is actually really easy. Naruto and Sasuke snapped their heads up. Sitting comfortably on a high branch, swinging her legs back and forth, was Sakura. She had walked up the tree on her very first try without slipping or breaking a single piece of bark. Kakashi offered a rare, genuine eye smile. Well done, Sakura. Your chakra capacity might be the lowest on the team, but your control is flawless. It looks like the one closest to becoming Hokage is Sakura. And as for the great Uchiha clan, maybe they aren't so great after all. Naruto growled in frustration, completely taking the bait, while Sasuke's eyes narrowed into absolute, murderous slits. The psychological manipulation was brilliantly effective. Both boys immediately picked up their kunai and charged at the trees with renewed, furious determination. What about you, Arthur? Kakashi asked, shifting his gaze downward. Arthur was standing quietly at the base of his tree, holding his kunai. He hadn't moved yet. He was analyzing the bark, running his hand over the rough texture of the wood. Arthur already possessed chakra control, intermediate. He didn't need to struggle with this exercise. The system had hardwired the muscle memory and chakra pathways required to perfectly balance his energy. But Arthur didn't just want to climb the tree, he wanted to test his limits. He didn't run to build momentum. He didn't take a running start like Kakashi had instructed. Arthur simply raised his right foot and placed it against the trunk. He closed his eyes. He didn't force the chakra out like Sasuke, and he didn't trickle it out like Naruto. He let the steady, warm stream of his system-granted reserves flow perfectly into his soles, matching the exact density of the wood. Arthur lifted his left foot off the ground. He stood completely parallel to the earth, defying gravity from a standstill. Kakashi's eye widened marginally. No momentum? To stick to a vertical surface from a dead stop requires absolute, flawless chakra mastery. That's Chunin level control. Arthur began to walk. He didn't rush. His footsteps were completely silent, an application of his basic chakra concealment. He walked up the massive trunk with the casual ease of a man strolling down a paved sidewalk in the middle of Konoha. He passed the mark Sasuke had blown out. He passed the branch Sakura was sitting on. He kept walking until he reached the high canopy, stopping perfectly on the underside of a thick, sturdy branch directly across from Kakashi. Arthur stood upside down, his hands tucked casually into his pockets, looking across at the injured Jonin. Not bad, Arthur said mildly. The view is much better from up here. Kakashi stared at the brown-haired boy for a long, calculating moment. In the academy, Arthur had been unremarkable. Average scores, average physical stats, entirely forgettable. But since the day of the graduation exam, the boy had transformed. His aim was perfect. His tactical awareness was lethal. He possessed seal-less substitution, basic medical knowledge, and now, flawless chakra control. Arthur, Kakashi said softly, ensuring his voice didn't carry down to the struggling boys below. Where did you learn to do that? Do what? Arthur asked innocently. Don't play dumb. That level of control takes years of practice to master, Kakashi replied, his tone serious. You didn't learn that in the academy. Arthur looked down at the clearing. Naruto was repeatedly slamming into the dirt, screaming in frustration, while Sasuke was leaving a trail of cratered bark up his tree, his dark eyes burning with obsessive drive. I don't have a clan, Kakashi-sensei, Arthur said quietly, turning his gaze back to the Jonin. I don't have a Kekkei Genkai, or massive chakra reserves, or a demon fox sealed inside me. All I have is time and focus. When you know you're the weakest person in the room, you make sure you don't waste a single drop of what you do have. It was a perfectly crafted lie, wrapped in a layer of undeniable, pragmatic truth. Kakashi let out a slow breath, the tension in his shoulders relaxing slightly. He respected pragmatism. In a world full of flashy jutsu and arrogant prodigies, a ninja who meticulously refined the basics to a razor's edge was a terrifying opponent. All right, Kakashi nodded, a hint of genuine respect in his eye. Since you and Sakura have mastered this, there's no point in keeping you here. Sakura. Sakura perked up from her branch below. Yes, sensei. You're on guard duty, Kakashi instructed. Go to the bridge. And keep an eye on Tashuna. If anything happens, send up a flare and retreat immediately. Do not engage. Understood. Sakura chirped, happily bounding down the tree to escape the grueling training. Kakashi looked back at Arthur. And you? Your control is solid, but your physical stamina is still lacking. I want you to run the perimeter of the forest. Build up your cardio. A ninja who can't run can't survive. Cardio. Got it, Arthur nodded. He dropped from the branch, landing silently in the dirt below. He gave a brief wave to a completely exhausted Naruto and a furiously panting Sasuke before jogging out of the clearing. But Arthur had no intention of just running laps. As soon as he was out of Kakashi's line of sight, Arthur veered off the main path, heading deep into the dense, swampy woods. He navigated by the sound of rushing water, his danger intuition keeping him clear of any wild animals or hidden traps. 10 minutes later, he found it. A secluded, wide stretch of the river that fed into the ocean. The water was fast-moving, deep, and completely hidden from the rest of the island. Arthur stood on the muddy bank. He had the chakra control. He had the reserves. Now, it was time to test the ultimate prize from yesterday's battle, chakra nature transformation. Water, basic. He closed his eyes and began to weave his first sequence of hand seals. The real training was finally starting. Chapter 22, The Water's Edge and the Boy in the Woods. The river moved with a steady, roaring current, cutting through the dense, swampy landscape of the Land of Waves. It was entirely secluded, hidden behind a thick wall of twisted mangrove roots and hanging moss. Arthur stood on the muddy bank, listening to the rushing water. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath of the humid air. With his newly acquired chakra nature transformation, water, basic, the river didn't just sound loud, it felt alive. He could sense the heavy moisture in the air, the cold depths of the current, and the dense, fluid energy waiting to be tapped. He hadn't learned any specific water jutsu from the academy. Konoha was nestled in a vast forest, heavily favoring fire and earth natures. But 2 days ago, Arthur had watched Kakashi and Zabuza perform some of the highest-level water style techniques in the world. With his system-enhanced memory and intermediate chakra control, he remembered the exact hand seals Zabuza had used. Arthur held his hands up, taking a measured breath. Tiger. Rat. Ox. Monkey. Bird. He didn't just perform the hand signs, he actively pulled his chakra from his coils, pushing it out into the surrounding moisture, trying to enforce his will upon the river. Water style, water clone jutsu. Arthur thrust his hands forward. The surface of the river violently bubbled. A thick column of water shot upward, twisting and shifting as it tried to form a human shape. It managed to form a torso and the vague outline of a head before the chakra binding it completely destabilized. With a pathetic splash, the watery construct collapsed back into the river, leaving Arthur panting on the bank. Not enough density, Arthur muttered to himself, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. The form requires constant, heavy chakra manipulation. My control is good, but dividing my focus between maintaining the shape and keeping the water pressurized is too much. He didn't give up. For the next 3 hours, Arthur stood by the river, repeating the process. He failed 20 times. He failed 40 times. On his 50th attempt, the water managed to form a perfect replica of his own face before melting away into a puddle. By the time the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in dark, purplish shadows, Arthur's chakra coils were screaming in agony. His newly expanded reserves were completely tapped out. His legs trembled, and his lungs burned. This was the physical reality of ninjutsu training. It wasn't just magic, it was a grueling, muscle-tearing exertion of life force. Arthur collapsed onto his back in the mud, staring up at the darkening sky, a tired but satisfied smile on his face. He hadn't mastered the clone, but he had successfully manipulated the water's shape and density. He was learning. Pushing himself up with a groan, Arthur began the long walk back to the tree-climbing clearing to check on his teammates. When he arrived, the clearing was practically destroyed. The bark on almost every tree was heavily cratered or blown off entirely. The ground was scuffed and torn up. And lying flat on their backs in the center of the dirt, panting like exhausted dogs, were Naruto and Sasuke. Both boys were covered head to toe in sweat, bruises, and dirt. They looked like they had been through a war zone. But as Arthur looked up at the 2 massive pine trees they had claimed as their own, he saw the kunao marks. They were high. Incredibly high. You guys look terrible, Arthur noted, tossing 2 canteens of water onto the grass between them. Naruto eagerly scrambled over, unscrewing the cap and chugging the water like a man dying of thirst. Sasuke sat up much slower, his pride refusing to let him show his total exhaustion, though his trembling hands gave him away. He took a measured drink, glaring at his tree. I almost made it to the top, Sasuke muttered, wiping his mouth. One more try. If you try it again right now, you'll fall and break your neck, Uchiha, Arthur said pragmatically. Your chakra is completely depleted. The connection won't hold. Shut up, Sasuke snapped, though he didn't stand up. He knew Arthur was right. I can totally do it, Naruto wheezed, his eyes half closed as he lay back down in the dirt. I'm gonna beat him, just watch. Arthur shook his head, a soft smile tugging at his lips. The legendary rivalry of Team 7 was a terrifying force of nature. They were literally pushing their bodies past the breaking point just so they wouldn't lose to the other. It was reckless, stupid, and absolutely beautiful to watch. Come on, Arthur said, offering a hand to Sasuke, and then to Naruto. Tsunami made dinner. We need protein, or all this muscle tearing is going to go to waste. Sasuke swatted Arthur's hand away, standing up under his own power, though his legs visibly wobbled. Naruto, however, gladly took the help, letting Arthur hoist him to his feet. Arthur, Naruto mumbled, leaning heavily against the brown-haired boy. I'm so hungry I could eat a whole cow. We'll start with fish and rice, Arthur replied, guiding the exhausted blonde back toward the house. The next morning, Arthur woke up to the familiar chime of the system. Ding! Daily. Reward claimed, plus 50 chakra capacity. He felt the warmth rush into his stomach, instantly soothing the dull ache in his coils from yesterday's intense water training. Arthur stretched and looked around the guest room. Kakashi was still asleep, his breathing steady. Sasuke's futon was empty. And Naruto? Naruto hadn't even come back to the house last night. After dinner, the blonde idiot had stubbornly marched right back out into the woods to keep training. Arthur quickly dressed, strapped on his weapon pouch, and headed out into the cool morning air. He activated his basic chakra concealment, silencing his footsteps as he walked into the misty forest to find his missing teammate. He found Naruto asleep in a patch of soft grass near the tree-climbing clearing. The boy was snoring loudly, a bubble of snot expanding and contracting rhythmically from his nose. Arthur stepped out of the bushes, prepared to wake him up, but his danger intuition suddenly gave a soft, non-lethal hum. Someone was approaching. Arthur immediately stepped backward, melting perfectly into the shadows of a large oak tree. He completely suppressed his chakra, turning himself into a ghost. A figure emerged from the morning mist. It was a young girl, or so it appeared. She wore a simple pink kimono with a white sash, her long, dark hair falling gracefully past her shoulders. She carried a small woven basket over her arm, humming a soft, beautiful melody as she knelt in the grass, picking wild medicinal herbs. Arthur's eyes narrowed. It was Haku, the tracker ninja. The boy who had put Zabuza into suspended animation. He wasn't wearing his mask or his combat gear, but the delicate, almost otherworldly beauty of his face was unmistakable. Haku noticed Naruto sleeping in the grass. He stopped picking herbs and walked over, looking down at the exhausted blonde boy with a soft, gentle expression. Haku reached out, gently shaking Naruto's shoulder. "You'll catch a cold sleeping out here." Naruto snorted, his eyes fluttering open. He blinked groggily, staring up at the beautiful face. Looking down at him, a massive blush instantly erupted across Naruto's cheeks, and he scrambled into a sitting position, aggressively wiping the drool from his chin. Who are you? Where did you come from?" Naruto asked, suddenly very awake. "I was just gathering some herbs," Haku smiled warmly, holding up the basket. "What are you doing out here all alone? Are you training yet?" Naruto boasted, crossing his arms and puffing out his chest. "I'm a ninja. I'm doing some super intense training to get stronger." "A ninja?" Haku's eyes widened in feigned surprise. "That's amazing. But, why do you push yourself so hard? You look incredibly exhausted." Naruto looked down at his bruised hands. "Because I want to be the best in my village. I want everyone to acknowledge me. And there's a guy I want to prove myself to. I want to show him I'm better than him." Arthur watched from the shadows, hanging on every word. This was one of the most philosophical conversations in the entire series, happening right in front of him. Haku smiled, a bittersweet, melancholic curve of his lips. He looked out into the dense, misty woods, his dark eyes reflecting a lifetime of pain and devotion. "Becoming the best, proving yourself, those are powerful motivations," Haku said softly. "But tell me, is there someone precious to you?" Naruto blinked, tilting his head in confusion. "Precious? What do you mean?" Haku knelt in the grass, his voice dropping to a gentle, quiet whisper. "When a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. True strength doesn't come from a desire to be the best. It comes from the desire to keep your precious people safe." Naruto stared at Haku, the words sinking deep into his heart. He thought of Iruka, throwing his body over him to take Mizuki's shuriken. He thought of Kakashi, standing tall against the demon of the mist. He thought of Sakura stepping in front of Tajuna. Sasuke jumping to attack the demon brothers, and Arthur literally pulling him out of the jaws of death. Protect, Naruto realized. That's what it means to be a ninja. Yet, Naruto smiled, his blue eyes shining with sudden, crystal clear resolve. I have people like that. Haku stood up, picking up his basket of herbs. He offered Naruto one final, radiant smile. You will become very strong, then. We will meet again. Haku turned and began to walk away, disappearing back into the thick morning mist. Hey, wait! Naruto called out, scrambling to his feet. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. What's your name? Haku paused, looking over his shoulder, a playful glint in his eye. I'm Haku. Oh, and by the way. Haku smiled. I'm a boy. With that, he vanished into the fog. Naruto stood completely frozen in the grass, his jaw hanging wide open. A boy. But he's prettier than Sakura. From the shadows of the oak tree, Arthur silently watched Haku's departing figure. His hand instinctively brushed against his weapon pouch. He could have ambushed Haku right then and there. Haku was off guard, unarmored, and unaware of his presence. But Arthur looked down at his own hands. When a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they become truly strong. Arthur closed his eyes, leaning back against the rough bark of the tree. His goal had always been purely selfish: survive, get the daily rewards, and live a long, comfortable life. But looking at Naruto, and thinking about the team that had stood together against an S-class monster, Arthur realized something fundamental was shifting inside him. Ding! Hidden milestone achieved, witnessed the ideology of the shinobi. Bonus reward claimed, mental fortitude, passive, immunity to basic psychological manipulation and minor genjutsu. Arthur smiled, stepping out of the shadows into the morning light. The system was great, but the real reward was the clarity in his mind. Hey, Naruto! Arthur called out casually, walking into the clearing. Breakfast is ready. And after that, you're going to reach the top of that tree. Naruto spun around, his shock instantly replaced by a massive, determined grin. You bet I am, Arthur. I'm gonna reach the top, and then I'm gonna get stronger than anyone. Chapter 23, The Hero of Waves and the climb to the top. The next few days settled into a grueling, rhythmic routine. Every morning at exactly 6 a.m., the system chimed in Arthur's mind, depositing another 50 points of chakra into his ever-expanding coils. By day 5 of their week-long grace period, Arthur's reserves had officially crossed the threshold into the low Chunin tier. His body felt lighter, his senses sharper, and the underlying fatigue of constant training was being burned away by his sheer abundance of life force. While Kakashi slowly regained his strength, Arthur split his time into two distinct tasks. During the day, he accompanied Sakura as Tajuna's bodyguard at the bridge. It was a bleak assignment. Gato's thugs frequently loitered near the construction site, tossing empty bottles and shouting threats at the demoralized workers. When a few of the braver thugs stepped too close, Arthur simply applied his danger intuition and basic taijutsu, effortlessly disarming and tossing 3 grown men into the ocean without breaking a sweat. It was a stark reminder of the massive gap between a trained leaf shinobi and a common street enforcer. But as the days dragged on, Tajuna's workers began to quit. The fear of Gato was a poison that had infected the entire island. During the evenings, Arthur retreated to his hidden section of the river. Armed with his growing chakra pool, he relentlessly practiced the water clone jutsu. By the 5th night, he had finally managed to stabilize the form. It wasn't perfect, it collapsed if it took too much physical damage, but it could move, strike, and deceive. He was building an arsenal. But while Arthur practiced his efficiency, Naruto and Sasuke were waging an absolute war against the trees. It was the evening of the 6th day. The sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in violent shades of orange and purple. Arthur walked into the tree-climbing clearing, carrying a basket of rice balls Tsunami had made for the boys. What he saw made him stop and simply watch in quiet awe. The two massive pine trees were completely stripped of their bark from the base all the way to the canopy. The ground was littered with splinters. High above, near the very peak of the trees where the branches became dangerously thin, two figures were standing completely upside down. Sasuke stood with his arms crossed, panting heavily, a look of profound, victorious satisfaction on his face. Right next to him, hanging from the adjacent tree, Naruto was grinning so hard his face looked like it was going to split. Take that, Sasuke! I made it to the top too. You're a loudmouth, loser, Sasuke smirked, though there was no real venom in his voice. But you kept up. Arthur smiled, watching the two reincarnations of literal ninja gods share a rare moment of genuine camaraderie. They had pushed each other to the absolute limit. Without the other's constant pressure, neither of them would have reached the top so quickly. Hey! Are you two going to stay up there all night, or do you want to eat? Arthur called up, holding the basket. Naruto looked down, his blue eyes lighting up at the sight of food. Arthur! We did it! We mastered the control! Naruto channeled his chakra, preparing to sprint down the side of the trunk. But the moment he shifted his weight, his exhausted coils completely sputtered out. The chakra holding him to the bark vanished. Ah! Naruto screamed, plummeting headfirst toward the earth from 50 feet in the air. Arthur dropped the basket, his hand instantly flying to his weapon pouch to substitute the blonde out of the air. But before Arthur could move, Sasuke blurred into action. The Uchiha pushed off his own branch, catching Naruto by the ankle in mid-air. Sasuke swung his body forward, planting his feet firmly against the trunk of the tree to arrest their fall. Sasuke grunted, his own depleted chakra struggling to hold the weight of both of them. He glared down at the dangling, terrified Naruto. You really are a total loser, Naruto, Sasuke sighed. Shut up! I just slipped! Naruto yelled back, though his face was entirely flushed with embarrassment and gratitude. 10 minutes later, the three boys were walking back to Tajina's house. Naruto and Sasuke were completely drained, leaning heavily on each other's shoulders just to stay upright. Arthur walked beside them, holding the empty basket, listening to their constant, petty bickering with a sense of genuine warmth. They were a team. When they stumbled through the front door of Tajina's house, Kakashi was waiting in the dining room. The Jonin was finally standing without his crutches, looking almost fully recovered. Naruto and Sasuke collapsed onto the tatami mats, completely spent. We made it, to the top. Naruto wheezed. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled into a proud smile. Good. Then starting tomorrow, you return to bodyguard duty. The bridge is almost finished. Dinner that night was a spectacle. Naruto and Sasuke sat across from each other, furiously shoveling mountains of rice and fish into their mouths. They were eating with such aggressive intensity that they were practically choking, glaring at each other the entire time. I can eat way more than you. Naruto garbled through a cheek full of rice. In your dreams, Sasuke growled, slamming his bowl down. More. Both boys instantly grabbed their stomachs, their faces turning a distinct shade of green, and sprinted out the back door to violently throw up in the bushes. Sakura pinched the bridge of her nose. Idiots! Why eat so much if you're just going to throw it up? Because they tore their muscles to shreds today, Arthur explained, taking a calm, measured bite of his fish. To repair that kind of damage, the body needs a massive influx of calories. It's reckless, but it's the fastest way to build physical strength. Inari, who had been sitting quietly at the end of the table, suddenly slammed his hands down. The young boy glared at Arthur, his eyes filled with hot, angry tears. Why do you even try? Inari yelled, his voice cracking. All this training, all this eating, it doesn't matter. You're just going to die. Gato and his men are going to kill you, just like they kill everyone who tries to fight them. Naruto walked back into the room, wiping his mouth. He glared at the boy. Listen, you little brat. I already told you, I'm not going to die. I'm going to be a super ninja. You don't know anything. Inari screamed, tears spilling down his cheeks. You're always laughing and acting tough. You don't know what it's like to really suffer. You don't know what they do to heroes here. Naruto froze. The blonde boy's blue eyes darkened, the playful annoyance completely vanishing. I don't know what it's like to suffer. Naruto whispered, his voice dangerously quiet. You think you're the only one who's had it rough, you little crybaby. Before the argument could escalate, Tashina placed a heavy, calloused hand on the table. That's enough, Inari, Tashina said, his voice thick with sorrow. He looked at Kakashi and the genin. You have a right to know. You have a right to know why my grandson acts this way. Why this entire island has given up. Inari sobbed, turning and running out of the room, his footsteps echoing up the stairs. Tsunami looked down at her lap, silent tears falling from her eyes. There was a man, Tashina began, staring at his half-empty cup of tea. His name was Kaiza. He came to this town years ago. He was strong, brave, and he had a heart of gold. When the town flooded, Kaiza dove into the raging waters to save a stray dog Inari had adopted. From that day on, Inari looked up to him as a father. We all looked up to him. Arthur listened quietly. The anime had shown it, but hearing the raw grief in the old man's voice made it infinitely more visceral. Kaiza taught Inari that if you protect the things that are precious to you with both your arms, you can be a hero, Tashina continued. His voice shaking. And for a while, we had peace. But then, Gato arrived. Tashina's hands curled into tight fists. Gato bought the shipping lanes. He brought thugs and mercenaries. When he started terrorizing the townsfolk, no one stood up to him. Except Kaiza. Kakashi closed his eye, already knowing how the story ended. Kaiza fought them, Tashina whispered. But there were too many. Gato's men captured him. They didn't just kill him. They wanted to break the spirit of the entire island. So, they dragged Kaiza into the town square. They broke both of his arms in front of everyone. And then, they executed him. Right in front of Inari. Sakura covered her mouth with her hands, horrified. Sasuke stared at the table, his dark eyes flashing with a familiar, burning hatred. Naruto stood completely still, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white. Since that day, Tashina finished, wiping his eyes. Inari changed. The whole town changed. We realized that standing up to Gato only brings death. That's why Inari cries when you talk about heroes. Because in the land of waves, heroes die. Silence descended upon the dining room. The heavy, suffocating reality of the shinobi world weighed down on Team 7. They weren't just fighting an assassin anymore, they were fighting a tyrant who had crushed the soul of an entire nation. Naruto suddenly turned and walked out the door, stepping out into the cool night air without a word. Naruto, Sakura called out softly. Leave him, Kakashi advised, opening his eye. He needs time to think. Arthur looked at the system screen hovering out of sight. Time remaining until Zabuza Momoki's estimated recovery. 12 hours. Arthur finished his tea and stood up. Get some sleep, Sakura, Sasuke. The grace period is over. Zabuza could strike tomorrow, and he won't be alone this time. Haku will be with him. Kakashi nodded grimly. Arthur is right. Tomorrow, we escort Tajuna to the bridge. Keep your guard up, and trust your training. As Arthur walked up the stairs to his room, he felt a profound sense of calm wash over him. The fear of facing Zabuza was gone, replaced by a cold, calculating readiness. He had the reserves, he had the control, and he had the knowledge. Tomorrow, the bridge would run red with blood. But Arthur was going to make sure it wasn't the blood of Team 7. Chapter 24, The Mist returns, and the last-minute hero. The morning of the 7th day arrived with a heavy, suffocating silence. The usual chirping of birds in the surrounding woods was completely absent, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Arthur opened his eyes just as the familiar blue screen materialized in the dim light of the guest room. Ding! Daily reward claimed, plus 50 chakra capacity. Arthur let out a slow, steady breath. The energy settled into his core, vibrating with a high, dense hum. He was ready. He quietly strapped on his weapon pouches, ensuring every kunai and shuriken was perfectly placed for a blind draw. He tied his leaf headband tight around his bicep and stepped out into the hallway. Downstairs, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tajuna were already gathered near the front door. Sasuke looked sharp, his dark eyes focused and completely devoid of the lingering exhaustion from the previous days. Sakura looked nervous but determined, her hands gripping the straps of her backpack. Arthur glanced around the room. Naruto's still asleep. He pushed himself way past his physical limit last night. Kakashi said softly, adjusting his flak jacket. His body forced him into a deep sleep to repair the muscle damage. We'll let him rest. He'll catch up when he wakes. Arthur nodded. It was exactly how the timeline was supposed to play out. Naruto needed to be at the house to protect Tsunami and Inari from Gato's hired thugs. Let's go, Kakashi ordered. The walk to the great Naruto bridge was tense. The morning fog was naturally thick, clinging to the damp earth, but Arthur's danger intuition remained a low, quiet hum. It wasn't until they actually stepped onto the massive, half-finished steel and concrete structure over the ocean that the hum abruptly spiked into a sharp, freezing needle of dread. Tajuna stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes widening in horror. Scattered across the wide concrete expanse of the bridge were the bodies of his workers. They were groaning in pain, surrounded by shattered tools and pools of blood. What happened? Tajuna cried out, dropping his tools and rushing forward. Who did this? A sudden, unnatural chill swept over the bridge. The ambient morning fog instantly thickened, turning into an oppressive, suffocating white wall. It swallowed the steel girders, the ocean below, and the sky above. Stay back, Tajuna, Kakashi commanded, stepping to the front of the group. He reached up and pulled his forehead protector up, exposing his crimson Sharingan. He's here. I see you brought the brats with you again, Kakashi, a deep, raspy voice echoed from the mist. It sounded like it was coming from everywhere at once. And the one who's still trembling, pitiful. Arthur glanced at Sasuke. The Uchiha prodigy was indeed trembling, his hands shaking at his sides. But Arthur saw the fierce, burning light in Sasuke's dark eyes. Sasuke smirked, drawing a kunai. I'm trembling, with excitement. Oh! Zabuza's voice mocked. Go, Haku! The mist parted slightly. Standing side by side, like ghosts, were Zabuza Mamakai, the demon of the mist, and Haku, the masked tracker ninja. Zabuza wielded his massive Kyubikaribasho, while Haku stood perfectly still, his slender hands resting at his sides. The masked boy, Sakura gasped, drawing her own kunai. Kakashi-sensei and Arthur were right. It was a fake execution. Well, Zabuza sneered, stepping forward. Looks like the brats have a little more bite this time. Let's see if that confidence holds up when I start cutting. Zabuza didn't even move his arms. The mist around Team 7 violently swirled, and 4 perfect water clones materialized in a circle around them, their heavy, watery swords raised for the kill. Arthur shifted his stance, preparing to intercept, but a dark blur shot past him. Sasuke didn't hesitate. He launched himself forward with explosive, blinding speed. The tree climbing training hadn't just given him chakra control, it had completely revolutionized how he utilized his energy. By perfectly channeling chakra to his feet, Sasuke's physical acceleration was monstrous. Clang! Splash! Splash! In less than 3 seconds, Sasuke moved through the formation, driving his kunai through the vital points of all 4 water clones. The watery constructs collapsed into harmless puddles on the concrete before their massive swords could even begin to descend. Sasuke landed gracefully, spinning a kunai around his finger, a confident smirk plastered across his face. Zabuza's eyes widened behind his bandages. What? He destroyed them all in an instant. The brat, his speed is completely different from a few days ago. Oh! Haku murmured, his masked face tilting slightly. He's fast. I told you, Sasuke taunted, pointing his blade at the S-class assassin. I'm trembling with excitement. Send the real thing next time. Kakashi smiled beneath his mask. Don't get too cocky, Sasuke. But, good job. Arthur remained near Tajuna, his eyes locked on Haku. Sasuke had the speed, but Haku had the ice. The board was set. Meanwhile, back in the dense woods near Tajuna's home, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes snapped open. He bolted upright from his futon, looking frantically at the clock. Ah! I overslept. Kakashi-sensei is going to kill me. Naruto scrambled to get dressed, practically tearing his room apart to find his gear. He threw his headband on, tied his weapon pouch, and sprinted downstairs. The house was quiet. Tsunami was nowhere to be found. They left me. Naruto groaned, sprinting out the front door and plunging into the forest, taking the fastest shortcut toward the bridge. He bounded across the tree branches, pushing his newly refined chakra control to the absolute limit. But halfway to the coast, he stopped. Dead on a thick branch. Lying in the dirt below was a massive wild boar. It had been cleanly sliced into several pieces, the cuts so precise and deep they looked like they had been made by a master swordsman. Naruto jumped down, examining the fresh blood. Someone was here, Naruto realized, his heart skipping a beat. Swordsman. But Zabuza is at the bridge, which means these guys were heading for the house. Naruto gasped. Inside Tajuna's home, the front door had been violently kicked off its hinges. 2 men stood in the hallway. One carried a massive, curved sword, his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses. The other wielded a long katana, a cruel smirk on his scarred face. Zori and Werigi, Gato's personal enforcers. Tsunami was backed against the wall of the kitchen, terrified. Gato wants the old man dead, Zora laughed, resting his sword on his shoulder. But he figured taking the daughter hostage would make the bridge builder a lot more cooperative. Werigi stepped forward, grabbing Tsunami roughly by the arm. Come quietly, lady, and we won't have to hurt anyone else. Let me go. Tsunami screamed, struggling against the man's iron grip. Suddenly, a loud, terrified scream echoed from the stairs. Inari was standing on the landing, his small body trembling violently as he watched the 2 armed men drag his mother toward the door. Well, well. Look who it is, Zori sneered, drawing his sword. A little brat. I hate brats. Let's chop him up before we leave. Inari froze. The fear was paralyzing. It was the same fear he had felt the day they took Kaiza. The memory of his stepfather's broken arms flashed through his mind, suffocating him. He wanted to run. He wanted to hide under his bed and cry. If you protect the things that are precious to you with both your arms, you can be a hero. The words echoed in Inari's mind, loud and clear. He looked at his mother, crying out for him to run away. He looked at the men who had crushed his town. I'm not going to cry anymore. Inari thought, tears streaming down his face. With a fierce, desperate scream, the 8-year-old boy charged down the stairs. He didn't have a weapon. He didn't have jutsu. He just threw his small body forward, aiming to tackle the massive swordsman. Stupid kid, Zori sighed, raising his heavy sword to cleave the boy in half. Die! Thwack! Before the sword could descend, a heavy wooden log suddenly materialized in the air directly in front of Zora's face. The massive swordsman didn't even have time to blink before the log slammed squarely into his nose, sending him crashing backward through the doorway and out into the dirt. Waraji spun around in shock, dropping Tsunami's arm. What the hell? Standing in the doorway, the morning sun casting a heroic silhouette behind him, was a boy in a bright orange jumpsuit. Naruto stood tall, holding a kunai, a massive, confident grin spreading across his face. Sorry I'm late, Naruto announced loudly. But you know what they say, heroes always show up at the last minute. Inari sat on the floor, looking up at the blonde ninja with wide, awestruck eyes. Waraji recovered from his shock, drawing his katana with a furious roar. You little rat! I'll skin you alive! Naruto didn't even flinch. He channeled his chakra, feeling the absolute, flawless flow he had spent a week perfecting. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Poof! 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 5 physical copies of Naruto erupted into the tight hallway. They didn't give the swordsman an inch of room to swing his long blade. They swarmed Waraji, delivering a rapid, synchronized barrage of punches and kicks that battered the thug into unconsciousness before he could even raise his sword. With the threat neutralized, Naruto turned to Inari, dismissing his clones with a soft pop. He walked over and extended a hand to the trembling boy. You did good, Inari, Naruto smiled softly, his blue eyes filled with genuine respect. You didn't run away. You protected your mom. You're a real hero. Inari looked at Naruto's hand, fresh tears welling in his eyes. But this time, they weren't tears of despair. He grabbed Naruto's hand and let the ninja pull him to his feet. All right. Naruto cheered, turning his gaze toward the door, looking in the direction of the coast. Keep your mom safe, Inari. I've got to go save the rest of my team. Back at the bridge, the tension had reached a boiling point. Zabuza laughed darkly, amused by Sasuke's display of speed. He defeated my water clones. Very impressive. Haku, it seems you have a challenger. Haku stepped forward, his white porcelain mask betraying no emotion. It appears so. I will handle the boy. Arthur, Sakura, Kakashi ordered, not looking away from Zabuza. Maintain the diamond formation around Tajuna. Do not engage Zabuza. Sasuke, be careful. Arthur tightened his grip on his kunai, his danger intuition humming loudly as Haku began to walk toward Sasuke. The masked boy moved with a light, almost floating step, completely devoid of any killing intent. That was what made Haku so terrifying. He didn't fight with malice, he fought like a tool executing a function. You are strong, Haku said softly to Sasuke, drawing a single silver senbon needle from his pouch. But against me, speed alone will not save you. Sasuke smirked, drawing a second kunao. We'll see about that. The wind howled across the bridge, carrying the freezing mist with it. The true battle for the land of waves had officially begun. Chapter 25, The Mirror of Ice and the Uchiha's Awakening. The clash began not with a roar, but with a terrifying, rhythmic precision. Haku moved like a willow branch in a gale, fluid, graceful, and impossible to pin down. Every time Sasuke lunged with his kunao, Haku was already elsewhere, his hand moving in a blur to toss silver senbon needles with surgeon-like accuracy. Sasuke dodged, parried, and wove through the projectiles, his movements fueled by the absolute, perfect chakra control he had mastered over the last week. He felt faster than he had ever been. He was tracking Haku's movements, anticipating the trajectory of the needles, and closing the distance. "You're fast," Haku noted, his masked voice cool and detached. "But your technique is predictable." Haku stopped. He didn't run, he didn't dodge. He stood perfectly still, his hands blurring through a series of seals so rapid Arthur could barely follow them. Secret Jutsu, crystal ice mirrors. The temperature on the bridge plummeted. The ambient water in the mist instantly froze, solidifying into long, jagged shards of ice that erupted from the ground. They rose into the air, bending and curving with intelligent intent, until they formed a massive, circular perimeter around Sasuke. In a heartbeat, 20 massive mirrors of pure, translucent ice stood surrounding the Uchiha. "Sasuke, get out of there!" Arthur shouted, his danger intuition screaming. Sasuke didn't wait to be told. He sprinted toward the perimeter, but before he could reach the gap, Haku materialized inside one of the mirrors. Then, he appeared in another, and another. It was as if Haku was teleporting, his reflection shimmering in every single pane of glass. Haku leaped from mirror to mirror, moving with such blinding speed that he became a blur of motion. He launched a storm of senbon needles from every direction. Sasuke gritted his teeth, spinning his kunao to deflect the barrage. Clang! Clang! Thwack! A needle grazed his shoulder. Another nicked his cheek. He was being overwhelmed. "Arthur, Sakura, protect the client!" Kakashi barked, his focus split between the Uchiha's death trap and Zabuza's mocking laughter. "Do not interfere!" Arthur stood his ground, but his hands were clenched so tight his knuckles were white. He could see the strategy. Haku was testing Sasuke, forcing the boy to reveal his limits. Inside the mirrors, Sasuke was panting. He looked up, his Sharingan-less eyes wide with frustration. He was the Uchiha prodigy. He was supposed to be the best. But he couldn't even see where the attacks were coming from. "I can't track him," Sasuke thought, his mind racing. "He's too fast. If I don't see him, I'm dead." The frustration hit a breaking point. Sasuke's pride, his trauma, and his desperate need to prove his worth collided in his mind. He channeled everything, every ounce of chakra, every bit of his will into his eyes. "Focus. See him. See the movement." The world slowed down. A single, red tomo flickered into existence in Sasuke's right eye. The image of the mirror stabilized. He saw a Haku leaping from the mirror at his 3 o'clock, his hand cocked to throw a needle. Sasuke moved. He ducked, the needle sailing harmlessly over his head, and delivered a brutal side kick into Haku's ribs. "What?" Haku gasped, stumbling back into the reflection of the mirror. Sasuke didn't stop. A second red tomo bloomed in his left eye. "I see you," Sasuke thought, his lips curling into a triumphant, cold smirk. He didn't just see the Haku in the mirror, he saw the chakra flowing through the air, he saw the subtle shift of Haku's muscles, he saw the trajectory of the needles before they were thrown. Sasuke caught a senbon needle out of the air with his fingers. He deflected a volley with his kunao. He was no longer a victim, he was a predator. "It's over," Sasuke declared, his voice echoing with an authority that didn't belong to a 12-year-old. Outside the mirrors, Arthur felt a chill that had nothing to do with the ice. The Sharingan. It was terrifyingly powerful. But Zabuza was laughing. The Sharingan. So, the kid finally woke it up. It doesn't matter. Haku hasn't even started. Haku didn't look worried. He looked saddened. "You have a very precious thing," Haku whispered, his reflection in the mirrors multiplying until it seemed as if the entire arena was filled with hundreds of Hakus. "But you will not be able to keep it." Haku didn't just throw needles, he threw them with the intent to paralyze, not to kill. Suddenly, a loud, familiar sound echoed from the far end of the bridge. "Hey! Stop right there!" Naruto Uzumaki sprinted onto the bridge, his orange jumpsuit a neon beacon in the fog. He was gasping for air, his face flushed, but his eyes were locked on the dome of ice. "Naruto, stay back!" Kakashi yelled, his eyes widening. "I'm here to save the day!" Naruto screamed, ignoring the Jonin entirely. He sprinted straight toward the wall of mirrors. "Naruto, no!" Arthur shouted, realizing the blonde boy was about to ruin Sasuke's momentum and throw himself into a meat grinder. But it was too late. Naruto didn't bother with a strategy. He didn't bother with an entry plan. He just charged the mirrors, his hands raised. "Naruto, you idiot!" Zabuza laughed, his voice dripping with malice. "You just walked right into your own grave." Haku stopped his assault on Sasuke. He looked at the orange-clad boy charging toward his ice dome. Haku sighed, his posture shifting from a combatant to an executioner. "I am sorry," Haku whispered, his voice soft, almost regretful. "But I cannot let you interfere." Haku flickered out of the mirror, appearing directly in front of the charging Naruto. His hand moved with blinding speed, a senbon needle poised to pierce Naruto's heart. Arthur's heart stopped. This wasn't supposed to happen. Naruto looked up, his eyes meeting the cold, porcelain mask of the masked boy. He saw the needle descending. He saw the end. Naruto didn't freeze. He didn't back down. He lunged forward, closing the distance, trying to force his way past the strike. The needle descended and then, it stopped. A massive, heavy, iron-clad sword slammed into the concrete between them, the impact shaking the bridge so violently that the ice mirrors cracked. Arthur didn't think, he moved. Ding! Urgent! System intervention. Host has prioritized the survival of the protagonist. Requirement: intervene in the critical event. Skill unlocked, water style, severing wave. Arthur didn't use seals. He didn't use a stance. He simply focused every drop of his mid-Chunin chakra capacity into a single, razor-sharp edge of pressurized water. He didn't aim at Haku. He aimed at the ice mirrors. A jet of water, compressed to the density of a diamond-tipped saw, erupted from Arthur's palm. It hit the base of the primary mirror with a screeching, high-pitched tear. The mirror shattered. The collapse of one mirror caused a chain reaction, the structural integrity of the entire dome failing as the ice spider webbed and exploded outward. The dome vanished. Haku stumbled back, his needle missing Naruto by a hair's breadth. Sasuke stood in the center, panting, his two Tomo Sharingan swirling. The entire bridge went silent. Zabuza stared at Arthur, his bandages fluttering in the wind. Kakashi stared at Arthur. Even Haku looked at the brown-haired boy, his mask tilted in genuine, baffled confusion. Arthur stood in the center of the bridge, his arm still extended, the faint, shimmering glow of a water jutsu dissipating from his fingertips. He had just shattered a S-rank bloodline. Jutsu. I said, Arthur whispered, his voice trembling with the effort of dumping his entire reserve into the wave, that we're a team. Naruto grinned, a massive, wild, and utterly reckless grin. See? I told you he was a super ninja. Zabuza growled, a low, guttural sound of pure, unadulterated rage. He raised his massive broadsword. That's it. Enough games. I'm going to kill every single one of you. The fog thickened. The real slaughter was about to begin. Chapter 26, The Demon's Rage and the Shattered Mask. The destruction of the ice mirrors had changed the battlefield. Haku stood amidst the shards of frozen glass, his porcelain mask flickering with a crack right down the center. He didn't look angry, he looked disappointed. You should not have done that, Haku whispered, his voice soft but edged with a chilling, sudden lethality. You have forced me to take lives I did not wish to claim. Save the lecture, freak! Naruto yelled, lunging forward with a kunai. Haku didn't even look at him. He performed a single, one-handed seal. The temperature on the bridge plunged further, and a barrage of senbon needles erupted from the ground beneath Naruto's feet, forcing the blonde boy to leap backward to avoid being impaled. Sasuke, Arthur! Cover me! Naruto shouted, his confidence surging. Forget it! Kakashi's voice rang out from across the bridge, cutting through the swirling mist. Naruto, back off! Arthur, get the bridge builder to safety. Sasuke, engage Haku, but do not, I repeat, do not try to break his mirrors again. You'll burn out your Sharingan. Zabuza laughed, a raw, grating sound. Your Sharingan can't keep up with two S-class talents, Kakashi. You're already reaching your limit. Kakashi was indeed struggling. His face was pale, beads of sweat dripping from his chin. Maintaining the Sharingan against Zabuza's pressure was a massive drain. Arthur, Sasuke whispered, his eyes locked on Haku, his red Sharingan pupils vibrating with the strain. The plan. We need to overwhelm him. We can't, Arthur replied, his voice steady, though his own chakra coils were burning after his water technique. We're genin. We hold the line. That's the mission. Suddenly, Haku moved. He didn't just flicker, he seemed to melt into the mist, reappearing in 3 different places simultaneously. It was a high-speed afterimage. Technique. He struck at Sasuke, the boy's Sharingan barely tracking the movement in time to parry. Then he pivoted, throwing a needle toward Arthur, forcing him to use his perfected substitution to blink out of the path. Then, Haku moved toward Naruto. Naruto tried to block, but Haku was faster, striking Naruto with a precise blow to the chest that sent him flying backward into the concrete railing. Naruto! Sakura screamed. Zabuza seized the opening. He lunged at Kakashi, his massive sword swinging with enough force to cleave a steel pillar. Kakashi narrowly dodged, but the force of the wind sent him stumbling back. The battle was turning into a nightmare. They were being picked apart. Arthur's mind raced. He looked at Haku. The boy was holding back, aiming for non-lethal strikes. He was fighting with compassion, and that was his only weakness. Arthur reached into his pouch, grabbing his last spool of ninja wire and 4 explosive tags. He looked at Sasuke, who was struggling to keep his Sharingan active. Sasuke! Use your fireball! Arthur shouted. What? I can't aim it without hitting Haku. Just do it. Into the mist. Now. Sasuke didn't question him. He inhaled, his eyes glowing fiercely. Fire style, grand fireball technique. A massive, roaring ball of flame erupted, tearing through the mist. Haku instinctively jumped up into the air too. Avoid the searing heat. That split second of flight was all Arthur needed. Arthur hurled the ninja wire, his perfect shuriken jutsu, guiding the line to loop around Haku's ankles while he was mid-air. He slammed the explosive tags onto the wire and flicked his wrist, snapping the line taut. Boom! The tags detonated in mid-air, a few feet away from Haku. The concussive blast didn't hit Haku directly, but it sent him spiraling uncontrollably. He crashed into the bridge, his white mask finally shattering into a dozen porcelain pieces. The mist died down as the explosion cleared the air. Haku lay on the concrete, his face revealed. He was beautiful, his skin pale, his eyes wide and dark, his lips trembling. "Why?" Haku whispered, looking up at them. "Why do you protect each other? Why are you willing to die for this mission?" "Because that's what a team does," Naruto yelled, standing up, his chest heaving. "And we aren't going to let you and Zabuza hurt anyone else." Zabuza stopped his advance on Kakashi. He looked at Haku, his eyes narrowing. "Haku, don't let sentimentality weaken you. Finish them." Haku stood up, his gaze shifting from the genin to his master. A look of pure, unconditional devotion filled his eyes. "I am Zabuza's tool," Haku whispered, his voice hollow. "I have no dreams of my own. I only exist to serve his." Haku raised his hands, preparing to weave the most complex jutsu yet. "Sasuke, stay back!" Kakashi shouted, but it was too late. Haku vanished. He reappeared instantly in front of Naruto, his hand poised to strike. But this time, his speed was different. It was distorted. Suddenly, Sasuke was there. He had moved faster than his own eyes could track, placing his body directly between Naruto and Haku's needle. The needle pierced Sasuke's shoulder. Blood splattered onto Naruto's face. Sasuke staggered, his eyes wide, the Sharingan fading into darkness. He collapsed, falling into Naruto's arms. "Sasuke!" Naruto screamed, the sound echoing across the bridge like a death knell. Haku stood over them, his face a mask of sorrow. He died to protect his precious person. A truly noble end. Naruto's face went blank. The world seemed to stop moving. A red, boiling chakra began to leak from Naruto's skin. The air around him hissed as the ground beneath his feet began to melt. "You!" Naruto's voice was a guttural, inhuman growl. "You killed him! I'll kill you!" Red, fox-like eyes snapped open. A massive, spectral aura of the Kyuubi erupted from Naruto, blowing the mist, Haku, and even Zabuza backward. Arthur watched, his danger intuition going completely silent, replaced by the sheer, overwhelming presence of a demon. "The seal is breaking," Arthur whispered, his heart hammering against his ribs. He didn't have time to be afraid. He didn't have time to be a genin. Arthur reached into his pouch, grabbing the last of his supplies. He had one technique left, a technique that would either save them, or bury them all. He sprinted toward the red, swirling vortex of chakra. He had to stop Naruto before the seal shattered completely. "Naruto! Listen to me!" Arthur shouted, his voice barely audible over the roaring demon's breath. "Sasuke is still breathing. Look at his chest. He's alive." Naruto's head snapped toward him, the red slits of his eyes fixed on Arthur. The air temperature surged. The bridge was about to become the site of a massacre. Chapter 27, The Will of Fire and the Final Breath. The red, boiling chakra whipped around Naruto, tearing through the concrete of the bridge like paper. The sheer pressure was suffocating, forcing Arthur to channel every drop of his reserves into his feet just to keep from being blasted off the structure. "Naruto, stop!" Arthur roared, stepping into the edge of the demonic vortex. The heat was blistering, singing his eyebrows, but he didn't falter. Look at him. Sasuke is still breathing. Naruto's head snapped toward Arthur. The red slits of his pupils were wide, flickering with a terrifying, ancient malice that made Arthur's soul quake. But underneath that mask of rage, deep down, a spark of the real Naruto remained. Arthur pointed to Sasuke, who lay sprawled in Naruto's arms, his chest rising and falling in shallow, ragged breaths. If you let go, you'll kill everyone. Including him. Is that what you want? The boiling red aura flickered, hesitating. The Kyuubi's influence wavered for a split second. Naruto let out a raw, soul-shattering cry, and the red aura collapsed back into his skin as if it had been sucked into a vacuum. He collapsed to his knees, his face pale and eyes fluttering shut, completely unconscious from the sudden withdrawal of the demon's power. Arthur didn't waste a second. He lunged forward, grabbing Naruto and Sasuke, dragging them behind a thick support pillar. Across the bridge, Zabuza and Haku were staring at the spot where the red aura had been, their faces pale with shock. They hadn't seen the nine tails, but they had felt the soul-crushing weight of it. What was that? Haku whispered, his porcelain mask completely gone, revealing a face of profound, haunting beauty. A monster, Zabuza hissed, his grip on his sword tightening. Kakashi, completely drained and shaking, hobbled over to Arthur's position. He looked at Sasuke, then at the unconscious Naruto, and finally at Arthur. Arthur, Kakashi rasped, his voice barely a whisper. Take them. Get them off the bridge. I'll finish this. You can't even stand, Sensei, Arthur said, his own voice strained. I have enough for one more jutsu, Kakashi lied, his crimson Sharingan spinning with agonizing slowness. Before the Jonin could move, the bridge shuddered. The heavy, rhythmic thud of hundreds of combat boots echoed from the far end. A dense, dark mass of men began to emerge from the mist. Gato's army. There were over 100 of them, thugs, mercenaries, and cutthroats, all armed to the teeth. Gato, a short, pompous man in an expensive suit, waddled at the front, his eyes gleaming with greed. Look at them. The great Zabuza, beaten by a bunch of kids. And Kakashi the copy ninja, practically dead on his feet. Kill them all. I'll pay a bonus for the heads. Zabuza stiffened. He looked at Haku, who stood beside him, defeated and broken. Then he looked at the army of thugs currently preparing to butcher the bridge builder's family. Zabuza slowly unsheathed his massive sword, his movements heavy and labored. You're not killing anyone, Zabuza growled. He looked at Kakashi, then at the bridge builder. And finally at the unconscious Naruto. He tucked his broken arm into his shirt and grabbed the Kyubikaribasho with his one good hand. Haku, Zabuza said, his voice unusually soft. Get out of the way. I'm going to finish this my own way. Zabuza began to walk. He didn't run. He walked slowly, a dying demon trudging toward an army of 100 men. Zabuza, what are you doing? Haku whispered. I'm a rogue ninja, Zabuza rasped. But I'm not a dog. For that pathetic little coward. Zabuza burst into a run, a roar of pure, unadulterated fury tearing from his throat. He plowed into Gato's army like a meteor. It was a bloodbath. Zabuza was a whirlwind of steel, his massive sword cleaving through men, armor, and concrete alike. He was taking dozens of stabs, slashes, and bullets, but he didn't stop. He was a force of nature, a monster fueled by a lifetime of regret and a sudden, burning spark of defiance. He reached Gato. The tycoon shrieked, cowering behind his bodyguards. Zabuza didn't hesitate. He thrust his blade through the center of the mob, impaling Gato through the chest and hoisting him high into the air. Zabuza looked at the tyrant, his eyes filled with a final, chilling contempt. He let the body fall and collapsed to his knees, his own lifeblood spilling out into the cracks of the concrete. Silence reclaimed the bridge. The army of thugs turned and fled, terrified by the sheer, inhuman violence they had just witnessed. Zabuza crawled through the blood toward the edge of the bridge, collapsing next to Haku, who had fallen in the crossfire. The genin walked over, Kakashi leading them. They stood over the two fallen assassins. Zabuza turned his head, looking at Naruto, who had just begun to stir, his eyes puffy and red. "You?" Zabuza rasped, his voice fading. "You're a strong kid. I told Haku, you'd grow up to be dangerous." Naruto kneeled beside him, his voice thick with tears. "You were both, you were just people. You didn't deserve to die like this." Zabuza looked at Haku, his gaze softening into something unrecognizable. "Haku. I wish I could go to where you're going. Maybe in the next life." The demon of the mist closed his eyes for the final time. Arthur stood in the back, the cooling mist of the bridge settling on his skin. He looked at his system interface. Ding! Mission complete, the bridge builder's hero. Bonus reward claimed, skill, Chakra nature. Transformation, lightning, basic, dot. Final assessment, survival confirmed. Canon divergence, minimal. Arthur breathed out, feeling the spark of lightning nature settle into his core. He had survived the land of waves. He had stood on the edge of the abyss and pulled his team back. He looked at Naruto, who was holding the dead assassin's hand, and at Sasuke, who was slowly being helped to his feet by Sakura. They were scarred, they were exhausted, and they were forever changed. The great Naruto bridge stretched out before them, a monument to a hero who had died for it. "Let's go home," Kakashi said softly. Arthur turned, taking one last look at the bridge before walking into the mist. The academy was a memory. The real ninja world had begun. Chapter 28, The Sand Siblings and the Trivial Pursuits. The towering green gates of Konohagakure had never looked so welcoming. When Team 7 finally crossed the threshold back into their home village, the collective sigh of relief was almost physical. The tension that had kept their shoulders rigid and their hands hovering over their weapon pouches for the last 2 weeks instantly melted away. The scent of salt water and blood was replaced by the comforting aromas of blooming cherry blossoms and fresh Ichiraku ramen. Arthur walked near the back of the formation, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. As he stepped past the sleeping gate guards, the familiar, translucent blue screen materialized in his vision. Ding! Daily reward claimed, plus 50 chakra capacity. Milestone, successfully returned to the Hidden Leaf Village from an A-rank equivalent mission. Bonus reward claimed, skill, basic genjutsu release, kai, dot. Arthur smiled faintly, feeling the warm, steady thrum of his chakra coils. His reserves were completely overflowing now, sitting comfortably in the middle of the Chunin tier. Combined with his perfected substitution, intermediate control, and his dual water and lightning affinities, he was no longer just trying to survive, he was becoming genuinely dangerous. "All right, team," Kakashi said, his visible eye curved in a lazy smile. "Take the next 3 days off. Rest, recover, and try not to get into any trouble. I have to deliver the mission report to the Hokage." "Yes." Naruto cheered, throwing his arms into the air. "I'm going to sleep for a whole week, and then I'm eating 10 bowls of miso pork ramen." Sasuke didn't cheer, but the tension in his jaw relaxed. He offered a brief, silent nod to his teammates before turning and walking down the street toward the Uchiha compound. Sakura waved goodbye, already planning a trip to the hot springs. Arthur watched them go. The bridge had changed them. Sasuke had unlocked the Sharingan, Naruto had tapped into the Kyuubi, and Sakura had realized just how utterly outclassed she truly was. The honeymoon phase of being a ninja was dead and buried. 3 days of rest felt like a lifetime. By the 4th day, the harsh reality of being a genin set back in. Team 7 stood in the Hokage's office, standing before Hiruzen Sarutobi. For your next missions, the 3rd Hokage listed, reading from a scroll, we have walking the chief counselor's dogs, pulling weeds in the southern sector, or helping Mrs. Tora find her cat again. No. Naruto crossed his arms into a massive X, glaring at the Hokage. Come on, old man. We just fought a giant demon guy with a massive sword. We're practically elite ninja now. Give us a real mission. Kakashi instantly chopped Naruto on the back of the head. Quiet, idiot. You're still genin. Arthur stood perfectly still, letting out a quiet breath. The D-rank missions were incredibly tedious, but they were safe. He didn't mind the mundane tasks because every single day he survived, his system made him stronger. Hiruzen chuckled, taking a slow drag from his pipe. Naruto, surviving an A-rank mission is a testament to Kakashi's leadership and your own luck. It does not mean you skip the line. You will take the weeding mission, and you will be grateful. An hour later, they were waist-deep in dirt and dandelions. Naruto was aggressively yanking weeds from the ground, grumbling under his breath. Sasuke was working methodically, his face set in a permanent, brooding scowl. Sakura was sighing dramatically every 5 minutes, complaining about the dirt beneath her fingernails. Arthur, utilizing his chakra control, intermediate, was effortlessly lifting weeds out of the ground by applying a microscopic layer of sticky chakra to his fingertips, completely pulling the roots without breaking a sweat. This is so stupid, Naruto groaned, tossing a handful of weeds into a bucket. We should be training. What if another Zabuza shows up? If another Zabuza shows up, you'll just freeze again, Sasuke mocked lightly, not even looking up from his patch of dirt. Naruto's head snapped up, his blue eyes flashing. What did you say, you jerk? I saved your life on that bridge. Only after I saved yours, Sasuke shot back. Enough, Arthur said calmly, tossing his full bucket aside. Kakashi-sensei dismissed us for the day. Let's just go get something to eat. My treat. Naruto's anger instantly evaporated, replaced by a starry-eyed look of pure joy. Ramen. Arthur, you're the best. They left the fields, walking down the bustling, sunlit streets of Konoha. But as they turned a corner near the academy, a loud, panicked yelp echoed down the alleyway. Hey, let me go. That hurts. Arthur's danger intuition gave a soft, warning hum. Standing in the middle of the street was Konohamaru, the Hokage's grandson, dangling 3 feet in the air. He was being held by the collar of his shirt by a tall, unfamiliar teenager wearing a black bodysuit and a strange, cat-eared hood. Purple war paint decorated the teen's face, and a massive, bandaged object was strapped to his back. Kankuro of the Sand. Standing next to him, looking incredibly bored, was a blonde girl with her hair tied into 4 spiky pigtails, carrying a massive iron fan on her back. Temari. You bumped into me, you little brat, Kankuro sneered, shaking Konohamaru. You should watch where you're going. Hey! Naruto yelled, sprinting forward. Put him down, you weirdo! Kankuro glanced at Naruto, completely unimpressed. Or what? You leaf genin are all bark and no bite. I said put him down. Naruto charged forward, pulling a kunai. Kankuro didn't even draw a weapon. He simply flicked his fingers. Arthur's eyes narrowed. With his heightened senses, he saw the incredibly thin, nearly invisible threads of chakra extending from Kankuro's fingertips. A puppet master. Before Naruto could even reach him, his foot snagged on nothing. Naruto pitched forward, completely losing his balance, and slammed face first into the dirt. What the? I tripped. Naruto groaned, confused. Pathetic, Kankuro laughed, tightening his grip on Konohamaru. I think I'll teach this kid a lesson before we leave. He pulled his fist back, aiming to strike the terrified 8-year-old. Thwack! A small, jagged rock struck Kankuro perfectly on the wrist. Kankuro hissed in pain, his grip failing, and Konohamaru dropped safely to the ground. You're in our village, a cool, detached voice echoed from above. Everyone looked up. Sasuke Uchiha was sitting on the branch of a nearby tree, casually tossing another rock in his hand. His dark eyes were locked on Kankuro, completely fearless. Get lost, Sasuke demanded. Sakura swooned, clasping her hands together. Sasuke-kun is so cool. Kankuro scowled, rubbing his bruised wrist. He reached over his shoulder, his fingers grasping the bandages of the massive object strapped to his back. You little punk! I'm going to enjoy breaking you. Kankuro. Stop! The voice wasn't loud. It wasn't angry. But the moment it rang out, the temperature in the street seemed to drop by 10 degrees. Arthur's danger intuition didn't just hum, it exploded. The siren in his head screamed louder than it had when Zabuza swung his sword. It was an overwhelming, suffocating pressure, a killing intent so raw and unhinged that Arthur felt his lungs lock up. Warning! S-class lethal intent detected. Hostile Jinchuriki proximity. Hanging completely upside down from the branch right next to Sasuke so close that the Uchiha prodigy visibly flinched in shock was a boy with striking red hair. He had dark, heavy rings around his pale green eyes, and the kanji for love was carved into the left side of his forehead. A massive, corked gourd was strapped to his back. Gaara of the Sand. I didn't even hear him move, Sasuke thought, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his temple. He bypassed my guard completely. You're an embarrassment to our village, Kankuro, Gaara said softly, his eyes dead and emotionless. Kankuro went completely pale, his tough guy act vanishing in a heartbeat. Gee Gaara! I was just shut up, Gaara interrupted. Or I'll kill you. Kankuro swallowed hard, taking a step back. Right. Sorry. I was totally out of line. Gaara dissolved into a swirl of sand, reappearing on the street next to his siblings. He didn't look at Naruto, who was picking himself up from the dirt. He didn't look at Sakura or Konohamaru. He looked up at Sasuke. I apologize for my brother, Gaara said, though his voice carried no actual remorse. He turned to leave. Wait, Sasuke called out, dropping down from the tree to land lightly on the street. What's your name? Gaara paused, slowly turning his head. A dark, terrifying curiosity flickered in his pale eyes. I am Gaara of the desert. I am also curious about you. What is your name? Sasuke Uchiha. The two prodigies stared at each other, a silent, heavy tension crackling between them. Hey, what about me? Naruto shouted, pointing a thumb at his chest. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara didn't even blink. I have no interest in you. Gaara's eyes slowly drifted past Sasuke, sweeping over the group until they landed on the brown-haired boy standing quietly near the alley wall. Arthur had completely suppressed his chakra using his basic chakra concealment. To a normal sensory ninja, Arthur was invisible. But Gaara wasn't normal. The Shikaku inside Gaara could smell the dense, tightly coiled chakra Arthur was hiding. You, Gaara whispered, his gaze locking onto Arthur. You didn't flinch. You masked your fear perfectly. What is your name? Sasuke and Naruto both turned to look at Arthur. Arthur kept his face entirely neutral. The absolute last thing he wanted was the psychotic, bloodthirsty Sand Jinchuriki taking a special interest in him before the Chunin exams even started. Arthur, he replied plainly. Just Arthur. Gaara stared at him for a long, uncomfortable moment. The sand inside his gourd seemed to shift and grind audibly, hungry for blood. Arthur, Gaara repeated softly. I will remember that. Let's go, Kankuro. Temari. The three sand genin turned and walked away, disappearing into the bustling crowd of the village. Arthur let out a long, slow breath, forcibly relaxing the tension in his shoulders. The tutorial was officially over. The hidden leaf was about to be flooded with the deadliest genin from across the elemental nations, and Team 7 was sitting right in the crosshairs. The Chunin exams had arrived.